get right into it. I want to give each of these individuals an opening statement, a chance to introduce themselves, to tell people where they can find them, and also a concise, and I stress this, concise, opening thoughts on the subject at hand. I have a list of questions we'll get to if we can, but basically we're going to be talking about if this is justice, if the Trump verdict was has merit, and stuff like that. And with that, let's start by passing it off to Gibbs. Go ahead, start us off.
Hey, I'm Admiral Gibbs. You can find me at twitch.tv/Admiral Gibbs, and all my other socials will be the same thing, Admiral Gibbs. Let me tell you, this trial was a travesty and an utter disgrace. It was a complete farce. I didn't know we were living in a banana republic where kangaroo courts used to persecute your political opponents was now a thing. But guess what? It's 2024, and Sleepy Joe and the Dems have decided they can't beat Trump in the election fairly, so they're gonna rig the courts against him. Whenever your best two witnesses are a hooker and Michael Cohen, a known perjurer, you don't got much. You guess you got to make up some crimes.
Okay, well, thank you for that. I'm sure we'll get into it. Next up, Josiah from Pondering Politics, please.
Hey everybody, this is Josiah. I host Pondering Politics, a liberal/progressive YouTube channel. Good to be chatting with some of my good buddies and some of my favorite frenemies. Yeah, long story short, I'm glad I have Pisco here to argue the legal merits of it against another attorney. As far as the general proposition, I think that it's perfectly acceptable to prosecute powerful people, Democrat or Republican. I think it's actually a banana republic to not prosecute powerful people. As best I can tell, these were technical violations of the law under New York law. I have no doubt that Alvin Bragg wanted to get Donald Trump. I don't know if he actually campaigned on it like Letitia James did. But also, we've seen violations of that sort of norm for years. Donald Trump publicly campaigned on jailing his political opponents. Conservatives didn't care. They cheered him on. They actually wish he would have been more successful. So there might be a case for toning down the rhetoric associated with these things. I do think that would be appropriate. But yeah, Trump is entitled to the presumption of innocence. He wasn't able to make his case. He has the right to appeal. This may be overturned on appeal. And again, I'll accept the results of that as well. But I'm looking forward to having the conversation. And again, you can find me at youtube.com/@ponderingpolitics.
Well, thanks for being here, and we'll get to it as we do. Lactoid, please.
All right. Can you guys hear me okay?
Loud, but yeah.
Perfect.
Yep.
So I'm Lactoid. You can find me at Lactoid TV, Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. My thoughts on this case are, I think there's some general problems actually with applying our normal system of law in situations in which almost unique situations in which I don't know if you can get away from bias. When we compare it to what Trump did, Trump did campaign, however much he denies it. I think he did campaign with, the lock her up kind of situation. But even he said, we're going to get independent counsel to look into your business, if I recall is what he said. It's a little bit different when you have the guy who runs on process, getting you, also being the prosecutor, right? Being the person there who's kind of directing things. I think that's a little bit different. I think the judge in this case had in the past had violated some ethics codes, demonstrating some bias. And I think the jury, it's difficult in this case for me to believe that the jury was truly unbiased here. Legally, I think there's a lot of problems with the case, and I think that there's enough here for an appellate court and potentially the Supreme Court to look into it, and it wouldn't surprise me if this gets overturned. It also wouldn't surprise me if the judge tries to give Trump jail time. And if that happens, that's going to be kind of a novel situation.
Okay, well, thanks for being here, and we will get into it. Next up, Pisco, please.
Thanks so much, and thanks for having me. I'm Pisco Liddy on Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it. This case was about corrupting, or Trump's attempt to corrupt the 2016 election. And the evidence really, and the facts in the case are overwhelming that point to his guilt. I expect today we're not going to be talking so much about the facts, which prove demonstrably that this was a series of 34 false business records. At this point, I think it's self-discrediting to deny that these were reimbursements as opposed to structured fake, legal payments that never, ever existed. And so aware and conscious and looking out for how many actual arguments you hear about the underlying facts of the matter. The campaign purpose is a foregone conclusion looking at all the evidence demonstrating beyond a reasonable doubt that these payments were specifically for the purpose of promoting Trump's candidacy. On the legal issues and legal errors that may arise, I don't deny that there could be some there will be appellate practice to see if they can get the conviction overturned. I don't expect those appeals to be successful. It could happen, but I'm on the merits of the operable legal issues. I think that the people have a better of the case, and I'll be interested to hear Lactoid's description of those issues and why it should be overturned. I don't think there's any point in sort of undermining the jury in this case. There's absolutely zero evidence of jury bias. And so I don't even think that we should go there. But yeah, that's my thoughts on the case. It's absolutely a deliverance and justice.
Well, thank you for being here, and I'm sure we'll get into the merits as we go. Next up, Rashad Crenshaw, please. What do you got?
Trump is guilty. Amen.
Okay, short and sweet. Well, thank you for being here. We'll see where it goes. Last but certainly not least, Rob Noor. Go ahead.
Yeah, Rob Noor, Normal America with Rob Noor on YouTube, Rob Noor everywhere else, spelled Noerr. So what this is an example of the political persecution that Trump's been facing since he came down that escalator. Chuck Schumer told us all that he couldn't even criticize the FBI because they would find 6 ways of getting back at him. The Democrats, to anyone who's reasonably objective, can see that they have scrutinized and tried to investigate and lock up Trump since 2016. He is one of the most investigated politicians in history. And what they decided to do is, for the first time ever, they broke the case. They broke the glass ceiling on. For the first time in the history of this country, we have prosecuted and convicted as a felon a former president and the frontrunner of the current party in power, the frontrunner going against them in the future election. This is brazen election interference. And what's the crime? Well, it interfered in the election because you had the right to hear about him having sex with Stormy Daniels. This is done by the same party who colluded with the media and had 51 former intel agencies tell you right before the election the Hunter Biden laptop story that showed evidence of the corruption of the Biden family was disinformation and needed to be censored. The Democrats are literally making this argument today that we need to lock Trump up for interfering in the election because we needed to know about his sex life. But almost every institution in this country colluding to censor stories critical of Joe Biden going into the 2020 election. Well, that's okay. It was just a whoopsie. There are 3 layers to look at this case. The first was it a political prosecution? Would this have been brought against anyone else if it wasn't Trump? And is it worth taking this process crime of just a paperwork error and having that be the first felony to go after? What's the precedent that this sets going forward? The second is the issues with the crimes themselves, due process violations, etc., which we could get in. If both of those barriers are passed, then you get to questions of, was Trump guilty? But if it's a political persecution, which I think it is, then there shouldn't have been a trial. If the case law, and the due process violations occurred, then he shouldn't be guilty. And lastly, if you get through all that, we could talk about the specifics. Now, I will admit, and I hope everyone else here will as well, we didn't read 4,000 pages of transcript. I don't think any of us have done that. So it's difficult to say exactly with veracity what each witness was saying the entire time. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that. But if that's where other people want to take it, just keep in mind, I think we could all admit here, none of us have read all of it.
Okay. Well, thank you for being here. I guess first question, right? Should these charges have been brought up? Is it normal? Is it a common thing, or even just an uncommon thing, but still within the realm of possibility for these types of charges to be brought against someone in a New York court? What do we think? Go ahead.
Two different questions. One is it normal to do this, these kinds of charges in the way they were done, and should the charges have been brought? Those are different questions.
Right. So you want to answer?
Pick one, right?
Yeah.
Pick one,
So
yeah.
To answer both, in
definitely
terms of
not common.
the underlying crimes at issue here, tax fraud, campaign finance violations, business record crimes, those are not novel. Those happen as a routine matter for the Justice Department with respect to the campaign finance portion and the tax portion. And of course, the business records is bread and butter of the DA in Manhattan. This particular theory is novel in terms of the New York election law being applied as the kind of underlying aspect to the business records exception, but the underlying fact pattern here is not novel at all. The misconduct here is not novel at all. It all goes to the heart of really core aspects of our democracy that the people voted on, which is our election laws and obviously our tax laws and business records laws.
Okay,
Can I just say real quick? I'm sorry. Can I have a question real quick? I read somewhere that there was, I think it was like nearly 10,000 cases. Is that true that there was like a figure that 10,000 cases have been prosecuted in New York since 2015 under these statutes? Did I get that figure wrong? Does anybody know what I'm talking about?
What you're talking about is the general numbers of people that have been prosecuted for the crime of falsifying business records.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
So that is true. That's common for New York and other states to prosecute falsification of business records. Here's the things that are uncommon. Anyone could answer this if they think that I'm wrong about this. So I'll ask them questions. It was a misdemeanor, just so everyone knows, it was a misdemeanor. Here's how it worked in general. Because it was a misdemeanor and the statute of limitations ran out, they decided to charge him with the felony of falsifying records, which means. Okay, go ahead.
You said because the statute of limitations had run out, then they decided to do that.
That's exactly right.
As though it was causally related, and there's absolutely zero evidence that that the statute of limitations was driving the felony upgrade as opposed to the underlying misconduct. So that's why
it was. He's absolutely wrong. What happened is they wanted to get Trump by any means necessary. They wanted to get him for this falsification of business records. Statute of limitations ran out, so they decided to have this novel theory.
No evidence for that.
The reason as to why I'll contest it. Hold on. I'll contest this.
One at a time.
Mm-hmm.
I want to make sure that Rob gets a chance to finish, and then I'll let you contest it, Rashad. And just before I forget, because I almost did, I do get a check from Progressive Victory, just full disclosure there, and I think Josiah does too. But yeah, anyway, go ahead. Finish.
Now, I understand that the lefties want this to be a lefty back and forth panel and want to filibuster and try to distract people as they're talking. I'll get my point done hell or high water. So that is exactly what they did. And so if you look at this, just a brief outline of what the case is. It's now a felony to falsify records, but it has to be in the commission of another crime. That crime is 1715-2, which is basically a conspiracy to basically influence the election by promoting a candidate or by going against a candidate by unlawful means. So then the third level is there had to be an unlawful means. Those unlawful means are, one, the circular logic of falsifying records. So you falsified records, which was a misdemeanor, but we're saying it's a felony, and one of the ways you did it was by falsifying records.
There's no circularity
The second,
there.
Please, Pisco, I know it's difficult for you to follow decorum.
But you're lying in every step of it.
So I know that's difficult for you, and you're mad because you got blown out and your feelings were hurt on Twitter. I understand that.
So we can skip this part. We can get to the thing because we need to be concise in our statements. Go
That's true. We do need to be concise. So what I would like, it would be nice to be concise, Wick. So maybe as a moderator, you could ask him to let me finish my point before he would interject. I think we gave the left a chance to start. They were talking to each other. I think it would be fair if I get to finish my point without him interjecting at least 4 times. Is that fair?
I'm giving you the floor. You have the floor.
Thank you. All right. So that's now where was I with my train of thought? That was one. The tax violation was Trump falsified records to pay more.
Remember, you have an audience. Thanks, Airbloom. I'm trying to listen and do this at the same time.
You
have to mute yourself on Discord.
Sorry, we can hear you.
Buddy.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, sorry, Rob. Okay, Rob.
The second unlawful means. Now, the audience has no idea what's going on. It's trying to overview this, but thanks to the constant interruptions. But that's indicative of the left. They don't want the facts to actually come out. So the second was that he falsified tax records that resulted in him paying more in taxes. How common is that? To charge tax violations where people paid more in taxes than they were supposed to. Go ahead.
Is that rhetorical, or do you want me to not?
No, I'm asking. Can you give me the case on that?
Yeah. So if you know anything about like money laundering or aspects in which you are pretending that something is payroll taxes for purposes of evading things, that is not uncommon. It's not unheard of. And for you to pretend as though that it shouldn't be a crime for you to knowingly falsify the 1099, I just don't know what you're talking about. You could be doing all kinds of nefarious things by.
He can't give me a case. He can't.
Hang on a second. Just to be 1,000,000,000,000% clear.
He can't give you one.
If I were able to provide you a case in which overpayment of taxes was actually prosecuted, would you say that everything you're having to say about that being abnormal is wrong and that you're sorry?
If you could find one,
then why are you asking me for a case law if it won't convince you?
If you would listen, that doesn't mean it's normal. There could be something that happened once or twice. Pisco, is your argument that if a case was done once, that it's normal? Is that your argument?
No, but you asked me for.
Thank you very much.
Hang on. You asked me for a case. You asked me for a case, and what you just admitted was if I could present it to you right this moment, right this second, you wouldn't accept it, and it would not be.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said at all. I know that is not what I said at all. What I said was that wouldn't be proof that it's that's normal. The fact that I asked for case law was showing that you seem to be so confident this was something that's normal that you'd be able to shortly cite some cases. You've been looking into this, and the fact that you can't even do that further exemplifies how this wasn't normal. Also, can you name me a case where the falsification of records...
Hey, we do got to let other people respond, so
Last thing you got to be quick. Can you name me a case where 1752 was used to go after someone for falsification of records?
I can't name you a case when 17152 was used to go after someone for business records.
It's never happened. And I don't know why Pisco can't just admit that all of these things are exceedingly rare or have never happened. Even prosecutors that are saying, or legal experts that are saying that Trump should have been charged and should have been found guilty, admit that this was something that was novel.
We got to get to other people. Rashad has been wanting to go, and then I want to hear from Lactoid, and yeah, we'll get into it. Go ahead.
No, we've already veered off from what I was going to say, so I'm organizing my next move here.
Well, he just said a bunch of things unrebutted. I would like to respond to them if that's okay. Unless
sure,
you want
okay. Well, I want to make sure Lactoid has a chance,
go
and then
for it.
Pisco, you're absolutely after Lactoid. Lactoid, go ahead.
Okay, so I don't really know, in terms of actually getting into the meat of this, I don't really know where we should start, so I'm just going to talk about whether or not the elements that make it a felony, because without that, there's no case at all, because the statute of limitations on the misdemeanors did run out. So my understanding is the three theories here are going to be the election, basically election fraud, business records violations, and then tax fraud. Specifically with the tax fraud, because that was just being talked about. My understanding is 175.10 requires a intent to commit another crime. I can see how in certain circumstances, perhaps, how you could, like if you're trying to launder money, for example, how you could intend to commit tax fraud because that would be the reasonable thing to do, given like your goal of trying to launder money. And if evidence of that is demonstrated at trial, then perhaps it could be reasonable that that was your intent. But in this case, I don't see how, what does Trump gain through tax fraud? You have to prove that he intended to commit tax fraud, that he had the mens rea to commit tax fraud. What was his purpose in overpaying taxes? What was the intention of overpaying taxes? How would that help him?
Yeah, it's a really good question, and one that I'd like to answer. So the whole reason why this is a falsified business records, the underlying false records, have to do with mischaracterizing Michael Cohen's, the payments given to Michael Cohen in the year of 2017 as income, as opposed to a reimbursement. As those of you who work in HR or taxes understand, when there's a reimbursement for expenses paid, there's no tax event there, right? So you're going to have to ask yourself one question first is, well, why would Donald Trump, first of all, structure a reimbursement payment, which is beyond all doubt, and you guys aren't even contesting it, and if you do, you're going to look foolish. Why would he structure this in 11 payments for $35,000 each? Why would he do that to pay taxes? What would be the purpose of doing that in gross net for taxes if he could just make one payment for $180,000 and not have to pay those taxes? There's a reason why they structured it as income, right? The very question you ask, Lactoid, gets you the answer. The reason they structured it as income was to hide the reimbursement aspect of it. By hiding the reimbursement aspect to it, they hide the fact that a payment was made to Stormy Daniels in 2016 and wasn't reported and was an illegal campaign contribution. So your question, why would he do this? It's a great question. The reason is to hide the election interference.
So I understand the theory as to your theory you're presenting as to why he would do this, but my understanding is that you have to do this with the intent to defraud and to commit another crime. That's how the language of the statute, of the underlying misdemeanor statute. And so if the underlying crime here is the underlying intention is to commit tax fraud, is there any...
They know that those are false.
Well, hold on. Is there any indication that Trump did this with the intention of I'm going to cheat the tax code to pay more taxes?
If you read, I do also agree with Rob that there should have been video cameras there. So I on that point, I think it's a good point. There should have been video cameras. But if you read the testimony of David Pecker, he says, David Pecker, Michael Cohen, Donald Trump in a room together, all talking about how Michael Cohen was going to receive the payment. Cohen says, I want this as a lump sum payment. Give me it as a lump sum payment. They're no, let's structure it. Let's make it so it looks, as a retainer agreement that never existed for legal services that were never performed. All of this was fake. fake. And the reason it's fake and the reason why they're paying double, you think Donald Trump's going to pay double what Michael Cohen is owed? That's just bullshit. The reason was they were trying to hide it.
No, you're missing. I'm sorry.
No,
with all due respect, you're missing my question. Right?
I'm not.
When they're all sitting together, is Trump saying, "Yeah, we should do it this way so I can commit tax fraud and overpay the government"? Is that what he's saying?
Isn't the fraud itself inherently the falsification of the records?
Well, hold on. It's not about
what the fraud itself, the falsification of the records.
No, hold on. You can't have your cake and eat it too. It's not just about like. If you're going to say there's two separate things here, it's not necessarily about the commission of a crime, right? This is what the lefties have been saying on Twitter. It's not about the commission of a crime, which is arguably correct. It's about the intent to commit a crime.
Yes.
And so
I'm answering that.
Reasonable interpretation here that Trump intended, like he was intentionally trying to break tax law. Like he wanted to break the tax law.
Are you talking about the standard for willfulness, where you're knowingly breaking the law as opposed to knowingly doing the act that constitutes an illegal act? Because as I understand it, because we have a prosecution right now for Hunter Biden for tax fraud, and there's no excuse for, I didn't know the whole tax code and therefore I'm not liable for tax fraud.
No, but that's different. That's different, if I may, right? So two things to say. One, the intent is necessary to be the unlawful means for the secondary crime. So for example, I could not intend to speed. My speedometer is broke. But if the cop pulls me over going 90, I didn't intend to speed, but I was speeding, so I could be charged with it. There are crimes that you could commit without the intent. But in this specific way that the law is being implied, he had to have intent to commit tax fraud. And your argument is that sort of the mens rea was, well, the reason that he intended to commit this tax fraud goes back to FECA, goes back to the federal election issue. So didn't you say that his reason was that he wanted to bury the payments to violate the federal election laws?
No. So that's the motive, but you don't need the motive to prove the tax law, the violation of taxes. The violation of taxes is he called something that was income not income. But that's not intent. Sorry, something that was not income. Yeah, wait, hang on a second. If you go on your form and you say, I was paid $500,000 in income by X company, and that is a knowing and intentional lie, and you submit that form to the IRS, do you think that that's a crime, yes or no?
No.
You don't think it's a crime?
Wait, what? I'm sorry. No.
Let me lie on a tax filing?
Let me. It is a crime, probably in the sense of that specific legal statute, but it is not proof of intent to commit the crime.
Right. Wait. Can I elaborate a little more? Like this is, I think, maybe the disconnect. Where, generally, I agree with you. Ignorance of the law is not necessarily an excuse when you break the law. Right? Yeah, I get that. But what I'm saying is, in this case, this statute, in order to rise it up to a felony, requires that you had the intent to commit another crime. And so now the question is, if you're not going to specify the underlying crime, how I read that is you had to intend to commit a crime. And in this case, if it's tax fraud, you have to prove that he intended to commit tax fraud.
But it's tax fraud just...
yes, it's just one of the three. That's correct.
It's just one of the three.
Yeah.
So even still,
I have arguments against the other two as well, though.
Lactoid is wrong about the law. What he's suggesting to you is that Donald Trump, in order to be guilty of the election statute, he needs to actually know what the tax code is, or know that he's violating it, or know that what the Federal Election Campaign Act says, and know that he's violating it in order to be found guilty of the crime. And he just told you the normal rule is ignorance of the law is not enough. If you know, for example, that Donald Trump knowingly made a payment, let's say an illegal campaign contribution in 2016, let's imagine, right? And he was ignorant of the law. Do you think that would be an excuse?
If the statute specifically provided that he had to have intent to commit another crime, it potentially could be. Do you think, Pisco, that if he was told that this was legal, let's say, and he had no reason to believe, and he had no idea whatsoever that this was allegedly tax fraud, arguably tax fraud, do you think at that point? Do you think at that point that he falsified the records with the intent to commit tax fraud? If he had no idea that it was tax fraud, how could you possibly prove that he had intent to commit tax fraud if he had no idea if it was tax fraud?
I reject your premise on two levels. One, the premise legally that you would need to have a specific knowledge of breaking the law. That's usually implied by the term willful. Willful is the usual rule when you need to know you broke the law. The example of that is the Robert Hur report, where willfulness is required for the Espionage Act offenses. So I reject that premise number one. But even as applied, Donald Trump is a billionaire. He looks meticulously at his business records, as was testified to by his accountants, by people within the Trump organization. Donald Trump is aware, even if this were the standard, that you can't lie to the IRS about the information you're giving them.
If he's so ludicrous, I'd like to, Lactoid, if I may, if he was so hyper focused on his finances, how did Cohen manage to steal $60,000 from him in these payments?
Do you believe that Michael Cohen stole $60,000 from him?
Yes, he testified to it.
Okay, so you believe this was a reimbursement, right?
Yeah.
You believe this is a reimbursement?
So,
okay. You agree that so just number one, you agree these are falsified records, yes or no, Rob?
No.
You just said that Michael Cohen stole $60,000. Michael Cohen only stole $60,000 if you believe that this was a reimbursement. So I'll ask again. Do you believe these are false records, yes or no?
I don't believe, let me clarify my answer. I don't believe that Donald Trump paid attention enough to give a shit. He was just talking to people. It's like, yeah, I owe you money, fine. Weisselberg even said that he was basically like, just take care of it. I don't care.
But you agree it was a reimbursement, don't you? You agree it was a reimbursement?
It seems like it was a reimbursement. I don't think that's beyond dispute, but I don't think it's a crime on Trump's part if he didn't know that it was.
But there's no evidence on either side of actual There's no actual retainment evidence on either side. So if neither side can produce evidence of retainment,
wait. I would like to go back to Pisco. I would like to go back.
What just happened?
It's not a smoking gun, so I'm going to go ahead and see
hold on, both of you, stop. I want Pisco to finish. We let Rob let you finish. Let's let Pisco finish, and then we can.
Rob just admitted, because he said Michael Cohen stole $60,000. Michael Cohen, that theory only works if you agree that it's a reimbursement. And then Rob said, I agree that it probably was a reimbursement. That's the direct opposite to what Donald Trump was arguing in court in this trial, because he was trying to say these weren't falsified records. But what Rob just told you inevitably leads to the conclusion we all know this was a reimbursement, and therefore these records were false. The only thing left is the purpose.
Okay, and notice how Pisco avoids the questions, what he does. So he intuits that Trump knows so much, he's meticulous in looking at his records, etc. And so therefore, he would have known, $60,000 was stolen, and Pisco deflects from the question because he cannot answer it, because it proves that Trump is the type of dude that's dealing with this shit all the time, and it's just like, yeah, whatever, take care of it. The fundamental argument here is that this underlying crime of the tax portion of it is bogus because he didn't have intent to commit tax fraud. There is no evidence that he knew that he would have to pay a differing amount of taxes. For example, if I submit to someone paperwork saying that it's for example, I've had a friend that used to send checks for things like our fantasy football league, and he would send the check, and on the memo for the check, he'd put for services rendered, winky face. Now, that's a falsification of record because the memo on the check, which is one of the things Trump's been charged for, is wrong. It wasn't for the tendering of services. So would that person then have falsified records and be violating the misdemeanor and possibly violating tax records, even though it wouldn't have affected how much he had to pay in taxes? No. And if he would ended up paying more in taxes, is that something that we normally would have charged? Absolutely not. The point is that, and we're getting in, I don't mind talking about these specifics, but all of this ignores the fact that we're literally talking about prosecuting a president for the first time ever and the front runner for the opposition party. For what? Why is he looking at 130 years? Because instead of saying reimbursement, he said that it was an expenditure, or I'm sorry, it was a retainer fee that he was paying him an income, which is absurd because it all goes back to the general theory of it has to be tantamount to a conspiracy to affect the election. The problem is this wasn't a crime to affect the election because these sorts of things would have happened irregardless if he was running for office, as is evidenced by the fact that Trump's had NDAs in the past.
I want to make sure that Pisco gets a chance to respond, but then we got to open this up because Gibbs and Josiah, I don't know, you're having a grand old conversation.
I also got to say one final thing on the tax thing because I can explain it differently.
But Pisco gets to respond, then we'll open it up.
So just to respond to that real quick, I mean, there is no, if you understand how to file taxes at all, you surely understand that knowingly lying on the form, not about smiley face or whatever it is that this is Rob's favorite game, shell game, where he wants to give you kind of maybe a on the margin kind of fact pattern where it's not 100% clear, and then that automatically delegitimize every single tax prosecution in history because you can find one edge case where I'm not sure, and that's when he attacks. It's a shell game. It's a losing strategy. People understand if you knowingly and materially and falsely lie in your taxes and produce and pay payroll taxes on fake income for legal services that were never rendered, that's a crime. And
can I ask you real quick? Is it a crime if it doesn't materially affect either side's tax payments?
So it is a crime to materially lie on your tax forms.
Even if it doesn't affect how much money the government gets from either party.
Of course it's still a crime, Rob. Of course it's still a crime. So to be 100,000 trillion% clear, this was a crime. Submitting fake income to the IRS was a crime. Now, Rob says, well, this is kind of a minor thing, tax, whatever. Who cares about tax fraud? Query Hunter Biden for a second, just put that to the side. But more to the point, it's not about that. The point is it was hidden for a purpose, and that purpose was to mess with the 2016 election. That was the purpose.
We got to get more.
I got to say one last thing on the tax thing. I have to. Because what Pisco's making
it's about the tax thing that I want to ask, just FYI, between you two, because I'm trying to suss this out in real time. So when you're done, I do have a question about it.
Okay, just real quick. So the mistake that's being made is Pisco's saying, well, willing is a different standard here, right? Which I understand. And if they were charging Trump with tax violations, perhaps they wouldn't have to prove a requisite state of mind, right? Because he may have committed the crime. But in this case, the crime is the misrepresentations of the business records, like the falsification of the business records. And so the question is, when he was falsifying those business records, did he do that with the intent to commit tax fraud? That's what needs to be proven. Not that tax fraud happened, that he falsified with the intent to commit tax fraud. And what Pisco's saying is, no, he did it with the intent to hide the payments. Which obviously is not
you can commit tax.
So gets to go. Go ahead.
So here's my question for the two lawyers, because now I'm confused. I thought there was basically 3 levels to this. Number 1, he falsified business records, a misdemeanor. It's elevated to a felony if it's in furtherance of another crime. The prosecution says that other crime is not the FICA violation. It's conspiring to promote someone by unlawful means in an election.
Yeah.
And
it's
then
not in furtherance of another crime. It's intent to commit another crime. It's an important distinction.
Or conceal.
Or conceal
sorry,
the
conceal, but intent's required. Mens rea is required.
Right. Or conspire. Well, that's where I'm so. I thought the third level was where the FICA violation, the potential FICA violation, was one of 3. So where does the specific intent to violate FICA play a role? That's where I'm confused on this with you two going back and forth.
It doesn't. I mean, he's confusing the willfulness standard and pretending that. All I have to say is to respond to Lactoid is, do you think that Trump had to know his particular, the ins and outs of the tax law or the tax code in order to be and know specifically? Let's say that he just wasn't sure. He was 80% sure that maybe it violated the tax code. I don't think that is a fair reading of the statute or the law, and that's not what the jury instructions say. They don't say that you need to specifically know. But even if it did, and even if I'm wrong about that, I could be wrong about that. Trump is a sophisticated business person. He understands that he has to pay tax. He understands the basics. You can't lie about it. And so it's
if I may. So first off, Pisco has the exact opposite description of this as he did with something like Hillary Clinton mishandling classified information. When she said she didn't understand classification markers, and people said that beggars belief. In fact, one of the FBI agents that was investigating said it defied credulity that she didn't understand that because of her profession, because she had been in Washington for so long. And Pisco said, no, none of that matter. It didn't prove intent. And you said, but Pisco, she'd sat through these briefings over and over about classified information in the proper way. No, none of that matter. Now he's like, well, Trump's a businessman, so clearly Trump knows the ins and outs of exactly the tax law and how it works. Now, to answer his question specifically, if intent to commit another crime is necessary on step 1, falsification of business records with the intent to commit a secondary crime, that secondary crime says to commit that crime, you needed unlawful means. That means that the intent is also necessary for that third level of the unlawful means. Because if you intended to commit a crime, that means you have to know it was a crime. And if you didn't know it was a crime, then you didn't commit the secondary level of crime. So the idea that Pisco is trying to tell you that Trump intended to commit a crime to pay more in taxes, and then he further goes on to say as follows. He says, even if you don't materially affect the taxes of either party, it's still a crime. So what Pisco is saying is tantamount to this. For the first time in history, we're going after the front runner for president from his political opposition and a former president, in tantamount for what this would be a crime. Let's say I write off my business space for streaming as a 50 by 50 space, but actually it's a 50 by 500 space. So I actually could write off less. I lose money. I'll pay more in taxes because I materially was wrong about the size of my space. Pisco says that that's a crime. Correct, Pisco? Because I lied on my taxes, correct?
You knowingly and intentionally lie on your taxes and misrepresent to the IRS. That is a crime. I don't know why you think it shouldn't be a crime. You can talk about prosecutorial discretion about whether we'd go after them. That's fine. I have a lot more to respond to you, but I want to give you the floor because I know that you were in the middle of something.
No, that's it. No, that's fair.
I think it was done. Yeah.
My response.
Hold on.
One of the Hillary Clinton. Who said hold on? I can hold on.
Rashad.
No, you can keep going. You keep going.
One is this fatuous comparison with Hillary Clinton. There are a lot of problems with evidence in that case, including the fact that they can never prove that Hillary Clinton saw these not big classified headers that were in Biden's documents or that were in Trump's documents, but like little bracket C's that were embedded within emails. You can't prove that she ever saw that, number one. Number
she
two,
admitted it, so that's okay.
Hang on a second. You can't prove that she ever saw.
She admitted it.
I don't believe that, but if
she did, she said she thought it meant alphabetical order. She admitted she saw them.
Wait. Thinking that the C's, when shown them, means something is different than at the time where those were mishandled, having been able to see the emails.
No, you said she didn't.
Hold on, hey, both of you stop. We're not going to litigate the Clinton stuff here.
I understand that. I just want to be 100% clear that being shown an email by an investigator is different than contemporaneous knowledge of those emails and their existence. And so that is going to be difficult to prove in a prosecution. There are a lot of other evidentiary problems that we're not going to relitigate. As for the specific intent, no one is saying that you can do this by an accident or you can do this by carelessness. You need to intentionally lie. There's the mens rea components are still there, and all of these elements with intent, as was told to you by Lactoid, ignorance of the law is not a defense. Typically, that's an unusual statute.
Typically, not here.
Hang on a second. For attempt liability, ignorance of a crime is not an excuse. Typically. I just want to be 100% clear with you.
That's not true.
It is true.
Now listen, it is not true in the way you're implying it here. If intent is necessary, if you didn't know that it was against the law to do something, then you didn't have intent to break the law.
No, I mean, I don't know why you're lecturing me right now about attempt liability. The normal rule is ignorance is not a defense of the crime. And Lactoid will tell you right now, because he's taking crim law, that attempt liability does not require knowledge or ignorance of the law. It's just not the case. If you rob and say, well, I didn't know what the robbery statute was, or I didn't know this was grand larceny, Lactoid is going to tell you that that is not an excuse or defense of the crime. It is the unusual statute that requires knowledge, actual knowledge of the law, and that you're breaking the law. That is not the normal rule. And the final thing I'll say, and then I'll hand it over back, is Rob acts like this is like some great unprecedented thing. You're going after, political rivals. After this indictment was announced in March of 2023, Rob welcomed this. Rob said, I'm glad that we're doing this tit for tat. I think that this particular case is corrupt, but I have no problem going after politicians and going after powerful people. He said, yeah, let's go after Hillary Clinton, let's go after those people. And so I don't have a problem with the precedent. He criticized MAGA people for saying that the underlying political nature of it and that they should be immune. He said that was bad. But now when he realizes that, what the marching orders are from MAGA universe to call this about democracy, he changes his tune.
Okay,
that's not what I said. I'd like to directly respond to that. That's
quickly
not
the implication. We got a lot to go through.
The implication of what I was saying is, unlike Pisco and Pondering Rashad, I don't know, whose entire political worldview is Orange Man bad, and so they're willing to sacrifice all their principles to go after him. I'm not really attached to Donald Trump. I think that 95% of our institutional politicians are corrupt. And so, for example, if we're going to go after Paul Manafort for FARA violations, I have no problem with that. The law's on the books, as long as it's equally applied. That's what my argument has always been. The biggest threat to interference in our country is the fact that we have unequal application of the law by intelligence agencies and law enforcement. And so that's what I'm saying. So the fact that they just went after, and we'll talk more about this, We'll talk more about sort of if it's being equally applied. But yes, I have no problem if Donald Trump is being charged for this. If we also charge every single person during an election in New York that conspired with another person in an unlawful means, which would probably be roughly 80 to 90% of all people that have ran for election.
Okay. We I appreciate the energy. I appreciate the passion, but we have a lot to cover, and I want to cover as much as we can. I want to make sure we get everyone in that we can. I know Gibbs has been frothing at the mouth to get in here, but you both bring up an interesting point: equal application of the law, and I want to touch briefly on that. Right? A lot of people have been throwing out the term lawfare, that this has been weaponized by the Democrats to go after Republicans in a way that would never, quote unquote, happen in the reverse, or happens much more rarely in the reverse. So I want to tackle that question. So this is to Gibbs first and Gibbs' side first. Do you think, regardless of guilt or innocence in Trump's case, whether he was found guilty, whether he was found innocent, do you think that there is evidence of this being a politically motivated and politically lopsided trial? A lot of, for example, one of the pieces of evidence that I have heard is that the judge had been donating to the Biden campaign, etc. Do you think that that matters? And can you put forth evidence that it does? I want to give it to Gibbs first and let you guys respond. Then I want to let the other side can then respond. Gibbs, take it away.
Who here has played beer pong? Have you all played beer pong? Yeah, we've all played beer pong. Do y'all know when y'all go to someone's house and play beer pong and the home team is losing? And so in order for them to win, they make up some baby back bullshit house rule that no one's ever heard of in order to win and say, gotcha. That's what's happening now. It's absolutely lawfare. Let me break this down for anyone who's confused about the exact legal precedent. You have a corrupt DA who openly ran on, I'm going to get Trump. And then he said, somehow, Lord, landed a judge who has a daughter who is a Democratic operator, and according to MSNBC, raised over $100 million on the fact that her parent was the judge in the trial. That's MSNBC. This is the left-wing news saying this openly. All right? Are you surprised that they're going to create a trumped-up charge to get the Don? This is just disgusting. Look at the trial. They refused to get a change of venue in a district where he ran on this issue, in a district where Trump only got 6% of the vote. Does this seem like a jury of your peers? No, it's absolutely not a jury of his peers. They're not allowing certain Trump witnesses. Then furthermore, the only connection to these documents is literal hooker and a convicted perjurer, which is just basically the legal word for liar, liar, pants on fire. What a surprise. And then it's just an absolute farce. This is shameful and absolutely disgusting that Dems and anyone with a law license would sit here and act like it's anything other than a farce, and sit here and lie to you, the public, with a straight face. You know why Pisco is having so much hard times finding a legal precedent for this? It's because there is none. It's a total made-up bullshit that's just been fugazi'd by the Biden crime family and Hunter Cracky Magoo Biden and the rest of them. All of them just got together in cahoots with Alvin Bragg and this judge and just made a complete mockery of the justice system. It's 100% politically motivated. They couldn't beat him in the campaign. Sleepy Joe's turning into a Roomba and walking off the stage. So they sit here and go, hey, you know how we're going to get him? We're going to come up with 34 things of tax fraud, and then we're going to sit here and raise the statute of limitations by moving it to a felony. It's absolutely political motivation. Okay. I can't believe it's anything that's even a debate.
Okay, I want to let the other side respond, then we're going to give it to Rob.
Okay.
Yeah, good.
Okay. So it doesn't matter if a judge, the judge is not the prosecutor or the jury. So the judge, at the end of the day, cannot charge Trump with a crime, and he can't convict Trump of a crime. He can sentence Trump, but at the end of the day, the judge cannot decide these things. Furthermore, when we talk about, it's in New York and people in New York don't like Trump, I'm willing to bet all of your lives. I would never bet mine, but the rest of you in this call, I'd bet all of your lives that Trump's business is probably registered to the state of New York, licensed by the state of New York. The Trump organization is probably registered and licensed there. Where else, if a crime was committed by that organization, would this case take place? Who else is going to be there besides New Yorkers? And as it pertains to the idea that, they can't beat Trump, so they have to pull all this stuff out their asshole, Trump's never won a popular vote.
So
but hold on, it goes beyond that. Like let's just look at some other things. There's statements from the prosecutors and people in the journalism industry that were there. They go, hey. You know what was weird? The judge was allowing the prosecutor to make jokes to the jury and the peanut gallery like it was open mic night at the comedy club. And then when the Trump defense team wanted to do something, she took an angry tone no matter what they did. This was clearly biased. She gave rigged instructions to the jury. I couldn't come up with that. I mean, I've got a degree and I'm working on a doctorate, and I couldn't understand these fucking bullshit.
Yeah, you know what else you couldn't understand? You know what else you couldn't understand? The evidence in this case. You misrepresented it. You misrepresented the judge. I mean, for one, you said the only evidence we have connecting Trump to all this is a hooker and a liar. You just didn't know anything about the case and the evidence.
It's absolutely true.
You don't know, for example, that there were many Trump employees that were able to connect Trump specifically to these reimbursements. David Pecker from the National Enquirer, Hope Hicks, who loves Trump.
That's credible.
Hang on a second. National Enquirer was Trump's friend. And who still likes Trump? Who saw Trump?
Had a weather machine. Remember that article in the National Enquirer?
Who saw Trump as as someone to look up to? And so you are misrepresenting aspects of this case in terms of the body of evidence, and then you're complaining that it's in New York. I mean, come on. Trump made his living in New York. Trump was made famous by New York. He is a famous New York real estate magnate. And for him to come out and say it's unfair to be in New York, I mean, it was an excellent point from Rashad, although I disagree with him that judges don't matter. Judges are very important. I think that's
claim victory. This guy's using
especially when they donate against Trump, right? Kind of important.
No.
Like that's any kind of
against the ethics rules.
Let me finish and I'll give it back to you guys. But it is ridiculous to say this shouldn't have been brought in New York, and we can address the other issues momentarily.
So the district that it's brought in overwhelmingly votes Democrat, and it's clear. Like, we could talk about jury stuff. I don't think that's the most interesting part. Pisco correctly tells Rashad, not a good argument that if the judge is biased, it doesn't matter because the jury has to find, because a judge, through jury instructions, could swing the outcome. And the jury instructions in this case are very suspect and likely to lead to grounds for appeal in many ways, which hopefully we'll get into. But I want to talk specifically about the political prosecution. Now, I'm not going to bore you with this, but I was thinking about this. It's sort of like when you debate issues on trans, and you'll debate someone and they'll say, like, I think that we should remove the genitals of 10-year-olds. That should be allowed. And you could get into the science with them. You really can. But the real argument is anyone who's remotely objective could see how stupid this is. It's the same with this. Anyone who's remotely honest could see that the lawfare that's been going against Trump since 2016 is unprecedented. Illegally spied on him, using FICE warrants, him and his team. They've gone after his lawyers, pierced attorney-client privilege, gone after everyone connected to him, dragging him out in the middle of the night while CNN cameras are there, etc. So to make this as simple as possible, though, in one specific way that we'll try to talk, we have to ask ourselves if this would have been brought against anyone else. Would Alvin Bragg, this DA, brought this case against everyone else? Now, Pisco says it's a big deal. It was such a serious crime, overpaying taxes or federal election violations. This is so serious. So my question to Pisco is, why didn't Alvin Bragg in that same election in 2016 decide to subpoena evidence from Hillary Clinton, who the FEC had already said had committed an FEC violation? And real quick, just so the audience understands, Bragg did not know if Trump had committed FEC violations, tax violations, etc., when he started subpoenaing the records going after Trump 6 years after this alleged crime. But he did know that the FEC said that Hillary had violated that. So why didn't he go back and look at her and Hillary for America's business records?
So was he even in power then?
As a matter of fact, I believe Cyrus Vance Jr. was the person who issued the subpoenas. I believe that there was a big Supreme Court decision called Vance v. I forgot actually the name of it, but it might have been Vance versus Trump. So I think that the subpoenas that you're referencing, I think those are the third-party subpoenas as well to other entities. Again, just correcting the chronology, I believe there. If you want to compare the Hillary Clinton case, there is absolutely zero comparison. In terms of, number one, the body of evidence, linking Hillary Clinton to anything related to
Hillary for America. Hillary for America.
Hillary for America, which is a New York entity, but there's no evidence that these payments, the payment that was labeled as a legal expense to the law firm at the time, part of which went to Fusion GPS. There's no evidence that they structured the payment to hide it as
That's
income.
not true. Yes, they did. There is evidence of that.
To be 1,000% clear, there is no evidence of that. These amounts were disclosed to the FEC, and there's no evidence of any kind of criminal intent for anyone behind this this episode. And
I would like to read. I would like to, if you don't mind, I'll go to actual case law while Pisco is dishonest. So, for example, in the violation, the FEC had, quote, point 15, during the 2016 election cycle, Hillary for America appointed a $5,600,000 payment to Perkins Coie with the purpose described as legal services. The DNC reported paying Perkins Coie $6 million for the same thing. The DNC violated this law as well. However, the Post reported Perkins Coie itself largely confirmed that Hillary for America and the DNC, quote, shared the cost of paying Fusion GPS through Perkins Coie to conduct opposition research. Therefore, the purpose of at least some of the portion of the payments to Perkins Coie was not for legal services. Instead, those payments were intended to fund opposition research. And so what they did was they structured the payments in a way that didn't look like they were funding opposition research. Now, Pisco told you previously that that sort of falsification of paperwork, it doesn't matter if it materially changed the taxes, for example, this was still considered a FECA violation. And what he's trying to do now is, I'll ask Pisco a question, but I'll finish and then leave him to respond. My question is, was this a FECA violation by Hillary for America? And given that these documents were submitted and by the definition of the jury instructions are business records, if you agree this is a FECA violation, then you agree they falsified records to commit a conspiracy to affect the election, and it was a FECA violation. So was it a FECA violation?
Number one, I do not agree with your premise that the underlying disclosures to the FEC constitute business records over which the New York DA has jurisdiction, as you saw with the underlying tax.
That's not true. That's erroneous.
So excuse me. So I thought I was responding, but you can go ahead and talk if you'd like to, or do you want my response?
No, finish Pisco. Hold on, finish Pisco, then we can respond. But then I do want to get other people.
Yes, the definition of business record as defined in the operative statutes, they're broad, and they do convey like any kind of activity that's ongoing, the state of things going on. There's some interesting case law that I'll point you to. But typically, the New York state prosecutors don't have jurisdiction over those documents themselves. Although obviously if there's a separate New York business record that isn't the filing itself that you can connect to, again, lacking the criminal intent and noticing the difference between a civil violation under the FEC. The FEC is a civil regulatory agency and a criminal one, which are very different. I could concede that this is probably, a civil violation that is worth having this settlement over. I do not concede that it's a criminal one. And so, again, there is just zero evidence that make these cases comparable. There's no underlying New York business record that I identified that can tie them separate from the filing itself, which I don't believe the New York DA has jurisdiction over.
Okay, so first off, notice when it's a novel theory,
and then I want to make sure
when it's a novel theory to go after Trump, it's okay that it's never happened before. That's fine. Then when it comes to this, now keep in mind that you're Bragg or Cy Vance, the person before, and you decide 6 years after the 2016 election to start issuing subpoenas against Trump because allegedly his crimes were so serious in affecting the 2016 election with falsification of records. Now at that point, you don't know if he's committed a FECA violation. You don't know if he's committed tax fraud or any of those sorts of things, but you have suspicion, so you look into it. Meanwhile, the federal entity in charge of FECA, one of the very laws you were saying are necessary for Trump to have committed to commit this 1715-2, you know that they've already said that Hillary committed that, but you choose not to subpoena the records. The other thing is, Pisco is just flat out talking out his ass that somehow they don't have the right to consider business records that were submitted to the Federal Election Commission. That is absurd. The definition of business record, I could read it if you want, but Pisco is well aware that it's talking about any record for the purpose of businesses. Just because you submit, that would be like saying they don't have the right to use as business records federal tax records. That's absurd.
So two things, before we interject, two things. Thank you for the gift subs. Thank you for the super chats. I'll read the super chats nearer to the end of the stream, but keep giving them me. I will read them. I just want to make sure that we get through these uninterrupted, and I see the bits and the subs on the Twitch side, so thank you for that. The second question, which I have for Rob, just for my own edification here, so I make sure I understand your argument. You are arguing that Hillary Clinton did a similar thing to Trump, and your argument, as I understand it, is that she should be prosecuted for it?
It was Hillary for America, which was a New York entity. Fits the definition. The argument is the argument is it's proof of selective prosecution. So take these two facts.
So you don't think she should have been prosecuted for it?
He has no evidence whatsoever linking Hillary Clinton to a violation. That's what Wick just sussed out.
There we go. Okay, so let me answer you, Wick, right? My argument is that no, neither of them should have been prosecuted, particularly by the New York State. I have no problem if the Federal Election Commission wanted to fine Trump like they did Hillary. He should have received the same punishment or a similar punishment. However, the case of Hillary is a stronger case.
It was a campaign violation. You just admitted.
If they could look, I don't think it was. Listen.
You just said you think he should be fined.
I said I would have no problem if it was a fine. It wouldn't have been something that I was screaming about.
Why?
But no, it wasn't.
Wait a second. Why would you think it's okay?
We gotta let Rob finish. We gotta let Rob finish. Give him the floor.
Hopefully we get to talk. Hopefully we get to talk about federal election violation. I don't think this was. I'm saying I wouldn't have a problem if they gave him $100,000 fine, slap in the wrist. It would have been like whatever. It wouldn't have been a big issue. But no, he did not commit a federal election campaign violation. In fact, it was Hillary because in order, as Brad Smith, the former FEC chairman, will say, and we'll get to, he says that when you look at these statutes of federal election campaign statutes, that it has to be for the exclusive purpose, basically, of the campaign that you had this expenditure. So there, for example, let me give you an example he gives. We'll see what Pisco says. Pisco, if I buy a house so that I could run for office in a jurisdiction, is that a campaign expenditure?
Yeah, so the question is, if it weren't for the election, would you not do it?
Correct.
It's not exclusive. What you said is exclusive.
Okay. So if I buy a house, a house to exclusively run in a district, is that a campaign expenditure?
And of course, this only applies to candidates. And there are other rules that exempt certain purchases, and you would have to look into the rules about bona fide purchases for mortgages and for houses. You'd have to look about, to see whether or not you're in a reporting period. It's a little more complicated than you think, Rob. You can't just use your intuition to come up with a hypothetical and thereby assume that the law would apply that way. If you haven't done your homework, then I am not willing at this point. I'm not willing to do my homework.
Please.
Hold on. Let's talk about doing the homework. Let's talk about doing the homework. I want to show how dishonest
I see you last
right here. Let me just give you an example, right? So he brought up David Peckerhead or whatever his name is, that was the manager of National Enquirer. Let me give you an example of some of his outstanding journalism that he used his checkbook journalism.
Gibbs, you're making their argument.
Hold on.
You're making their argument. Gibbs, do you understand that? You're making Pisco's argument. You understand that?
Can I finish? You don't even know what my argument is?
I do.
You might think so. So, listen, this guy sat here. He's published things like Gordon Ramsay, sex dwarf eaten by badger. Osama bin Laden has a weather machine. All sorts of wild stuff. This is clearly not a credible witness, right? Michael Cohen, his publisher, not a credible witness. And he has the audacity to sit here and say with a straight face, oh, well, you don't know what you're talking about. Let me just use this guy as my shining example of a witness that can link Trump to these crimes under the tabloid thing.
Hold on, isn't that the guy that Michael Cohen mentioned in that recorded phone call? So we know, based on the recording, that David Pecker is the homeboy of Trump and Michael Cohen.
Listen, but here's the thing. Michael Cohen,
so isn't he reliable?
Hold on, just let me finish here. I'm almost done. Michael Cohen, once again, is a convicted perjurer. That's what he went to jail for.
He perjured himself, and he lied trying to protect Donald.
What did he lie about?
He lied trying to protect Donnie, though.
Let me finish. Not only you can argue that may or may not be true. It's no relevance on what I'm about to say. The fact that their whole career has been built on the outstanding values of their journalism, like the things I presented, shows that they're not credible witnesses. You can't take them serious. And if this is the only link the Dems have, Pisco here might as well change his name to Pisco because he's taking the truth and pissing on it. It's terrible.
Could you tell me more about how convicted felons can't be taken seriously?
No,
Can I follow up on something Rob said?
Crime and not a kangaroo court.
Well, I think something Rob said I think was really important when you're saying buying a house, because this literally happened, right? In 1999, following Hillary's announcement that she was running, by the way, she was already a candidate at this point, the early 1999. And then in late 1999, September, her and Bill bought a house specifically for the purposes of her running for New York. Now, under the logic of if you spend money for a campaign purpose, therefore it's you not only can use campaign funds, but you're obligated to use campaign funds, I think not only demonstrates probably a double standard here. Hold on. Probably not only demonstrates double standards here, but I also think it speaks to like the ridiculousness of this, which is that obviously it's not a campaign expense and they should have not been allowed to spend campaign funds on it.
Exactly.
Because under FICA, it's a mixed use, right? Now, I would argue
you have to use campaign funds. That's the weirdest thing I've ever heard.
You'd be allowed to.
Hold on.
Hang on a second. My question is,
hold on.
Where does it say that Donald Trump had to use campaign funds?
He would be.
Let me finish real quick, because what you're saying is if they bought it, that would be required to be recorded as a campaign donation. Right. So that would be hold on. I'm in the middle of something.
Yeah.
So it would be a campaign expense, right? Or really a contribution, because it would have to come from the Clintons. Now,
not if they were going to buy it anyway, right?
Well, no. They weren't. Hold on. Thank you. Yes, they specifically were not going to buy it otherwise, because they bought it in September of 1999 when she had already begun to run for that area early, I think in January, or at least early in 1999, regardless. And so the reason why it's obviously not campaign funds is because under FICA designations, it's obviously mixed purpose. I think the payoffs to Stormy Daniels, in my opinion, is not a campaign expense, given that they were already trying through various means to get Stormy Daniels to not talk about this as early as 2011. So there's other purposes that a married man might want to, and sure, election might be part of it, just like Hillary Clinton wanted to move there for the purposes of running, but that doesn't make it a campaign expense, obviously.
But question to you, Lactoid, if I may then. If this was, again, not, or is your argument, as I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that this didn't constitute a campaign contribution or a campaign payment?
No.
Yes, that's your argument?
Yeah, it's my argument. It's a personal house. Yeah.
But if there is evidence in the trial, as Pisco mentioned earlier, of them structuring it in a way to look like a campaign payment, is that a problem for you?
No, they didn't.
That's not what happened here.
That's the opposite of what happened.
Not even Pisco would say this happened here.
Maybe, like I said, maybe I misunderstood.
And then there's other points to make on this. For example, the payments weren't made until after the election anyways, right? So the idea that they were falsified to affect the outcome of the election exclusively in its campaign expenditure is nonsense. Now, Gibbs, I love you, man, but you stepped on my toes there, because I was going to bring up exactly what Lactoid did, that this isn't a hypothetical that's actually occurred with Hillary Clinton and many other politicians. In fact, under the theory that Pisco's using, if you had to say anything that's possible to be used for a campaign expenditure would be something you have to put as a campaign expenditure, so anything that could benefit the campaign.
Your water bill, if you shower.
So this is a real situation. I ran for Congress, and in my running for Congress, it turns out that a house that I sold to someone, they never went to the magistrate and put it in their name. So when they did a background check on me when I was running for office, it turned out that I owed back taxes. I said, what? Now, one, I paid those back taxes for the express purpose of the campaign. That's the only reason I did it, right? Because they weren't mine. Or I'm sorry, I didn't. I was going to pay the taxes. What I ended up doing, though, was I had to go to a magistrate again. I had to convict this, or I had to get this person to lose a judgment against me. Then I had to pay $200 to evict them after 30 days. And all of this was to clear my name for the campaign. According to Pisco's theory, one, I committed a campaign finance violation because I did not put that down as a campaign expenditure. And second, if it is a campaign expenditure, that means not that I have to use campaign funds. I could pay for it myself, but I'm allowed to use campaign funds. That means under Pisco's theory, Trump would have been allowed to use campaign funds that like normal Americans were donating to him to pay this NDA. Hillary would have been allowed to use campaign funds in order to purchase this house. And the way that Pisco gets out of this obvious double standard is just say this. No, it's more complicated than that. I'm sure there's other laws. Pisco, can you cite me the law that says, oh, and when it comes to federal election campaign laws, purchasing a house doesn't count? Can you show me that law?
Yeah, so as I sit here now, I cannot produce you all the exemptions for expenditures and contributions, but I promise you I will look into the issue of the House hypothetical and get back to you. But again, if the House was going to be purchased no matter what, and you've represented that it hasn't been, but again, people make mortgage decisions. You know, who knows when and why they made the decision and what the evidence was at the time that purchase was made. But you made a misrepresentation before, which was that they had to use campaign funds to pay off Stormy Daniels. Why did you say that, and why is that relevant to what you're talking about?
No, what I'm saying is that it would become campaign funds since you have recorded as a campaign contribution, right? That's the that would be the argument. Hold on, real quick, Pisco. Your argument is that this needed to be recorded as a campaign expense, essentially from a contribution from yourself. That he should have recorded that as a campaign expense when he paid.
We're talking about illegal campaign contributions, right? The expense aspect to it, if an expense is directed by a third party,
that's not what I said.
Wait, when was she paid though?
100% clear. So he was given a loan. He was given a loan in 2016 by Michael Cohen. That was
irrelevant.
A loan.
It's irrelevant.
Okay, and he was well aware about what that was for, and I even understand Rob to be admitting now that he would be okay with a civil penalty that Trump
No,
would
that's.
pay.
Do you understand what I'm saying, though?
But hang on a second. You just said that, and so why would you be okay with that if he wasn't a campaign contribution?
I would be okay with the fact that I do not think, and I've spoken vociferously about this, I don't think it was a campaign contribution. I would be okay in the sense I'd say, who gives a fuck? They fined a billionaire $100,000. It doesn't matter to me, right? But it is not a campaign expenditure. It's absolutely not. And Trump should have challenged it, and he would have ended up winning. But again, I just want to be clear. You could listen to Pisco's expertise on this and say, trust me, that law's out there that says all these things about exemptions for houses and stuff. It's not. Two things I want to say real quick. He said, we don't know. People buy houses for other reasons. Isn't it interesting how charitable he is with that with Hillary Clinton? But when it comes to an NDA of Trump, oh no, a billionaire could only ever want an NDA of a woman who's extorting him only if he's running for
There was no extortion. Hang on.
Please,
there was no extortion.
Especially since 2011 has when they were trying to shut her up, essentially.
Exactly.
Well before he was a candidate.
So
Yeah, I mean, because sex workers have never been known to blackmail clients forever.
Hold on. Around that time, she was actually working with Cohen to shut down the spreading of the story without her permission.
No. Cohen was basically getting her to stop spreading the story. They weren't working together.
Her lawyer in consultation with Cohen, right?
Yeah, because he threatened to sue her. That's why. He threatened to sue her multiple times if she published the story back as early as 2011. So I think if we're going to be charitable and say, well, people buy houses for other purposes too, which is true, which is what Fika's position is, you also should be equally charitable and say, well, people might buy an NDA for, if you're a billionaire, for other reasons too, especially this was happening before you were a candidate, back in 2011.
So if you believe for a second that this was not about the campaign and this payment would have been made absent the campaign, I think you are being taken for a ride. We have evidence from the direct testimony of these individuals involved in a scheme that they had silenced other people before. There were two other stories using the same scheme for the same purpose that all date back to a meeting in Trump Tower in 2015, where David Pecker said for the purpose of the campaign, and Hope Hicks confirmed, these payments were made. And that's why the Karen McDougal story is relevant. They show a common scheme, and this scheme involved silencing women for the purpose of helping the campaign. If you listen to the testimony about where the Trump campaign was at that time, when this payment was made to Stormy Daniels, they were in pure damage control. I remember when the Access Hollywood tape came out, I remember talking to my buddies and say, all right, it's all over for Trump now, after hearing that. This was an absolute crisis moment. Hope Hicks describes it vividly. And up until that time, Trump was not paying. And there was many times where the deadline to pay Keith Davidson, who was representing Stormy Daniels, had passed, and they had withdrawn the offer. And not until the Access Hollywood tape came out and his campaign started being attacked and he felt the pressure did he come out and make the actual deal. And then, of course, days before the election, when the Karen McDougal story leaked, he was also irate and angry about it days before the election, not because he was worried about Melania Trump, who was also involved in some of these, at least the coordinating of some of these calls, but he was worried about the effect on the campaign.
Hold on.
I have to ask Pisco. I want to ask Pisco.
I want to question Pisco first.
Yeah, hit me.
Jesus Christ.
Because I'm curious, right? So as you've described it, they did this in order to hide information that
When you say did this, what do you mean? Did this?
Like the payment
NDA,
penalties,
paying Stormy.
right? NDA, etc.
Yeah,
Why
they
is
paid
that
it for the campaign, yeah.
illegal?
The NDA is not illegal. Like a contract is not illegal.
Sure. So why? What's
So
the?
she would you would keep a copy of an
Hold on,
NDA,
stop,
right?
Gibbs, please. My question is, what is the underlying illegality of what was being done?
Yeah, the illegality was an illegal campaign contribution by Michael Cohen to Donald Trump in the form of a loan. That loan was the payment by Michael Cohen to Stormy Daniels' lawyer for the purpose of helping the campaign and with the expectation of reimbursement. And
okay,
that is a campaign.
So I would like to jump in because I know. Okay, we got it. We got what that was.
What do you mean we got? Wait. There are other laws.
So just leave Pisco talk for 15 minutes because Wick didn't understand the case. That's what's going on.
The other underlying illegality was the desire to create false tax records. And then what I think is probably the weakest theory, but it's not a circular theory, is that Trump intended to facilitate the false business records related to, Michael Cohen's organization of corporations and stuff like that.
That's a reversible error, Pisco, by the way. I want to touch on that. I think that's going to be the reversible error.
So I would like to finish up this point, if I may. So the point is this. In two instances, we've showed with just Hillary Clinton, and the truth would be that this would be many other people. And it is an apples-to-apples comparison in this part. You could say Hillary was so long ago. Right, so were these charges from 2016. Literally the same election. What's going on? So
what's the business record for the House?
Please.
Wait. What's the business record?
I'm not going to let you interrupt me. You just talked for a considerable amount of time.
What's the business record?
So the business record definitions are any records of a business that's submitted
for
to
an enterprise. What's the enterprise for Bill and Clinton?
Hillary for America?
Wait, no, for that house?
This is Weasley.
Wait a second, Rob. That's 1999, right?
Please.
That's 1999?
Please, I'm going to finish my point. I'm going to finish my point. So what I was talking about specifically here, and then we'll get to the House portion. What I was talking about specifically here was Hillary for America was the business entity in New York that had business records, the improper filings to the FCC, which the FEC said violated the law. And when you bring this up, like, okay, that's clear cut. Why weren't there even subpoenas on their records? Why wasn't there charges brought up? Pisco's just like, trust me, it's different. Trust me, I personally don't think it was a violation. Where it's more clear cut, because we're talking right now, Lactoid, me, and Pisco are talking about, can you have NDAs for the purpose outside the election? There is zero chance that you get opposition research, but for the purpose of an election. So both in the fact that a federal agency had already ruled, please shut up, Pisco. The federal agency already ruled that this was a violation of the law, and it is way more clear cut when it comes to the Trump case that this was actually a campaign expenditure.
Yeah, but they reported
it's clear they did not report it. They falsified the records. They falsified the records. They were reported, but they were falsified as the FEC ruled. So Pisco can say,
there was no final rule.
Look, if you don't shut him up, I'm just going to head out. I thought I was pretty polite. He's interrupted. I've interrupted a little, but he's interrupted more.
Shut up. You both interrupted each other fucking a lot. You can both get your time. I'll make sure you do. But if you're going to interrupt him, he's going to interrupt you. And I'm going to let it slide because, again, content. But the floor is yours now. Continue. But please, careful. Go ahead.
Now, don't tell me careful, right? He started with the interrupting. I admit everyone does it once in a while, but he just had a large chunk to talk. So I'd like an opportunity without him every 3 seconds to be interrupting. I think that seems reasonable. If you're incapable of handling it as moderator, that's fine.
Please, you have talked more to... if you had used the energy that you attack my moderation to make your point, maybe you'd be doing better right now. But you're not. So fucking finish. Go.
Anyways, Wick, what we see is that when it comes to the campaign finance violation, it was a clear-cut example. He doesn't have an argument. He just says, no, I don't feel that's the way. They didn't even investigate her. They could have found more evidence if they'd looked at Hillary for America as to whether or not what she ordered, but they didn't do it. And it's constantly this way. They constantly choose not to look into things when it comes to the opponents of Donald Trump. They chose not to give a bunch of people, when it came to the classified documents case of Hillary, they chose to give everyone immunity. With Trump's team, they choose to charge everyone, to go after as hard as possible. It's the same here with Bragg. It's clear as day. The other thing when it comes to the question of the House, we could see when it came to this payment of the House, it would be a campaign expenditure to be able to buy this house. So for example, if she got any sorts of loans like mortgages and didn't pay out of house, that would have been a loan that was given to her for the purpose of purchase, for a campaign purpose. And only argument that Pisco has is, no, trust me, there's exemptions. Well, you could choose to take Pisco's word, or you could choose to take the former FEC commissioner's word, Brad Smith, who actually was tasked for years with charging these sorts of violations, who wanted to testify in this trial, who says absolutely not. This was not an FEC violation, an election campaign violation, because these sorts of things wouldn't constitute. He specifically brings up the example of Hillary's house. And he says, by the book, if you read the statute as written, you would say, oh, well, this was for the purposes of the campaign. And therefore, if they didn't file it as a campaign expenditure, then that's misreporting of the campaign, which would mean that they at least violated campaign laws. We could talk about the falsification records earlier. The reason this matters is as follows. Because this would be tantamount to saying anything that could affect an election whatsoever would be a campaign finance expenditure. This means if it's a campaign finance expenditure, you're allowed to use campaign funds. That means, in effect, what Pisco is saying is, absolutely, that Clintons would be allowed to get a bunch of donations and purchase a house if it helped her win the election. And the other thing that's ridiculous about this is you can see how charitable it is when it comes to everyone other than Donald Trump. When it comes to Donald Trump, it doesn't matter that he was trying to shut this story up in 2011. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that we can see that the billionaire would have purpose to have other NDAs. And so you can see the double standard that's being employed here. Another question I have for anyone on the left, with the slush fund, the congressional slush fund that paid off women, if those payments occurred during a campaign, are those campaign expenditures?
Good question, Rob. What a great question. You understand there's an exemption for the federal government?
I do want to make sure other people...
Would it be a campaign expenditure is my
hang
question.
Hang on a second. Do you understand that the definition...
I want to make sure that Lactoid...
Yeah, I know, but...
Stop. I'll let you respond, please, my God. But I will let you respond, but I want to make sure to open it up again, because we talk about everyone getting equal time. Like, oh my God, you guys have really gotten a lot of time here. And I want to make sure that Josiah, Gibbs, Rashad, Lactoid all get time, but respond, and then we can go. Go ahead. Please go with yours.
Sorry. Yeah, so you understand that the federal government is not a person under Federal Election Campaign Act statute. Is that right, Rob?
Well, that could be true, but that wouldn't mean that it's not a campaign expenditure. You could just say they're exempt from...
Well, who gets to make campaign expenditures under the law, Rob? Is it persons?
Persons and corporations, like groups.
Is the federal government a person under federal election campaign law?
No. But let me ask you this. Are there...
Whoa. Let's just stop in that moment for a second, right? That is an interesting point to bring up because there's an exemption that could potentially apply. And you ridiculed me earlier by saying, exemption. There's a lot of exemptions here that I will look into the particular case of the House. I wasn't aware about it before. And now that I know it, I will look into that matter. And maybe there is a double standard if I look into it and see that something's wrong. I'm not going to take the word of some FEC stooge that Trump appointed and who wanted to testify for Trump. I'm not going to take the word of you right now sitting here. And no matter what, you're not going to argue to me that Bill and Hillary Clinton as a marital household constitutes an enterprise such that they would be liable to the false business records statutes. And so with respect, at least to the DA, I hope that you would agree that that payment for the house or mortgage or whatever that it was, that there's no sign of double standard with respect to the DA. Is that right, Rob and Lactoid?
Yeah, I'll answer. But even beyond that, the statute of limitations long beyond that anyway. So no, I'm not saying that Bragg or Cy Vance would had to look back at that. They should have. Please, let me finish. Please, your question is it a double standard that Cy Vance and Alvin Bragg didn't go back and prosecute?
That's not my question.
Well, then I'm sorry that I'll continue to answer. I'm sorry that you were unclear in the manner of question. That is your question. Let me ask you right now. I'm going to leave you. I'll leave you re-answer, but just to see if you're good faith. So the end of your question, what you're going to say is, no, I'm asking if the reason it's not a double standard that you didn't prosecute him for this specific reason. But what I just said was fundamentally true. Are you saying, Rob, that it's not a double standard that they didn't look into this?
No.
Okay, go ahead then.
That's not what I'm saying. I asked whether Bill and Hillary constituted an enterprise such that they're not liable under the business records for this payment so that there could be no double standard alleged with respect to the DA, not any particular DA, but the DA generally. So forget about the statute of limitations. Because Bill and Hillary Clinton are not an enterprise under the law, the business records statutes wouldn't apply to them, right?
We got it, right.
Do you agree with that?
So when you said the DA, you meant any DA. That's what you meant.
The New York DA.
That's what you meant. Any DA. Gotcha. Yeah. Right. It doesn't matter. Like it wouldn't be a double standard anyway. It wouldn't be a double standard anyways because it was far beyond the statute of limitations. As to the question of the falsification record, I would have to look into the specifics of these. When it comes specifically, again, just real quick, we have two examples that this would still be a federal election campaign violation, which we are talking about, which you don't need to be a business entity. And that's why we're talking about the House specifically. So what Pisco does is he moves the goalpost. When we're talking about was this a federal election campaign violation, he says, but it's not falsification of business records. Right. No one said that. We're talking about specifically if this was a federal election campaign. When it comes to Hillary for America actually being fined by the FEC for violating federal election campaign laws, Pisco's argument is, I don't think so. I think they were wrong. That's his argument. And so therefore it's not a double standard, which is bullshit. I'm sorry. I don't take someone who's a hyper-partisan like Pisco's word over the FEC that said that this was a violation.
Okay, I got a question.
Everyone stop. I want to be the other people have to talk here, right? It's not just the Pisco Rob show. Rashad had a question, then I know Lactoid wanted to go, and I want to make sure Gibbs and Josiah get speaking time. So Rashad,
Okay, just
Lactoid, then yeah.
Just a question. So if Hillary and them were fined for this, wouldn't that mean that they were held accountable? Because I feel like the argument
Hillary
here is drifting that.
fine, right? Like this is all a misrepresentation, and he even pretending that there's some like finding of guilt. What happened was a settlement. They didn't want to litigate it anymore, and so there is no like finding of guilt from a court or anything like that. This wasn't a criminal matter, as I said before. The FEC is a civil regulatory agency, and the standards for finding a criminal violation of Federal Election Campaign Act violations is very different than the standard for a criminal, obviously.
Yeah, you know the facts.
Lactoid will admit to that and say so. And there's nothing tying Hillary Clinton to what's going on there. It's a total red herring. And also the payment was reported. And again, you cannot say the same thing about the payments with respect to Trump.
The payments were falsified.
Okay, so a couple things. I wanted the reason that we're bringing up the House specifically is that if that was purchased for the purposes of an election, the question is not, again, I think Rob said, we're not talking about falsification of business records necessarily there. We're talking about whether or not this should have been logged as a campaign contribution. Now, my question for you, Pisco, is you said before, well, they could have bought a house for another purpose, which I agree with. What was, if you're saying that the payment to Stormy Daniels was specifically for the campaign, what was the motivation for Donald Trump paying Michael Cohen to go after Stormy Daniels in 2011? What specifically was that motivation if you're saying that the payment was only for the campaign? Was not mixed use.
So threatening to sue and sending a cease and desist letter for a story that's been admitted by Stormy Daniels, and I think maybe even contemporaneously had many errors in it and was up for like 24 hours. That is very different than being willing to you yourself make a payment. So you see the different postures there. One is a posture of admittedly false story and coming and sort of going after them and with a cease and desist. And you're asking what the motivation is. You know, there could definitely have been a reputational thing at stake there for sure. And no one's denying that there could be a background reputational thing. There are mixed motives all the time. The question is, would this payment have been made but for the campaign? Would they have paid but for the campaign?
Well, hold on. No, I disagree with that, right? Because again, despite the fact the house purchase was done for the purposes of living in New York to run, like you can still theoretically, like we can think about, okay, why there's plenty of reasons why you might there's plenty of reasons why you might want to buy a house too, to live in it, right? But in this case, we don't have to speculate. We have Donald Trump paying Michael Cohen, because I'm assuming Michael Cohen didn't work for free here, that they paid Michael Cohen to go after Stormy Daniels as early as 2011. So he's paying money to try to silence Stormy Daniels as early as 2011. Now you're saying this could be...
you don't know that. Because a lot of times Cohen was not paid for legal services. But you can go ahead.
Well, sure.
Yeah, just let him finish, please.
So I guess the assumption is that he paid Michael Cohen for his legal services, for working for him. Regardless, at the behest of Donald Trump, Michael Cohen was doing this, right? Was going after Stormy Daniels to try to shut her up as early as 2011. You're saying that's because of some kind of reputation interest, which I would agree with. I think there's
a false story as well.
There's absolutely a reputation interest in silencing Stormy Daniels. There's multiple instances in 2011 in which Michael Cohen was silencing Stormy Daniels. And so do these reputational interests just disappear once you get closer to the election? Absolutely not. Like, sure, there is this new motivation of wanting to look good.
Hold
on. Let him finish.
There's this new motivation that comes like when you're beginning to run for something, but there's obviously a mixed motivation here because there is this other motivation. If you're going to hold this standard, which is even a mixed motivation, if done for the purposes of campaign, needs to be reported as a campaign contribution, you get into just like wacko land.
You're misunderstanding.
Hold on, no, I'm not misunderstanding, because then you would have to log your water bill because showering looks good for the campaign, so you got to log your water bill as a campaign contribution. If you buy shampoo, you have to do that. What specifically am I misunderstanding?
So mixed motive is not what's bad here, right? It's not like saying, okay, this is good for this, but also for that. The question is the campaign a but for? That's the question. And there are, again, other exemptions relative here that might deal with certain kind of like if you're showering, if you purchase something for your hair, there are these kind of bona fide exceptions that exist in the law so that you don't get into this ridiculous territory. So just to be 1,000% clear, it's not, did you have any motivation for the campaign? It's, but for the campaign, does this contribution
Same
happen?
with the House.
So with this particular payment, and the reason why it's in 2011, think about the posture here. In 2011, it's take that down or we'll sue you. And now in 2016, it's, we'll give you all this money to shut up.
Well, because
that is a materially different posture.
I understand, because this is like it's ramping up, and obviously this isn't helping, right? Or this isn't stopping her, and so you get into this.
There's a reason that posture is different, Lactoid. There's a reason. It's the campaign.
So
let him answer, please.
Yeah, this is important, right? So the prior instances of attempting to shut her up that were unsuccessful absolutely can lead to an NDA at the end point. You and I both know this. There's plenty of cases that you might not settle right away, but then as you go on, as you get closer to trial, then you might settle it. Then you might pay more than you were initially willing to pay because of, well, shit, we're getting close to trial. Like, it's been going on a long time and they're not giving up. And the facts are actually kind of worse for us. And the things that we thought that we could do here and the testimony that we thought that we were going to get, it's simply not coming to fruition. There's that motivation. Is it absolutely true that when you're running for office, are you going to not want to look bad? For sure. I'm not saying that's like not a potential motivation. But when you're saying but for, beyond a reasonable doubt, by the way, Pisco, hold on.
Yeah.
The jury needs to be, like, you got to prove to the jury here that but for the election, beyond a reasonable doubt, when this evidence exists from 2011, that he could not have made this NDA payment without the campaign. That the evidence isn't there.
Okay.
So you think
quickly, concisely, that Gibbs is going to die.
It's just a coincidence that this, the sex happened in 2006, and 10 years later,
that's your argument with the House.
The deal was coming to a fruition anyway. But we have more evidence here with the campaign contribution. You have Hope Hicks' testimony under oath. Who knows better than the insiders who are part of Trump's campaign? Put aside Michael Cohen.
What did she say? Did you read that transcript of all that? Just
yes,
curious.
Yes, I did. David, I read that testimony. David Pecker is saying that this was part of an organized scheme to catch and kill. That's David Pecker. They had done it in the last year with 2 other stories, all funneled through AMI and the National Enquirer.
And in 2011,
he also told Dylan Howard that we are going to try to help the campaign, and to do that, I'm going to keep this whole thing that we got going on as quiet as possible.
You're right. Catch and kill's been going on since 2011.
Corroborates.
Yeah. Hold on. Catch and kill's been going on since 2011. Here's my ultimate point. You're saying that
when was the campaign?
Donald Trump's campaign, that was in 2015.
And 16.
Okay, so
and 16, not 2011.
But David Pecker, who's a part of this scheme of catch and kill, in 2016, he says, we are going to try to help the campaign. He is a part of this scheme. He is a witness to the crime.
I'm the one alleging mixed motive here. I'm saying that for sure, when you're going to run for something, just like in the case of Hillary Clinton, when you said, I think it was your word specifically, Pisco, well, there's other reasons why you might want to buy a house in New York. You said that. Hold on. I agree with that. There are other reasons
or cause.
Yeah. So
yes, it clearly is.
When you have Hillary Clinton, who specifically buys a house in New York because she's not eligible to run there, but the campaign had already started earlier that year, I think that's more reasonable to believe that's a but-for payment than opposed to this when you have litigation occurring as early as 2011, when Michael Cohen's tracking down Stormy Daniels, threatening her with lawsuits and threatening the publishers of her story with lawsuits to shut the fuck up. I mean, this has clearly been going on since 2011.
That's not an election made around that time.
Wait, to test your consistency, what you're saying is it's beyond a reasonable doubt that Hillary Clinton bought that house for the campaign, right? At that time.
No. I'm saying it's closer.
Are you saying it's
hold on. I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's closer. Okay. It's closer to beyond a reasonable doubt that she bought that house solely for the campaign and it should have been a campaign contribution than it is that Trump paid off Stormy Daniels solely for the campaign. It's closer.
Here we have insiders who are saying specifically that was the purpose. We have people in Trump's payroll saying that. Put aside Michael Cohen.
What the testimony of Weisselberg said.
Weisselberg wasn't called in. This is a red herring. I don't know why you're trying.
Well, I want to see where Rob goes with it. Rob, please.
He knows it wasn't. He's trying to do a little routine where he thinks that I'm going to say I don't know it because I didn't know he was called. Yeah, that's exactly what you're doing.
Like, again, I understand. Like, when you're, so two things here. One, we can see that Pisco is willing to be exceedingly charitable. Her literally starting the campaign and then basically knowing, oh shit, I can't run here unless I have a property. Now I'll buy a property. He says, no, I could think of other reasons. But with Trump and the NDA, who was trying to silence this in 2011, he says, beyond a reasonable doubt. I'll go further than Lactoid.
Easy.
I will say easily, I think it's beyond a reasonable doubt what Hillary Clinton did, that she bought that. However,
you agree, Trump.
However, listen, Pisco, I don't think that's a campaign violation, because I don't think those sorts of things would be things that would be reported, because the logical, if you inverse it, if you would listen to me, I would tell you why, because if you inverse that, if it's a campaign expenditure, that would intuit that you could use campaign funds for it, which means that you could then, I could literally purchase a house to like next week in California, because I could announce right now I'm running for office in California. Then I could take those donations and purchase a house. That's what you're saying. That would be a campaign expenditure.
Is it your position that buying a house in the way Hillary Clinton did, do you believe that to be a campaign expenditure or not?
No.
So you agree with me that that probably wasn't a campaign expenditure?
No, I agree. See, this is what
Pisco said that it's a campaign.
Pisco, come
on. This is what he's doing. So let me show you what Pisco's doing. What he's doing is this.
Hold on, just wait, Rob, you can. But after that, Gibbs is going to die. So right after Rob goes, we're going to let Gibbs go. Rob, go.
I'm saying that I don't think these sorts of things that you could intuit like, oh, well, then you could use campaign funds for this, should be things that qualify as campaign expenditures. So when I say that I think certainly she bought that with the intent, 100% beyond a reasonable doubt, to run in the campaign. It was for the purpose of the campaign, but she still shouldn't be charged. The same argument I'm making with Trump. Pisco's the one who's being disingenuous. He says with Trump, it's beyond a reasonable doubt, absolutely. But with Hillary, who it's clear, can you give me any possible motivation, you're going to tell us with a straight face, that Hillary Clinton starts campaigning in New York, and then realizes she has to have a property there, so she then, after starting the campaign, buys the house in New York. Why that would... Go ahead.
It could have been the other way around, as you think. What you're saying is it's obvious that she bought the house to run in New York, but it could be that she's planning to run in New York because they wanted to live in New York.
That doesn't matter. The purchase of the house at that point.
That's the reasonable doubt. Wait, hang on a second. That's the reasonable doubt standard, beyond a reasonable doubt standard. In the Trump case, there's way more evidence of Trump's intent. 100%. Yes, it's not even.
Unlike that, we don't have evidence that Hillary was shopping for a house in New York. It's 6 years prior. With Trump, we have evidence that he was attempting to get this story silenced 5 years prior to when he made these payments. So anyone who's being reasonable, I think that me and Lactoid have a reasonable position where we say, both of us are saying, yeah, there's certainly motivation for the campaign for both. It seems worse for Hillary, but we wouldn't charge either of them. That's our argument. Your argument is, and it's like this with every single issue, no, it's only what Trump did exclusively. You're making literally the exact same argument with the FEC violations, which I'd be more than happy to go through Hillary of America and the disingenuous falsified documents she sent to the FEC. If you'd like, we could talk specifics.
Why don't we talk about first? Let's deal with the House.
No, hold on. No, we're going to circle the drain, and then we're never going to get off of this. And we do need to get to other people. I swear to God. Just for the record, Trump was considering running for president in 2012. So simply it being in 2011.
No. Hold on. Hold on.
It doesn't really
no. Trump said he was not going to run in May of 2011, and then it was October of 2011 was when Michael Cohen was hunting down these stories.
Sure, but Trump says a lot of shit, so you know.
But he was not running, and he said he was not going to run.
Fair enough.
When Michael Cohen was hunting down these stories.
Okay, but Gibbs, please.
Yeah, so I have a couple of questions on one maybe somebody can answer. I mean, I'm not going to talk about what y'all have been talking about, but I do want to talk about some of the witnesses here again real quick. Let's talk about Stormy Daniels, right? She just had her fraud case dismissed, where she ended up having to pay Trump because they found it, lacking. The whole case that was basically where they presented this NDA that Trump never signed. And so they presented this. Her lawyer was Michael Avenatti, a known scam artist who just sat here and made some bullshit up, then got arrested and tried, is in jail to this day for things related to that trial. That's the start of this, right? This is where, and so it behooves you to think, hey, maybe, is it possible that a scam artist and a hooker got together and said, hey, you know what we're going to do? We know Trump's running for president. Let's go and blackmail him and have a bullshit thing that put out in the public. And since people hate him, we're just going to run with it. Oh, and then when it goes to a civil trial, The burden of proof is lower in a civil trial, and they still dismissed it. And so then when we come to the criminal court case now, that's the evidence you're going to use and say, hey, we have this NDA of the hush money that only Stormy Daniels signed. Her lawyer who presented it is a convicted con artist. And the only people that can connect it to her is a perjurer from the National Enquirer and his El Jefe buddy over there at the National Enquirer who published things like, hey, I don't know, the aliens built the pyramids. It's outrageous that y'all are going to sit here and act like this is any kind of real credibility.
But Hope Hicks corroborated it too.
Hold on. And we're going to sit here and we're going to act like it's anything credible. When we talked about business documents for the last hour and a half, I heard the most nitpicky bullshit of ticky-tack little things on business documents, and you can't even present me with an NDA that Trump allegedly signed when Trump has sat here the entire time.
No one alleges he signed it.
Trump
I have new evidence.
And denied even meeting her multiple times. It's he said, she said, and they went and took the little tattletales and turned it into a politically motivated trial to try to stop him from being elected president because they have a dimension for the
person who's alleged to have made the facilitated the payments testified. Hope Hicks also basically snitched and cried on the stand after snitching. And then on top of that, Karen McDougal is another person who had a payment made to her around the time of the election as well. So it's not even like it's just a
I have new evidence.
We have other payments that were made at the time.
Chronology.
Can I say new evidence real quick?
We're just going to let him say everything he just said.
Hold on. We're not. Everyone's going to get a chance to respond. But you can't all respond at once because no one can hear what you're saying. So I'm going to let everyone here respond. This is the order we're going to go in. We're going to go Lactoid. We're going to go Pisco. We're going to go Rashad. I don't know if Rob wanted in this or not.
Sure.
Sure. And then we'll get Rob. But then I have one more question before we close to the end, right? But it's going to be a while. So we're going to start with that. So that's the order. Lactoid, Pisco, Rashad.
I only want to say one thing. I found some evidence. I found a New York Times article from 1999, and the Clinton campaign specifically said that she was moving to New York because she has to live there to run for Senate.
Yeah,
it was not that they were going to live there anyway. That's not true.
Just to be clear, I will look into the 1999 purchase of the home and come back on what my thoughts are about whether or not it proves a double standard. I think that that's fair for me to look at all the facts and to look at the law. And if there is no exception or if there is a business record at issue, I'll come forth and say to Rob, they are an enterprise. Actually, it was wrong. The marital couple can be an enterprise. There is a business record, or
that's nothing. That's not
even
what we're saying.
even under the underlying. Hang on. I'm going to address everything. So don't worry about it.
You bring up a point no one's arguing.
I'm being comprehensive. So
no, you're not. You're poisoning the well.
Hey, hang on. So Rob, you are not arguing that the DA should have charged Hillary Clinton. That's right? Okay.
Not in the House case. In the other case, yes.
Okay. So just to be 100% clear,
it's a federal election violation based on your interpretation.
Okay. And Trump was not charged federally for a federal election crime. Is that right?
That's correct. The feds didn't think he committed that crime.
Did the feds treat Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump equally with campaign finance?
The argument is as follows.
Yes or no? Can you give me a yes or no?
No.
Wait, so Hillary Clinton, who was fined, was treated better?
No. Then it wouldn't be equal if they were treated differently, right?
But I'm just asking.
No. Rob, let me ask you direct. So you said no, they're not being treated equal, correct? Can you elaborate on that?
One got fined.
I want to let Rob elaborate on it, please.
No, one got fined, the other wasn't. What we're talking about specifically here, though, is states being able to basically charge through other means federal election violations, which is absurd in its face. So what happens is, even if the feds treated both, not really equally, but treated both with some sort of fairness, the state is alleging that there was a federal crime that was committed that they're using as the underpinning and the unlawful means for the state or for the crime that they have jurisdiction over.
So you just said the New York couldn't charge her.
What's that?
I thought you just said that you're not alleging. Wait. You asked me for clarification. I'm giving you clarification. Mm-hmm. You just conceded that more or less, they find Hillary, but more or less the feds treated them similarly with respect to Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump. So in terms of the DOJ, you're saying there is fairness and parity. With respect to the Manhattan DA, you're saying there's not parity. But again, what you just admitted, I thought you said that you don't know at this moment whether or not there would have been a chargeable offense by the DA in 1999.
The question is, it's not a matter of if it would be a chargeable offense. We're talking about what constitutes federal election violations. And we're saying that if we're saying what Trump did would have constituted a federal election violation, regardless of this law in New York, the falsifying business record, regardless of 1715-2, right, the conspiracy to affect election, just the idea, because you have to prove the unlawful means as well to be able to charge Trump for this stuff. And so if we're saying one of the unlawful means is this federal election violation, then we're saying, okay, but this seems to open us up to a lot of problems, because this would mean that we could look at all sorts of situations. And by the way, we're just using Hillary as an example. This literally happens all the time, right? Thousands of people we could now go back and prosecute if it's within the statute of limitations for the Federal Election Commission, because we could say, oh, you bought that house, that's a campaign expenditure. And to prove the absurdity of this, I will again ask Pisco, which I haven't heard him answer. Does that mean your reading of this would be that I could run for office, get campaign contributions, and use them to purchase a house, as long as I say, well, I purchased the house for the election. I could purchase a Corvette, I could purchase a house, I could anything I want, as long as I say, but for the election, I wouldn't have purchased this.
Yeah, so I'm not here to justify your implicit assumption there that anything that equates to a campaign expenditure, you can use campaign funds for.
Can you give me an example?
Hang on a second. I do not know that to be a correct statement of law, that just because you can use, that it can be qualified as a campaign expenditure means, therefore, that you can use campaign funds. Those concepts don't necessarily, in my mind at least, as not a Federal Elections Act expert, those concepts don't seem to be necessarily linked.
The expert weighed in. He disagreed with you, by the way.
So just to be 100% clear, I'm not ready to onboard that assumption, number one. And number two, again, whether or not it's an expenditure or a contribution, the House, I don't know if the residence that you're using to establish residency to even run in the election itself constitutes a campaign expenditure. I'm just not sure about that. And I told you I'm going to look into the purchase of that house and get back to you. But right now, as I stand here, I'm not willing to make a declaration that just because you're using a residence, you can use campaign funds.
May I ask? I'm sorry.
Yes, you can. Yeah, you can. But I'll give it to you first, right, for this, because I know everyone's got a panel after this, and I want to make sure we cover the three topics that I wanted to cover. And the last topic that I wanted to cover, and it's probably going to open it up to more than just the lawyers here, right? Will this affect the election outcome at all? So we have had a situation, right, where whether it was lawfare or not, whether he was actually guilty or not, Trump specifically, has been found guilty, right? He is convicted. He hasn't been sentenced yet. We don't know we don't know if it'll come to appeals, if it'll be overturned to appeals. We don't know, but it has happened. Will this affect the upcoming election in November? If so, how so? And if not, why not? Josiah, you can start with your own question first and then get into that, but I do want to bring the focus to that.
I'll ask my question real quick and then I'll answer. So my question is for Pisco and Lactoid in particular, but Rob can weigh in if he wants. It seems like a lot of the conversation was about one of three of potential unlawful means at the third tier of the logic chain. So again, I'm not an attorney, but let's say I grant you all of that there's no case to be made that he knowingly violated federal election campaign law. Well, hang on just real quick, but what about the other two? Like if the jury says, okay, listen, like if the 12 jurors said, yeah, of those three, that's not one that we thought that we could make the case for. But what about the other ones like falsifying business records and I think like some like tax violation? Like could the verdict still be legitimate by the technical letter of the law if you've only eliminated one of the three potential unlawful means? And I'd like the attorneys, but even Rob, if they want to weigh in.
So so we talked about the tax stuff initially. I made my position clear on that. And then we talked about the election finance thing. The one thing we haven't talked about is the kind of middle one, right? The falsification of business records as regards the steps that Michael Cohen took to acquire the money. I actually think this is the weakest of the three. I think most people agree it's the weakest of the three, but I think it's actually so weak that it's reversible to even put it on the in the.
When you say reversible, you mean like with appeals?
To have the instruction, he's basically saying no reasonable juror could have come to the conclusion.
And the reason why I don't think any reasonable juror could come to that conclusion is because, again, I haven't read through all the transcripts, but my understanding is that no evidence was presented that Donald Trump knew anything about the business records that Michael Cohen was falsifying in order to get that money. And if they tell the jury, you can find him guilty based on this, but there's no evidence in the record, put in as to Trump's knowledge or how Trump could have known about the setting up of those business records to acquire the money, then how possibly could the jury have decided it on that basis? And we don't know if the jury decided it on that basis. And if they did, they decided it based on no evidence.
But there is evidence on the record. The phone call that's recorded, you hear him saying he's going to set up an LLC to make and to facilitate an illegal corporate contribution, and that is the illegal corporate contribution of AMI. As I'm sure Lactoid is aware, corporations cannot make election contributions; they're just not allowed to. And you hear in the call that Michael Cohen references he's making an entity to do so. And so I don't know that you're going to win on that argument. It's possible, but again, I'm not saying that there's not going to be a basis here to uphold. I don't think that's the strongest one. I think that there is evidence on the record that suggests he might have actually known about that stuff.
The bigger point, Ponder, to answer your question.
Yeah, go ahead, Rob.
The bigger point is, technically you're right? Like if in a normal trial, if you only have to meet one of the three and you meet one, then that would be enough to prove it was an unlawful means. But the problem is if one of the three get tossed out here, because the way the judge gave the instructions, where he said that they did not have to all pick one, that would mean that the case has to be thrown out, and here's why. Regardless of what jurists would say now, they did not put on any sort of official documentation that they were voting or that they were finding him guilty of a particular unlawful means. That means that any reasonable appellate court would have to say, well, listen, if one of these three goes out, we don't know. Possibly one of the jurists found Trump guilty because he thought this federal election campaign. He violated. And so if it's not there, there would be no choice at that point but to appeal, which I believe, this is a conspiracy theory, but I'll admit it, I believe the judge purposely did that, knowing that it'll be overturned on appeal because... let me restate. It's not that he purposely knew that this was likely to be overturned on appeal, but he did it anyways because he wanted to make it as likely as possible that Trump would be convicted.
Wait, so it doesn't even make sense at all. Like, instead of ascribing a motive that I think is the most likely, which is he's following the precedent from People versus Mackey. That is a case where the same language is in the burglar statute, where, think about this. Imagine there's a burglary, and a burglary is like going into a dwelling, a breaking in with the intent to commit a crime therein, right? The finding in People versus Mackey, this old case from the Court of Appeals, which is the highest New York court, said you don't need to agree on what the underlying crime is when you burglarize. If you burglarize and some of you agree that it's to kill, some of you agree to rape, that's okay, it's a jury instruction. Instead of saying, well, no, they're following the example of People versus Mackey, which seems to be on point. Maybe it's not, but that seems to be the most on point precedent and the most normal. He says it's a conspiracy. It's a conspiracy to maximize conviction while jeopardizing appeal, the fact that it's going to stay with no evidence. And he just told you that there's no evidence, but he believes it nonetheless.
That's right.
That should give you an insight about how his mind operates.
Yeah,
he believes things on no evidence.
Well, we know what the last topic we'll get to is. We'll talk about an insight to how your mind operates. But again, I'd like you to address the main point, which is regardless of what my feeling is, which I admitted I didn't have specific evidence for, if one of these gets overturned, right, and says that that wasn't one that was legitimate, that you agree that that's justification for an appeal, correct?
If no reasonable juror could have come to the conclusion that the falsification of business record charge could stick, again, I'm not specifically familiar with New York case law on that, but I would think as a constitutional matter, there would be serious concerns. And again, subject to me reading up on the specific case law, I'm pretty sure that would be, the result would be vacated.
I read that burglary case, by the way, real quick.
Sure, yeah, real quick, but then Josiah needs to finish his point.
I think the important thing here is in that burglary case, you still had to prove the mens rea on the person,
correct,
like who intended to commit a crime.
Yeah, and they had to do that here. They had to do that here, and that's what I guess you're not fully conceptualizing the election law here, and you're thinking that they have to know that the law, like that the law is what it is, and that they've knowingly violated it, as opposed to intending the acts that constitute the unlawful act.
So my thing is
that is necessary for the intent of the underlying action, right? That's what I'm trying to say.
Correct.
Hang on. In order to intend an illegal campaign contribution, do you think you need to know that it is illegal?
If you're falsifying business records with that intent, I would think so. Otherwise, Pisco, think about it's pretty obvious, right? Let's say you don't know let's say Trump had no idea whatsoever how this would affect his taxes, even though let's say it would give him a benefit in taxes. Let's say he had no idea about that. Sure, maybe you could charge him under some kind of tax law, right? But how could you prove that when he was falsifying the business records, he was doing that with the intent of committing tax fraud if he had no idea how it would affect his taxes?
Because the underlying taxing requires not that you know it's illegal, but that you're intentionally misrepresenting. That's the intent. The intent is the underlying conduct that is lying on the tax form. That's where the intent comes in. Not knowing what you're doing is illegal. If you're purposely misrepresented on the tax, you don't need to show beyond a reasonable doubt that he knew that conduct was legal. You need to show beyond a reasonable doubt that he purposely lied to the IRS. That's where the intent comes in.
Potentially for some. Hold on. Maybe not intentionally lied,
but
there could be like a tax violation potentially here. What I'm trying to say is, again, going back to the hypothetical, I just want an answer to this. Let's say Trump had no idea how this would affect his taxes, okay? He didn't know if this would raise his taxes or lower his taxes.
But he knew he was lying.
No, hold on. He didn't. Lying about what?
Did he know he was lying on his for the IRS things?
No. At the time of falsifying the business records, what do you think that he knew that he was lying about?
Because he was representing that this was income paid to Michael Cohen. They took out payroll tax and they structured it on fake legal services for a retainer that didn't exist. And so the question is to you, do you think that if he knowingly lied on that tax form, assume it. I'm not asking you to say that whether you think it is not. Assume he knowingly lied on that tax form, knowing that this was not income and knowing it was a reimbursement. Do you think that constitutes all the elements of tax fraud and the intent to commit tax fraud, which is an element of tax fraud?
I think if he knowingly committed tax fraud, like if he knowingly lied on his taxes specifically, then perhaps
he committed tax fraud.
Hold on, then there could be a potentially a charge there. But what I'm saying is, hold on. But what I'm saying is, wait. I'm getting to the meat, and this is what. Don't cut me off. So what I'm trying to, there's like two problems here. First of all, I don't think that evidence was put into place that proved that at the time of the falsification of the business records, this was being done with the intent of committing tax fraud, that he had any idea about how this would affect his taxes, or that he would even lie in his taxes necessarily. And then two, was there any evidence that he knowingly falsified his taxes?
Yeah, so the greater includes the lesser here. He actually did falsify his taxes. That's the greater includes the lesser. But no, when you say knowingly, would you agree that assuming he hang on a second, Lactone. This is a real quick syllogism. Would you agree that if he knew that this was false and he was misrepresented to the IRS, that he committed the crime of the underlying crime?
If at the time of filling out his taxes, he knew that it was false, but he decided to click on the submit thing anyway on TurboTax. Yeah, sure.
Okay, so doesn't the greater include the lesser? Where are you getting the willfulness standard from? Where are you getting the knowledge?
Because the falsification of business records, in order for that to become the felony, it has to be done at that time with the intent of doing something else. So when he's falsifying those business records, is he in his mind thinking, aha, when I'm going to falsify these business records so I can commit tax fraud? He's not thinking that.
When he is structuring this payment as income, where as a businessman he would know that they're going to make payroll representations. You're by definition going to be making representations to the IRS. And so for you, I think.
Are you talking about TurboTax?
Did any evidence come in about that?
First of all, there's a ton of evidence about Donald Trump's knowledge about general business practice, his fastidiousness, his sort of attention to detail, all that in terms of Trump.
Could he have forgot?
And it is implicit in when you're talking about payroll income, when they doubled it up for taxes. Remember that little form, the smoking gun, where it says.
Well, that wasn't Trump though, right?
I understand that, but it's understood by the players, and I guess you're conceding now that those are false reports.
So I'm working under the assumption that they are false reports.
Would you agree that it is or not? Just for my, you agree they're false?
I don't know, right? The reason I didn't focus on that is because if it's not the felony, you can't charge for the false reports anyway, because the statute of limitations is gone, so it's legally moot.
Whether it's legally moot or not, it's one of the elements of the felony is that these are false. You agree they're false?
They probably, but again,
okay.
The question in my mind is like,
good to know.
Hold on, is it common practice to reimburse attorneys for NDAs under legal services? Maybe.
Answer no.
Hold on, maybe.
You're a lawyer. You know that's not. Hang on. You're not gonna. No. This is what's crazy, right? You know.
No, I'm not a New York lawyer. Shit's crazy over there.
You know that if you're paying a reimbursement, you're not going to get taxed on it. Why would you, as a business, tax yourself?
I agree that it was stupid, but I think the fact that it was stupid
But it's
kind
not just.
Well, hold on, wait.
Let him answer the question.
The fact that it's stupid, I actually think sort of goes to the argument that Trump didn't do this with the intent of committing tax fraud.
It's the opposite.
Because why would you lie? Why would you falsify records with the intention of paying more taxes? Like that?
Because he's willing to pay.
I don't think he was thinking about
that. Because he's not dumb in that respect. He is willing to pay more to hide it. Otherwise, you're saying he just wants to structure it this way because he doesn't know anything about tax. But it's clear that they know about taxes. These are wait. Just one last thing. For evidence of this, Donald Trump, I think, has literally said no one knows more about taxes than me. I do all this taxing. I think he's literally made the Lactoid. He
said that about everything.
I'm throwing a
He knows more about space than most people.
The drain, and we're
he
going
knows
to
more about physics.
We have a hard cutoff here because you have other places to go. I know Rob has his 10 minutes he wants with Pisco on the Bowman thing that I want to make sure.
Oh, I'm not going to give that to him. No.
Well, you're
run?
Yeah, you're run. So to be coward.
Pisco running, coward. Here he is, coward Pisco. Go ahead, tell us how you're running.
To be 1,000%, 1,000,000,000% clear, everyone on this panel prepared for a discussion about the Donald Trump cases and the implications on corruption. For Rob Noor, big baby that he is, to turn this conversation and disrespect the audience, the panel, and the reason we're here by sort of executing on a vendetta.
We're spending more time talking about
totally irrelevant
That's what you're doing. Right.
On some totally irrelevant matter is beyond the pale. I refer everybody to our previous conversations about Jamal Bowman. The matter does not need to be discussed any longer.
If you want to run, you could run. I will talk to the audience. You could run if you need to run.
That'll be the last 10 minutes regardless. That'll be the last 10 minutes. Until then,
you'll hear a screed and some convoluted thing about
he'll run because he knows he's wrong. And the reason that it's important to bring up, because we just heard Pisco go why it's not important. You remember when he asked me earlier when he said to the audience, see, this is the type of character Rob is. You remember when he said that? Now we're talking about different concepts. We're talking about different concepts and interpretations of the law. And you've heard Pisco say various times. He disagrees with the biased former FEC chairman that says that this was it. He disagrees with him. And he disagrees with the FEC that violated
bias. Right. Rob, let me, because that way you guys can go at it afterwards.
That's fair.
I'm not going at it. Rob can have
That's fine. That's fine. Whatever. So to answer the question about the impact on the election, I think it's too soon to tell. So a couple of things. Reportedly, I don't know if this has been confirmed yet, but Donald Trump raked in a fuck ton of money in the 24 hours after the conviction, small dollar donors and things like that. He's been lagging behind President Biden in terms of fundraising. This could close the gap. We'll see what happens. We'll see what Biden reports. On the other hand, the consistent polling post-conviction shows a tick towards Biden or a reduction in Trump's favorability. So, but again, it's too soon to tell. I think that the general conception is whether or not you think that the verdict here was legally valid, it is considered by far the weakest of the cases against Trump. And I think that it will have the least impact on this. But also, to be clear, because this election will undoubtedly be razor thin, if Trump loses support on the margins, it will cost him the election. He has to maximize. He's never won the popular vote against any of his peers. So he has to overperform in terms of support. He has to win back swing states that he lost from President Biden. Biden has a greater margin for error in terms of what he can lose. But Trump also has been consistently pulling ahead. I still think this election is a wash as of right now. And there's evidence either way, depending on which metric you want to use, fundraising versus polling. That's my position.
It's election interference. That's what it is.
So any other thoughts on that?
Yes.
Gibbs? Go ahead.
Yeah, so I think it's basically everything just Pondering Politics just said here.
No, you got it, but Bibbs, you can use my name. Yeah, you're good.
I appreciate it. Yeah, well, you're gonna laugh at the anything I have to say here, but I definitely got to say, Absolutely, he's correct. He had the website crashed. 54 million was reported in the first 8 to 24 hours. 6 points up in polling. I gotta say, when I went out there clubbing this weekend, probably a bad idea considering my eyeballs, but I'd never seen so many people so quickly get mugshot hot T-shirts from his last one that said "Free the Dawn," and like walking around, people I knew that were like hardcore Democrats their whole life suddenly were saying, "We're gonna vote for Trump. That's someone we want. They're out to get him." Yada yada. Now, I do want to add one thing before I turn it over because I know this is probably the last time I'll get to speak here. I would like to point out one thing. I never want to hear anybody, especially my conservative friends, say that Wick doesn't give a fair shake, because we've had some conservatives talk a lot here tonight, and I did do it on a hunch after openings. I should have done it for Rashad too, but I didn't. I started timing my time and Josiah's time here, and Josiah came in before his last statement with a whopping, of all the time we've been here, 4 minutes and 37 seconds of talking, and I had a massive 5 minutes and 43 seconds. So if anybody thinks I'm a blowhard, I just want you to know, y'all can all suck my dick. That's bullshit. But Wick let everybody else talk. I want to say that Wick was very outstanding as a moderator. He definitely let the people that were the most
You don't have to
impassioned
suck my
go.
dick. No,
And no, I'm not sucking you. I'm saying this is a bullshit. I want remediation. We're suing for slander now. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, so
Let me
4
ask.
minutes 37.
Let me ask the
5:38.
lawyers real quick to answer this question. Just real quick, and I'll get to my answer. Is a violation of due process unlawful?
I think by definition, Constitution is the supreme law of the land. You violate the Constitution, you violate the law.
Okay, then I would argue that if Donald Trump wins election, Alvin Bragg and his prosecution team should be prosecuted under 1715 too, because they have affected the election using unlawful means. If this is overturned on appeal and it turns out that Trump received due process violations, for which there are grounds for many, would you concede, since you've conceded it's unlawful, that that was a group of people, the prosecution team, that came together to affect an election and did so under unlawful means by violating his due process? And would you support Alvin Bragg and his team's conviction?
No, absolutely not. I think it would be preposterous to think that you could meet the intent requirement that they knowingly, and in this case, knowingly violated his due process.
No, they only had to take the steps that they knew would constitute what that's what you just said on tax violations. That was your interpretation.
No,
they don't have to know that they were violating his due process. They just had to knowingly take the steps to violate his due process.
So there's a big misunderstanding. So one thing is the underlying actus reus, the thing that is the tax violation, is the lying, not the knowing violation of the law. That is what.
It's the opposite.
Why are you telling me that's not true? So you think that, again, I just had this exchange with Lactoid where he admitted that if the facts I said were true, that Donald Trump would have committed the actual act of tax violation. And the only reason why an additional mens rea would be required would be because of this election statute, the way he's interpreting it, which we'll look into.
Yes, I agree with that. Same thing here.
But that is not at issue here because, or sorry, the underlying act itself, which is the tax violation, is the lying. If you're saying that someone is...
That's not true.
Hang on a second.
No, wait. Explain yourself. Let me get clarification.
That's not true. Yeah.
You're saying not that the lying's what constituted tax fraud. The tax fraud's the tax fraud. You're saying the intent to commit tax fraud, it's the lie that's the intent.
Intent to commit the acts that constitute the tax fraud in terms of the lying to the IRS intentionally. Okay. And of course, the way you're still going to have to prove that they lied knowingly, and that's obviously going to be with, that's the burden of the prosecution to do. But with a due process violation, you have to know that they intend to violate their due process.
I disagree.
Rob, but I want to hear Lactoid's answer to your question as well. I'm very curious.
So again, Bisco will say this is not what he's saying, but it sounded to me like he was saying with the tax fraud violations when Lactoid brings up the idea of intent. The argument isn't that Trump had to know the tax laws and intend to violate the tax laws. It's that Trump did violate tax laws, and he intended to take the steps that did violate them, regardless if he knew it was a violation or not, correct?
That he intended to knowingly, maliciously lie.
No, that's not true.
So here the equivalent would be...
Let me finish. Yeah. What you're doing is, you can never just answer a question yes or no. You're saying the lie is what constitutes the fraud, correct?
The lying to the IRS about...
So another way of saying what you just said would be that he didn't have to intend to commit tax fraud. He had to intend to take the steps. In this case, the step was a lie. And that's why he has intent.
Right.
So you can't answer yes or no. I know.
So hang on a second. So the equivalent here would be if Alvin Bragg knowingly deprived Donald Trump of his due process rights, knowingly, then I think that might be grounds for, to affect the election, that might be grounds for a violation of the statute.
But why is it that that's not true? He doesn't have to understand what the law is on a due process violation. According to you, he would only have to knowingly take the steps that were a due process violation. You have no argument why that's not the case. You have none. No, you don't.
Lactoid will agree with me because Lactoid knows that there's no strict liability as an assumption for criminal laws. He understands. So the kind of thing that you're proposing, Rob, would be strict liability for violating due process, which, of course, if that were the case, then there are a lot of due process violations that Donald Trump was found for and for Biden, but it's not the case. And there's also
you're wrong.
Pisco,
he's going to agree with me. He's about to agree with me.
Well, Pisco, I think what you're missing, what Rob's trying to do right now is he's trying to point out a perceived inconsistency on your behalf.
Yeah, but he's failing.
You can think that, right? But what he's saying is that, my position is, and the position we've had, is that there needs to be some kind of intent to commit another crime. But you're saying that, well, no, he needs to have done this, and then, with the intent, well, not even that. He has to have done this and then intentionally done something afterwards. It seems as though that's the point you're making. I think you can disagree with the. Well, I want to finish. You can disagree with the characterization of that, Pisco, but that's what he's trying to do. In terms of the actual question as to whether or not they should go after Alvin Bragg, I think I can be consistent here and say, I think that you would have to find. Look, do I think that the judge is biased? Yes, he violated ethics codes to donate money to a campaign against Trump. He should not have done that, and that's a problem when that judge is now deciding things for Donald Trump. You have Bragg, who has absolutely, is of course biased, right? Now, just because he's biased doesn't necessarily mean that I think that he should be criminally prosecuted. I would agree with Pisco that in this case, you would have to show that he intended to go after Trump unlawfully. Now, I think the point you're making, though, is that maybe I can hold that position consistently because I also think that Trump, in order to show that he intended to commit another crime, that you have to show the mens rea there, and then to commit the crime. And you're saying Pisco is being inconsistent because he has a different standard for Bragg as opposed to Donald Trump.
Pisco's argument is this, and he's trying to weasel out of it, but his argument is this. He didn't have to intend to break tax laws. He had to intend to do the things that constitute the breaking of the tax law. So in this case, the lying, the misrepresented. He may have done that and not known that that was a violation of tax laws, but the tax law says if you lie and misreport, it's a violation. So all you have to do is prove the intent that he took the actions that would constitute a violation of tax law, which means that it doesn't matter if he knew. I don't see a reason that Pisco's differentiating why that would be different here. And I'm pointing out let me finish, right? And so the argument would be, if an appeal court says clearly Alvin Bragg violated his due process rights by not including the specific underlying charges in the indictment, or through several other arguments that might be said that the prosecution violated his due process, the argument would seem to entail then, well, Alvin Bragg didn't have to know that was a violation of due process. He just had to know that he was taking the actions that would then later be determined a violation of due process. Did he know that he was not including, in this case, the specific underlying crimes in the indictment? Yes, he clearly knew he was taking that action. He'll say, oh, but I didn't think that was a violation of due process. Just like Trump could say, oh, but I didn't know that was a violation of tax law, and Pisco says that doesn't matter.
Okay, we're gonna hold on just before everyone goes, because again, I want to make sure that the time we end and we give everyone the time they need. So after you respond, Pisco, what's going to happen is we're going to go to closing statements, and then after that, we're going to give, and you can stay, and I invite you to, and I hope you will. We're going to give Rob those 10 minutes that I promised him, because I'm a man of my word.
Have the floor.
Right? To talk about the Jamal Bowman and Pisco stuff.
Yeah, he can go at his heart's will.
Stay.
I understand that, yeah.
You don't have to. Okay.
Okay.
So respond to that, closing statements, then yes.
So the normal rule, as everyone understands, is that ignorance of the law is not a defense to crime. You cannot say, for example, I didn't know murder was illegal. I didn't know, depraved heart, whatever, driving drunk was illegal. Ignorance is not an excuse to the criminal law. When I described that, Trump didn't need to know he was breaking the tax law, although I think that there'd be sufficient evidence to conclude that he did know that he was violating the tax law. So even if what Lactoid was saying is true, I would still think that he's guilty. But if it were, all I was doing when I was describing that is describing the normal presumption, that presumption being ignorance is no excuse. With respect to this new theory that Rob is proposing, the underlying act would be a deprivation of due process rights. And his distillation, where it would include Alvin Bragg's prosecution to be consistent, does not include a knowing component, or intentional component. The tax violation still has a knowing and intentional component, even taking out the ignorance of the law. And what what Rob is describing is a kind of crime where the underlying bad conduct is the knowing deprivation of due process. And I would agree, if Alvin Bragg knowingly deprived Donald Trump of his due process rights to affect the election, that probably should be considered under that statute. But absent that, there is no inconsistency in a crime where the actus reus are these intentional lies, and another crime where the theoretical actus reus would be the knowing deprivation. And so there's no inconsistency. I'm just applying normal rules.
He conflict. I'll just say real quick here, right? Like, there is entirely possible that there are legitimate reasons and issues on the books that say you can't go after prosecutions and things like that. That I understand. But in the exact way that Pisco's saying how we would apply this, that if Trump didn't have to know, ignorance of the law and all that, we get all that, he didn't have to know that he was breaking the law. He had to know that he was taking the steps. That would be a violation of the law. That's all he had to know. And so the question is, did he know? Because if Trump stands up and says, I didn't know that was a violation of tax law, Pisco going to say, it doesn't matter. Lactoid says, but then he didn't have mens rea. He didn't have intent to break the law. Pisco says, it doesn't matter if he had intent to break the law. All that matters, he had intent to take the actions that constituted breaking the law. Pisco can, like he says, but there's no knowing. There is knowing. Pisco, yes or no? Did Alvin Bragg know that he didn't include this under the unlawful means in the indictment? Yes or no?
So again, that
can't answer. He cannot answer.
So it was his.
Can't answer.
It was
Pisco
his
can't
belief.
answer. He can't answer. Now he's going to give another closing statement on this.
His belief.
Right? So we're going to go. He can't answer. He cannot answer.
It was so he
cannot answer.
So Alvin Bragg reviewed. So just to be clear, Alvin Bragg reviewed his own indictment.
He can't answer. Alvin Bragg can't do it. He cannot answer.
Alvin Bragg.
Pisco cannot answer. This is classic.
Alvin Bragg.
Why wouldn't he say no? Why wouldn't he say
yes?
Can't
I'm
answer.
answering his question. I'm not going to pigeonhole him.
Can't answer. Stop. Yes or no? Then you can expound.
No, everyone stops. Everyone stops. Okay, cool. Good. We good? If we keep going this all night, you guys aren't going to get to your next appointment. So what we're going to do is we're going to closing statements, and he can address this in closing statements because, my God, we do need to end this. We do need to end this. And I guess we'll start with Pisco, and we will end with Gibbs. So Pisco, floor is yours. Closing statements, motherfuckers. Don't interrupt.
To answer real quick, yes, he knows what's in his own indictments. The question is whether you know that constitutes a violation of the due process, different than, because a criminal intent is assumed as part of a crime, that you have to have a knowing intent, an underlying actus reus, different than the underlying tax violation, where the bad act, so to speak, is the underlying line. Here, as a matter of course, prosecutors violate due process all the time. How many, and Lactoid will tell you, how many times are criminal appeals overturned, criminal convictions overturned because of due process issues? It happens as a matter of course. You're always arguing it. No one has ever argued, and it's never been the case, that a non-intentional violation of due process constitutes a crime. That's a completely brand new theory that absolutely is not apples to apples with the underlying crime of intentionally lying to the IRS, which by itself is a crime regardless if you know what the tax code is. I can't explain it any more than that. That's just the way it is. As for everything else, I mean, it's kind of pathetic. The Republicans or I should say the MAGA conservatives, or whatever you want to call them, the anti-Trump indictment or conviction people, practically concede elements of this case. They concede, Rob straight up conceded that these are false statements when he made that error about the reimbursement and accused about Michael Cohen, if you remember that. Lactoid said that yes, it's probably the case that these are falsified. They disagree for some legal reasons about having more to do with the comparisons to the Clinton case. I will look into the House case. The comparison to the 2016 stuff is a non-starter. It's not at all comparable. But on the actual merits of the underlying purpose, they can't really contend with the fact that this is clear as day a violation of tax law. Can't really contend with the facts that if you look at the evidence in this case about what the purpose of this payment was, and that this was in fact a loan, that it was for the campaign. Again, I agree that the underlying business records thing is the weakest of the cases, but I still think that that was proven beyond a reasonable doubt as well. And so altogether, what do you have? The fundamentals of this case are not contested that hard. And the real arguments are, do you believe the Hillary Clinton House case is comparable? And do you believe the 2016 Hillary Clinton case is comparable? That's what it amounts to. And so on that note, I think that practically everyone should agree that Trump committed some crime. And the question is just, should we have charged him with it?
Thank you for being here. Really appreciate you. Rashad.
You can follow me at Rashad Crenshaw on YouTube. I definitely did not win. I did not go and study law before this one, so definitely should brush up a little bit more. Found some holes in my game with this debate, so wasn't able to participate as much as I wanted to, but I was able to realize there's levels to this shit. So thanks for everyone participating, and I definitely learned from the main screechers in this debate for sure.
Well, thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Rob Noreck, go ahead.
So there's three levels to this case, as I said the first time. Was this a selective political prosecution? We didn't get to talk as much that as we wanted. Then there is the second level of, do these legal theories hold water? Were there due process violations? Didn't talk a lot about that. Then the third place was, is Trump actually guilty if we get through those first two bars? Now, I admitted that I haven't read the vast majority of the transcript. In fact, I've read hardly any. We're taking for word Pisco here saying that he has read the relevant parts. I think some people would disagree with him, but I'm not prepared to go back on what Hope Hicks said or this or that. I don't know the specifics of that. I think that is the far least important issue that we're talking about here. The idea of like, for example, I haven't heard any proof that Trump knew how this was titled, like the idea of how these payments were titled. I don't know, but it's not the particular issue that I'm interested in. It is self-evident to anyone watching that this was a political prosecution. This basically is tantamount to a paperwork error. The big bad tax violation led to Trump paying more in taxes. The big bad falsification of records for election interference comes down to what the prosecution said in this case. Who knows? Perhaps Hillary would have won if we heard about Stormy Daniels, forgetting the fact that, perhaps she would have lost even more if we knew that they were telling the truth about their actual FECA violation that they had previously. The whole case is a farce. And like I said earlier, anyone who could look at this and not see the first time ever that we're going after a former president and the number one and the contender for the political opposition party is this paperwork violation. This is what we're going to go for. And it just goes to show that this is what all of these charges were about. We haven't even gotten to questions of, can a state level prosecutor charge federal crimes? For example, one of the issues I wanted to get to, I don't know, I would like to hear lawyers' response to this someday. In Colorado, marijuana was legal at one point. So if you bought marijuana and wrote on the check something else and that was a false business record, could under this same theory, even though the state prosecutor couldn't charge you for marijuana, could that prosecutor say, but you wrote the wrong memo in the check, you said it was for something else, and it's illegal to have marijuana federally? That seems to be ridiculous. What this allows is state prosecutors all over the country to prosecute federal crimes, which is nonsensical. The Hillary Clinton part is important, and I know it'll be wiped away. 1/3 of the people listening, probably more than that, are hopelessly partisan, and the truth is, when you get right down to it, people like Pisco and Pondering are going to be okay with this because that's their entire worldview, that Orange Man bad, and so they'll make any justification for any double standard whatsoever. But for the rest of you listening, this is the most important part. Was this a political prosecution? These prosecutors, Cy Vance and Bragg, looked back to the 2016 election 6 years earlier and said, did they put the right lines in their payments? Did they? We need to subpoena records. We need to find out. Meanwhile, they already knew Hillary Clinton had violated a FECA violation and the Federal Election Commission had ordered it so. Yes, it was civil and didn't rise to the level of criminal, but if you look at the facts of the case, it's obvious that she falsified these records. Pisco's only argument to this, his only one is, but it's not as bad as what Trump did. I gave reasons why I think what they did is worse than Trump, but it doesn't matter if it's as bad or not, because he's making the argument on the tax portion of this. Well, it doesn't matter if Trump paid more back in taxes. The law is the law. That's the law, and we have to fight. The law is very clear, the federal election laws. You cannot falsify your disbursements. You have to say who the recipient of your disbursements were, and you have to give the proper payment that why they were being paid. And Hillary for America violated those twice. She did so in New York. These constitute business records, as Pisco was unable to answer. That means that that Vance and Bragg had every reason, if they were interested in looking back to payments in the 2016 election, saying, hey, if we're going to look at Trump, we should look at Hillary too. But they didn't. They didn't do that. And so basically what happened is Hillary's team is fined $130,000 for the same crime that Trump's looking at 130 years for. And it's been put off, and it was put off to basically affect the election, and it is election interference is what they're doing. And so we didn't get to a lot of the most important parts of this case, but I'm happy when I get to talk to lawyers to try to talk in the areas that they think that their expertise on. I think me and Lactoid did a fantastic job of arguing why this would be bad to say it violates Federal Election Commission. And I think that I'm going to take the word over a Federal Election Commissioner like Brad Smith and the fact that the FEC looked at these payments and didn't think there was a violation over the words of someone like Pisco, who, as we'll get to in the next segment, you can see where his bias lies.
Okay, well, thank you for being here. Really appreciate you. Okay, yeah, Lactoid, go ahead.
Yeah, so my perspective on this is that it seems like with this trial specifically, people who are in favor of Trump getting convicted, Democrats generally, they like to appeal to common sense with a lot of things, and they dismiss the objections as appealing to technicalities or appealing to legal technicalities. But the problem is that there does seem to be a little bit here of trying to have your cake and eat it too, which is that, for example, of course Trump was committing tax fraud. It's common sense. Look at everything, look at all of his expertise and everything that he knew. Well, but what about potential bias from the judge who donated money against him? Well, we don't technically know for sure if that influenced anything. What about Bragg, who campaigned on the fact that he was going to, sue Trump 100 times, or that he had sued Trump 100 times, and that he was going to go after him? Well, potentially, but we don't know how much that had to do with it, really. What about the jury being biased in one of the most blue districts in the country? Well, potentially. I mean, one of the jurors, got their news from True Social. So, I mean, how do we really know? You're right. I mean, technically, we don't have unshakable evidence for a lot of the objections. The problem is the entire Trump conviction is based on technicality, and any application of common sense is devoid. An expense to silence Stormy Daniels, which Trump had apparently been pursuing since 2011, is obviously a common sense. It's obviously related to his 2016 campaign, but the Clintons openly buying a house in 1999 for the express purpose of running in New York in 1999, well, you can use a house for other purposes. I don't really know. I mean, technically, we don't really know if this is, again, it's ultimate charity one way and ultimate skepticism in the other way. And I think at the very least, even if you disagree with all of the legal arguments that I've presented, and you agree with all the legal arguments that Pisco has presented, the fact that, looking at the trial from the beginning, looking at how this has never been done before, just looking at some of the absurdity that, in terms of how we have to look at, well, technically it was past the statute of limitations, so then we did this to bring it back. And, I think it's pretty clear that there is bias at the very least. Now, I don't think this is being directed by the Biden campaign. Perhaps some people do. That could be, maybe an upper level conspiracy theory. But I think it's absolutely true that there's a lot of people on the lower level, even down to the jury, where, we have a very contentious human being where everybody has an opinion. And a lot of people, especially in New York, hate this guy. And they hate him so much, and they think that he's a genuine threat to the country. You hear them say it. They say that he's a threat to democracy. Well, what do you do when it comes to a threat to democracy? Sometimes you got to twist the rules to get rid of that threat to democracy. And that's what I think happened here. If you like what I had to say, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube.
Well, thank you for being here. We'll get to it. And I want to get through these quick, right? I want to give you all equal time. But I know Rob has a place to be, and I did promise him 10 minutes. So please, Josiah.
Hey, everybody, you can find me at youtube.com/@ponderingpolitics. I am glad that there were attorneys here on both sides being able to litigate the case. That was one of the things I told Wick when we discussed the panel. I'm like, it's really important, since this is a matter of law, having the attorneys. I'm with Rashad. I don't know nearly enough about the law in this case to be conversant in it, so I just ask questions. I appreciate the answers from, yes, Pisco, obviously, but Lactoid and Rob as well. Whether or not I'm partisan, unapologetically so. I don't believe that Rob is nonpartisan. I don't believe that there's an investigation that Rob would ever tolerate into Donald Trump. We can have that conversation at a separate time. I don't think anybody is truly unbiased with respect to Donald Trump. He has ample grounds to appeal from the sounds of it, and this may be vacated on appeal. I'll accept the results from that. As far as I'm concerned, this is the weakest of the cases. That's basically what I have to say. I do want to talk to Pisco about that thing the last time you and I talked, motherfucker, about judges and recusal and things like that. And the last thing I'll say on that score is the one thing I will say in Merchan's defense is the fact that this ethics situation was reviewed by a higher body. So that's some level of due process and accountability with respect to his bias. As somebody who wants judges to be like androids when it comes to the recusal process, be it people like Merchan or Supreme Court justices, I think it's perfectly reasonable to call in Merchan's objectivity into question because of that $35 donation. But again, at least there was due process involved where that whole thing was reviewed, unlike somebody like Justice Alito, by the way, whom we're supposed to trust entirely at his discretion. Lactoid, I want to have a conversation with you as a follow-up.
It was his wife, you sexist.
You motherfucker. We're going to have, this is my closing statement. I do want to have a follow-up with you about that sometime because I do think this is fascinating. And I would love to see eventually some sort of debate between some of the biggest legal analysts on this issue. So Ellie Honig from CNN, Andy McCarthy from Fox News, Andrew Weissman. I would love that. And if anybody has any like high-profile debates on this issue, that would be a really good reference point as well. But again, you can find me at youtube.com/@ponderingpolitics. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Really appreciate you. Gibbs.
Oh, and I'm sorry, real quick. Just again, Pisco, when this is done
I'll give you
tonight. Yeah. Okay.
All right, yeah, don't worry. Listen, I didn't have much to say on the panel. I won't have much to say now. Listen, as an American citizen today, your life would go better if you took every penny you own, invested it into cocaine, and gave it to Charlie Sheen the day he got out of rehab, than it would be to be a political opponent of the Biden crime family. This is a clear farce. It's evidence of outrageous corruption by the Biden crime family. They're running rampant. They're stopping their political opponents. They can't stop him during their campaign because he can't remember his words on the prompter. So they're going to stop him in the courts with made-up bullshit. That's the bottom line because Papa Gibbs said so. Y'all have a good rest of y'all's night.
Thank you. Okay, I know the rest of you have to go. You can stay. Pisco, more than welcome. And I know we're going to give the floor to Rob for at least a little bit.
And you only need three. If Pisco's going to leave, that's fine. I only need a couple minutes.
Thank you so much, Wick, for having us on the panel.
Thank you for being a coward, Pisco. Thank you, Pisco. Thanks for being a coward. So you can see that Pisco rant because he knows that. All I want to say is Pisco, it's fun to test yourself intellectually against other people. That's fine. These are complicated legal theories, and oftentimes the kind of conversations you have with someone like me and Pisco, they're even if it's not legal, it's complicated areas we're discussing. So talking about conspiracies or I don't even want to use the word conspiracy. Like talking about potential conflicts of interest or bias, et cetera, in places like Ukraine, China, et cetera, with Biden and the laptop and all of this, it becomes difficult. And it's difficult to sift through hundreds upon hundreds of pages and have these conversations. So it's nice to know that the person you're talking with is at least gauging in good faith to some degree. Now, I want you to go back to the moment that Lactoid was talking about in his closing statement. Now, how hard would it have been for Pisco to say, like, yeah, you're right, it seems like it's also quite obvious beyond a reasonable doubt Hillary Clinton purchased that house for the election. Like, instead, he always has this unreasonable, and it was the same with the FECA violations. No, I don't believe those are FECA violations. He doesn't tell you why. He just asserts that. And you realize that if that was a FECA violation, all of this case collapses. Not because Trump didn't commit the crime, but that first threshold of, was this selective prosecution? Was this a crime that's worth going after a former president? Now, I get to all of that to talk about this. When you're listening to Pisco's argument, when he says, trust me, that was all good. Trust me on this house situation. You have to see the type of person. And he mentioned this about me. He said, what caliber of person I am. I welcome that challenge. We had a conversation, me and Pisco, about this guy, Jabal Bowman. The details of it's not important. The mistake is everyone thinks this is about the specifics of the Jabal Bowman case. It's not. It's about Pisco and the type of arguments he has. I loved arguing with Pisco. I probably argued with him maybe over 100 hours on stream and elsewhere. Pisco said,
on Twitter, but go ahead.
Yeah, Pisco said over and over again when it came to Jabal Bowman that it was inconceivable that he didn't intend for the fire alarm to go off that he pulled. Inconceivable. And then he said, because he always supports the prosecution of Trump and the people surrounding Trump, lying to law enforcement or investigators is a crime that should be charged. That's why he was for the charging of George Papadopoulos, for example, or he was for the indictment of Michael Flynn. So he was always for all of this, always, right? And it was very serious. And so when the record came out of the actual conversation and that Jabal Bowman had with the police, Jabal Bowman said, I did not intend for the alarm to go off. Now that's cut and dry. And it's only a very small issue. Everyone that says, who cares about Jabal Bowman? You're right. Who gives a shit? How hard would it be for Pisco to be like, yeah, he lied. I guess he should be charged. Oh, well, what can you do? And if I'm putting a steel man on Pisco's position, he would say, sure, okay, I guess the fact that cops didn't charge him is a double standard. But come on, Rob, that's small potatoes. That's it. That's all you'd have to say. But instead, Pisco, who I remind you, said that's inconceivable. Of course, the last time I brought this up to him, he claimed ignorance. I don't remember saying that. So I had to bring up the tweet to show that he had said that. And of course, he said it to me over and over on stream as well. He said it was inconceivable. So that means it's a lie. Jabal Bowman said something that Pisco said isn't possible. It's a lie. It's inconceivable. So this is it, right? Okay, Pisco, you said lying to them should be charged if it's a material lie. Yep. And you said it would be a lie. It'd be inconceivable if Jabal Bowman said he didn't intend for the alarm to go off. He said yes. I said, okay, so surely he should be charged. And Pisco's argument was, and he won't deny this, what he'll do is like he always does, ramble on and on. His argument was, well, I believe when he said I didn't intend for the alarm to go off, what I really meant was I did intend. I want to repeat that. So everyone listening is like, well, who gives a shit about pulling a fire alarm? The important part is understanding the context of how partisan these people are. When finally pushed, where they've definitively lost an argument on these things, he says, I believe when Jabal Bowman said, I didn't intend for the alarm to go off, what he really meant was, I did intend. Now, this is such a bad faith lie that speaks to Pisco's character, because when I brought this up in the first time we did a panel, or a debate one-on-one with the moderator, and I brought it up, his only defense to this was, but why would I lie? That's exactly my point. Why would you? And so when you listen to him, and I know everyone listening to Pisco's audience, just like Pisco, is going to run from it. They're going to say, who gives a shit about Jabal Bowman? It speaks to the character, because the truth is, I can't claim to know as much about the law as Lactoid and Pisco. I've looked into this case. I'm doing my best good faith measure to talk about its obvious problems, right? But when anyone like Rashad or Gibbs or Pondering there, they'll admit, like, yeah, we didn't have as much to add. So you're sort of relying on people and their interpretations, and you're hoping that they're good faith. Pisco's not. He will flat out lie. And so when he says, like, nah, I don't, at Hillary's house, there are other reasons. And it's like, but Lactoid correctly points out, you literally just said with Trump that doesn't matter. You literally said that. You were like, oh, no, with Trump, it was, it had to be the election. But with Hillary, it's like, yeah, there could have been other reasons. Those are the sorts of things you get. And now I wish Pisco was here because he'd have a chance to defend himself. You'll see. I was on Jay Stock's panel the other day. Same thing. He won't say, this is what, I'll try to give you what Pisco's argument was there. You ready? I don't have a hat. I'd turn it backwards. Here is his argument. His argument is like, what I said was that the idea that the alarm would go off globally, like in the whole building, that possibly that wouldn't have been something. And I argued from the whole time. I wasn't defending. I thought he should have been charged for the pulling of the alarm. And I supported him getting that $100 fine or $1,000 fine. I was for that. And I was actually, I said that, there was no good answer, and I wasn't supporting what Jabal Bowman did. I wasn't. I said that it was stupid. And whatever way you look at it, and regardless, Rob just wants to bring this up. Now notice what he wouldn't, you have to take my word, that's what he said. Notice what he didn't say is, no, I didn't say that, because he did. He knows he did. Now apply this to everything. He knows that Donald Trump incited an insurrection, because when Trump said, go be peaceful, he knows that means don't be peaceful.
What I would recommend, and this is all you, if this is the case, put it in a document. If you have these links, if you have these clips, if you have these sayings that you say he says, put them in a document, a manifesto, if you will. And so anytime this comes up, you can simply say, here's all the documented evidence of this person.
Well, the reason I might do that, I don't know. I'm busy.
Fair enough. I'm just saying
But the reason I won't do that is because of this. Because the unique situation with Pisco, being that he was my absolute favorite person to talk to, and now has exhibited bad faith in a litany of ways. In fact, Pisco was so much my favorite person to talk to. When I was in conversations about going on Tim Pool's show, they wanted me to debate someone, so they were talking about the Krasensteins, they were talking about Destiny. There was even talk that someone like Sam Cedar or David Pakman might come on, but the Krasensteins were open to it, but then they had a conflict of interest, or they had a conflicting schedule, etc. So I was going to suggest Pisco, but I can't. I would never suggest him. And I've said that I think this was such an example of bad faith that I will not have a public conversation with him without bringing this up. Because I think that it merits every single person listening that they understand how biased that is. And there is not one person, like I challenge it. I'll ask you, Wick, and I'll ask Lactoid. I'm not asking you to say that I'm accurately representing the facts. That's fair. You didn't hear. But if it is true that his defense is, well, when he said I didn't intend, what I really think he meant is I did intend. Is there any way to look at that other than one of the most bad faith things you've ever heard?
To the extent that you, again, just to clarify, to the extent that you are representing this accurately, and I don't know that you are, but
absolutely
fair enough, right? Then yes, I think that at the very least, it calls into question someone's credibility. Like, I've been wrong before. I'll be wrong again. That'll happen. But what you hear from me is what I actually think, right?
Correct.
Is what I actually believe. And I think that is, I would agree with you that is an important thing, that you need to know that what the person is telling you and what the interaction you are having, they actually believe. Now, none of us here, not me, not you, not anyone, is free of biases in these things. We tend to believe our side over the others, right? There are measures to mitigate that, but that's just a tendency as humans that we have. So I don't necessarily ding someone for that if they're biased. Okay, sure, yeah, I get you.
But that's
right?
you have threshold, right? Like you talked about being wrong or having, of course, like Pondering says he doesn't think that I'll fully admit my bias. Of course, my bias isn't towards Trump. My bias is being anti-establishment and populist. But that definitely, I'll fully admit, that colors my perspective on things. Absolutely. Sure. Now, the key is we all have bias. Try to shrink it as much as possible to be a little more objective. But we're all biased, right? What I'm talking about here that makes this unique is I can't even think of an analogy that's more ridiculous. Like, I guess you could say if Biden comes out tomorrow and says, yeah, I purposely fired that prosecutor in Ukraine to benefit my son's company. Like, Pisco would just say, presumably, no, when Biden says that, what he means is he didn't do it. And, like, it's that level. It's like, why am I sitting here talking to someone? Because I'll fully admit, when it comes to the specific legalese and, like, well, this case law or something, I'm taking people like Lactoid and Pisco at face value. I don't know, right? But why would I listen to him when I can't trust him? And on this case specifically, it matters because the other day on Jay Stock's panel, he was just like, you know, this is normal. Because for me, this, as a layman, this is what I think. Like, dude, when you're walking into fucking court, like, you should know.
Wrap it up too.
Okay, you should know specifically what you're charged with, right? And I was like, they didn't bring it up till closing arguments. And he's like, that's not true. It was in pretrial motions. And I was like, well, maybe you deserve to hear it in opening statements. Like, at the trial, you deserve to hear the charges before closing arguments. And Pisco's argument was this is completely normal. It's completely normal in a trial for it to not, if you don't hear it in the trial, to look at the pretrial motions. Well, it turns out a bunch of legal scholars, including those on ABC, CNN, and elsewhere, have a problem. But Pisco tells his audience, and he wins a credibility argument because I'm not a lawyer and I've admitted that, and so I have to take his word to some degree. No, this was a totally normal trial. It was totally normal. Only a buffoon that doesn't understand litigation would come to the conclusion there were problems with this. And then you see all of these experts, they're like, well, there's problems. There's significant problems with what's going on. And so that's why the Bowman story was important. And lastly, I'll say this. I'll wrap up here. He's a coward on top of being a liar. He ran away from this, and that's his right to do so. I understand. He does this quite frequently. This is his MO. He gets blown out on issues and then decides to run. I don't think he got blown out today. I think he loses the arguments today and we make better arguments, but certainly he's competent. He's making arguments. But when he knows that he's embarrassingly lost, he'll run. And that's what he did. That's why he's not here. And he'll try to gaslight people and say, that's because it wasn't relevant to the topic, when he himself talked to my character being relevant to this conversation, so why wouldn't his be?
Okay, gang, this has been a show. We're gonna rate out two places on YouTube. We're gonna go to Rob's stream.
I gotta go. Is that cool?
No, go. I'm just talking to my audience at this point. And then on Twitch, we're gonna go to Lethy Watakai, and you guys.
A conservative platform.
Lactoid. What's up, buddy? It's good to see you.
What's up, friends? How y'all doing?
We're already getting into the preheat. Already getting in.
We already got into the preheat like a week ago.
Yeah. Dude, I literally was getting so fucking pissed.
Dude, why does just say that every Trump supporter is conservative, bro? That's hilarious.
KOE said the mistake Connor is making is assuming every Trump supporter is a conservative.
No, yeah, and then why does said they are?
Hey,
which is the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Let me show you how conservative my fucking picture says come and take it.
Wait,
Pro-Trump commentators like that fucking
Gibbs.
I don't know
well,
if
no,
I gave Rob.
there are pro-Trump commentators that literally talk
move
about
you real
how
quick, Rob.
shitty conservatives are. Like they don't even claim to be conservative, half of them.
What the fuck is going on?
I can't even move, Rob. Holy. Can you jump back in the other room real quick? I can hear you, but I need to give you perms.
Okay. I'll jump out.
Yeah. So many new faces today.
Who is that? It's that fucking.
But that's okay. I don't mind.
That Mike retard. I forget what his
you
last
should be
name is.
good now.
Cernovich.
Thanks.
Guerrilla marketing.
What?
The guerrilla mindset.
Gorilla mindset.
Rob, don't.
I don't know if we ever met, Leth. Is that what you go by, or Kai? Was that what you prefer, Kai?
Leafy Water Kai, but whatever you want to call me is cool with me.
Don't derail my point because I had a whole tangent. I just gave up on it because you stopped me. Like, don't do it next time, Bob. It'll be okay. You did good though.
Well, without KOE here, and
well, yeah, KOE's in chat, but he's not here.
Yeah, he's more special than us, so we're gonna go ahead and light this firecracker without him. Welcome, one and all, to the Minds of the Ecclesia panel. I am your host, Leafy Water Kai, and today we're about to have the brawl to end them all. We have some of the strongest faces of the Republican/conservative sphere here to have a discussion on who's really real. And I'm going to go ahead and give some introductions, starting with Admiral Gibbs.
Hi, I'm Admiral Gibbs. I am a strong Texas conservative. I believe strongly in individual liberty, capitalism, whooping other countries' asses and taking their shit, and
Thank you
being
for the
the
raid
best
wick.
goddamn American that you can be. And listen, if you believe in the government having a contract with its people, then you have to be a conservative because the current Democratic Party is evil and they have broken that contract. And if you support them in any manner, you can't call yourself a conservative, nor can you call yourself a Republican. Thank you.
Right. And the man who needs no introduction whatsoever, but he's going to get one, Counterpoints.
Yeah, hi. My name's Connor. I run a YouTube channel named Counterpoints 40K, Counterfire, and Counterpoints. One of them is for science fiction breakdowns. The other one is for debates such as this. And then the third one is a essay channel where I post my own ideas. Conservative. Okay, so this is my frustration with Admiral Gibbs. I might say some very mean things tonight. He says like 60% based things, right? And then 30% of the most fucking cringe shit I've ever heard in my fucking life, to the point that I want to punch myself in the fucking ball sack. So I'll save it for the open, but conservatism has nothing to do with dick sucking some random fucking candidate. It has everything to do with a philosophy that is rooted at minimum in 300 years of political intellectual thought. And if you want to talk about it, probably 2,000 or 3,000 years of history. So if you don't understand that history and you don't understand that philosophy, you have no fucking business labeling anybody anything at all.
Thank you. And with us for the first time, Jebtan.
Yeah, so I mean, I am a conservative, and I'm fighting for the definition of conservatism that, you know, could exist before Donald Trump, because it seems like everybody now says that you can't be a conservative unless you support Donald Trump, who wasn't a candidate 8 years ago, so I don't know why that's the requirement. So I think that I'm going to focus on principle. And as far as principle goes, I think conservatism is about conserving the power and funds of the government. People often use a misnomer of conservatism, meaning it is meant to conserve what already exists or what already existed. Like we're just all picking a period of time that we liked best and saying, go back to that. And that's not the case. I think it's about the conservative or liberal application of government power and government funds. It seems to be what practically conservatism has always meant. And as far as the argument we're probably going to have as to whether or not Trump falls under that, unequivocally, he doesn't. He does not believe in conserving the power of the government. He believes in using it when it serves him and then reducing it where it doesn't serve him. And he doesn't seem to care about individual liberty either. So in terms of passing more gun regulation than Obama and Trump combined, or Obama and Biden combined. So we'll see how it goes, but that's where I stand.
Awesome. And with us, Lactoid.
Yeah, so Purity checking is super common among libertarians. I'll tell you that. Anytime you go to a libertarian convention, everyone's going to be telling each other, "You're not a real libertarian. You're a statist. Fuck you." Hey, I'm in favor of seatbelts. Or I think it was driver's licenses that Gary Johnson said, and he got booed. And some people there described him as not a real libertarian because he was in favor of driver's licenses. So I'm already pretty predisposed to dislike purity testing. I think ultimately these political identities don't really matter. They're more of just a heuristic to be able to more easily explain yourself in public or to somebody you just met. Hey, I'm generally this, and here's why, right? Now, what I will say, though, is I think that regardless of what you call yourself, the kind of caveat here is I do think that there's potentially an issue if you have somebody who describes himself as a conservative and will sort of kind of parrot the conservative beliefs, mainstream kind of within the Overton window beliefs, but be acting in favor of a different political party. At that point, that's like the one such scenario with that it's, I think, genuinely difficult for me to evaluate. Like, is this person, in practicality wise, in effect, they're not a conservative in the sense as they are opposing their own values. They could still hold those values, right? They could still find it important to be a conservative, but something else could be so important to them that it overrides those conservative values to make them oppose conservatism and maybe support, something crazy like progressivism. The two things that I think could compel somebody to do that are, if you sufficiently hate somebody enough to like say fuck you, which I think is a factor here for a lot of people who hate Trump but call themselves conservatives, or a sufficient amount of money has exchanged hands to where now they feel comfortable saying that they are in favor of more progressive institutions. So that's kind of my thoughts on what's happening here. But whether or not somebody's a real conservative, again, kind of feels like the argument over what's a real Scotsman. I don't know.
Right. And here to set us straight, Rob Noor.
Probably a bad person for this panel. I'm going to give two overviews, right? The first overview, I'm going to say this once. We're fucking men. We're supposedly right-wingers. I'm going to talk shit this whole panel, and I assume everyone can handle it. Right? Good? No crying, no tears. We good? No people
no
shit.
crying in baseball. No crying
Pronoun.
in baseball. All right.
We got it.
Rolling up the non-existent sleeves.
Right.
Doing this right
That's my goal.
Taking off the non-existent gloves.
Right. So I'm going to make this as shitty as possible. So to answer the question, I don't know what the specific topic is. The original one was like, what is a Republican and what's a conservative? First question's stupid. What's a Republican to me? Because it's like, I guess whoever's running the party at that point. I don't get, and I think there's a solid argument to be had that I am not a Republican at all because I think the Republican Party is more represented by Mitt Romney than Donald Trump. The establishment Republican Party sucks ass. I want nothing to do with them. I say that as someone who ran as a Republican for Congress, who's donated to Republicans, who's volunteered to help Republicans, but I consider myself a libertarian adjacent populist conservative. That's what I would call myself. More libertarian and more populist, actually more populist than libertarian than conservative. As far as what does conservative means, I'll just say real quick, to me it means like conserving sort of a way of government that makes sure that the government conserves their power. It's sort of the definition of the Jeb Tangane. I'll go a little further. To me, what that means in specifics is something like the government should be very limited when it comes to spending, to collecting tax revenues, fiscal conservatism, what we call them. And when it comes to social policy, it should try to be embracing some sort of values that sort of were the values that the people that created this country sort of represented. So there are issues that maybe I have loggerheads with conservatives, like something like gay marriage or something. I can understand how that would be considered conservative to be against gay marriage because it would be against those values. Now, let's talk about the people that are on this panel real quick. First, we have Progressive Victory Points up top. Now, my argument for him will quite simply be, I don't know how you could call yourself a conservative and work and get paid by a group called Progressive Victory PAC in order to help Democrats, one, become more progressive, which is the complete antithesis of conservatism, and second, to help Democrats win, including down ballot. Just not liking Donald Trump doesn't justify that, and that's why I think that he won't meet the definition of conservative in that sense, unless he did it for the money, which we'll talk about. Tiberius D, an apt name, because he is certainly fucking D level. Pretty sad that the anti-Trump conservatives, this was the best they could bring on the panel, and we'll talk about a bunch of ridiculous fucking comments he's made in our Discord chat in here. And then we come to Jeb Tan, who called into my debate with Noah Smith, the economist, and had good things to say, so I have nothing negative to say about him right now. That's it.
Defend yourself, Tiberius.
We'll get to that in the open. Hello, everyone. My name is Tiberius D. It's a pleasure to be back here again once a week on the Lethe Water Kai panel. I'm basically a corn-fed boy from southern Indiana. I grew up from a family of farmers, 7th generation. I also went to college, though, so I kind of split hairs between the right and the left. When it comes to being conservative, there's 2 general definitions. One I will take where I will say I am very much not a conservative, and one that I take where I will. The general, old political science definition of conservatives are the people who want to preserve the status quo. I'm not that shit. I have a lot of knives to throw, particularly at the intelligentsia. I think they need to be brought down a peg. And to do that, we definitely have to kind of rehash the system a little bit. On the other side of this, if you believe the philosophical definition under Edmund Burke and, having this idea where you got to test out your ideas, put them into practice, and then it's hey, if you have good reason to move on, fucking do so, then I'm absolutely a conservative. Having this idea, we still need to move forward, but actually, testing and vetting the ideas, 100% fucking based. I'm cool with it. Anyway, I'm going to open it up for the panel.
All right.
Can I jump in then?
Before we go any further,
Who wants to start us off?
I want to start us off. I want to talk about what the Hodge twins, what he was just talking about. First, as an avid conservative, I am the Avatar of Dionysus. Therefore, my religious values are the most conservative here as the oldest one. So if I want to take cuckold points and Tiberius Douche's wife and go fuck him in front of him, that is the most conservative thing you could do. I don't want to hear one thing or another out of your mouth saying that's not. In fact, it should be the most individual liberty thing to do. If y'all want to be beta cucks and watch people have sex with your wives, then us alpha male conservatives should be allowed to do it. And I don't want to hear a damn thing out of your mouth about the Hodge twins making some dude his bitch by fucking his wife in front of him. Secondly, back to my point. My other thing here
with his brother, with his brother.
That's right. They were such alphas that they doubled Eiffel Towered her with the same genetic.
Yeah, dude.
That's
Me and my bros are such alphas. We jerk off in the same room.
Half of the same egg was more alpha than that whole man. Ain't that a bitch? So anyway, moving on. Here's another thing. Let's go with this. I've heard people sit here. First, we'll start with Tankurius D down here. I've heard him advocate for the most social lefty policies I've ever heard, and then sit here and have the audacity to turn right around and tell me that the government doesn't need to uphold the contract that Texas fought 2 wars over on the goddamn border because, I have feelings. We're getting left behind, and Gibbs's tax dollars are paying my food stamps in Indiana because no one wants to buy goddamn corn. That's pathetic.
10 times. How much do you make in a year?
Plenty. I don't even know. That's the best part.
No, I would like 6 figures, low 6 figures, high 6 figures, mid 6 figures.
It's a good amount. I have several thousand acres with several hundred head of cattle, and each cow sells for a lot. So
plus, that's really Boba Fett's mask behind him. So I'm sure that's worth a lot.
Okay, then let me hold on.
Hold on. I need to finish my point.
And a pretty good sized business.
Most people who use that kind of rhetoric make $40 grand a year, and they pay about $2 grand a year in taxes.
Yeah, well, I'm not making that. I'm not going to tell you how much I make.
So I'll go ahead and admit that you're the exception to that. But
my portfolio from yesterday is more.
Yeah. So hold on. Let me say my issue, and I think it's Connor's issue too, and it's an issue we have to address from the outset to start the debate off. Connor mentioned this about Gibbs. I find it to be true about most of the hardcore Trump people on the panel. Is they say the things, right? They say the things about conservatism that we agree with: small government, be restrictive about your spending, maybe even throw in some hot, sexy buzzwords like zero-based budgeting and gun law and, less restrictive gun laws and things like that. Yeah, but then when it comes to Donald Trump, it is you follow him or you are not a conservative, despite him being for none of these things, despite him being somebody who represents a very progressive turn in the GOP. He is actively driving the GOP farther from conservatism. And I get the no true Scotsman argument, right? No one's going to be a perfect conservative. But it is indisputable that Trump is driving us farther from the ideals of conservatism. Regardless of if you think there's any one person who is perfect, there are countless people in Congress and countless people who ran against him in the primaries this year who are more conservative than him, have more conservative voting records, and we even have websites that track this. Ron DeSantis has an incredible voting record. You have Nikki Haley has a better record than Donald Trump does as far as conservative policy. And yet they are the rhinos. They are the non-conservatives because they are not Trump. So I don't understand how you can say that you value conservatism, but then, like Lactoid says, start to operate in a way that pushes people farther from conservatism by vehemently and almost violently advocating for a dude who is not conservative and is pushing the only hope at a conservative party away from conservatism.
Well, hold on. Just to be clear, just to be absolutely clear about this. That sentence was I was inferring never Trumpers with that one. I can see.
I'm saying the logic applies to Trumpers as well.
Connor wanted to respond.
Yeah, actually, I took bullet points for everything. I wanted to wait for Rob to be here, but honestly, I think there's going to be enough to address that I'm going to give y'all an earful. So he'll probably come back mid sentence, and I'll repeat myself if I need to. So Gibbs self-identified as a libertarian. That makes a
no.
I'm
not a libertarian.
That's
I'm
me.
not.
I mean,
that's me.
You used one of those fucking terms for sure. And on top of that, you're talking about being a part. Hold on. You were talking about being a part of the cult of Dionysus. You were talking about being a part of the cult of Dionysus. We're double teaming a fucking chick in front of her husband is a part of conservative fucking values. Yeah, individual liberty is libertarian, you fucking mongoloid.
It is libertarian, but you don't have to be a libertarian to put that stock in individual liberties. Hold on. Texas, the Texas secessionist movement isn't libertarian, and they're more like they're more Republican than libertarian. They want a government with a strong military. They want government issued things. They want government overseas.
This is why I can't take you fucking seriously.
Well, you can't take a difference.
This is why I can't take you seriously, is because you literally say, I'm not a libertarian, and then literally describe, and then you literally
libertarians are pro-big military and using the military to take other people's shit?
Fucking retard.
Listen, Papa, listen, I'm just telling you right now.
You gotta let him finish.
Right now. Well, you're not going to, hold on, I'm not going to let you misrepresent me and say up something I'm not, say something I didn't say. I mean, I'm not going to shut up until, listen, I don't care. You're not going to misrepresent what I am.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Go ahead, but don't misrepresent me again.
You literally described minarchism. You fucking cave.
Ooh, we got another guy who can use a big word for touching grass. I'm proud of you.
Minarchism is base.
We got Fabian Liberty 2.0, guys. He's so smart.
Do you know who often defines themselves as minarchists or view themselves as fellow travelers?
Hey, boys, I got the dictionary. Let me help y'all out when I think about his word choices here. Oh, Edmund Burke, minarchism. Let me just wipe my ass with that definition. It doesn't matter because you're a retard. No, I'll tell you why I'm not a retard, because you think that you fucking think that matters in the least. That's not the definition of conservatism now. That's not the definition of republicanism now. And the fact that you think that no, I'm not.
He's making that same point, Gibbs. He's saying that
No, hold on. I know it. Hold on, listen to me. The fact that you're sitting here telling me, oh, Gibbs said he was a libertarian, and then I sit here and go, oh, I'm in favor of a big government and using the military to take other people's shit, which is definitely anti-libertarian, is fucking amazing. I'm sorry that I don't know where you went to school and if you got a poli-sci degree, but you might as well take that shit and wipe your ass with it because it's fucking worthless.
When you're done talking, I'm going to rape you rhetorically.
Try to, because you're doing stuff good right now.
Thank you for that addendum.
You're doing. Listen, he said progressive victory points, but you sound more like cuckold points right now because you're getting made into my bitch.
Okay,
go ahead, Connor.
You're fucking retarded. You don't know what ideologies are. Shut up.
Where did you get your degree from? What
Shut up.
Yeah, that's right. That's what I thought.
Shut up. Okay.
Yeah, he got it from fucking. He got it from fucking DeVry University. And he
gotta let him finish, Gibbs.
Shut up. Let me go. Okay. So, you said I'm not a libertarian. I would never advocate for the military to do anything.
I never said that. I said absolutely.
Shut the fuck up.
You're just lying. Yeah, stop lying.
This is going to be the entire panel if you don't shut the fuck up.
We'll stop lying.
Okay, shut up. So, minarchism is often thought of as a libertarian anti-status adjacent philosophy because it says that the sole responsibility of the state is security. So it's the one thing that the state should be responsible for. So when you're saying that you're not a libertarian because you don't advocate for military power is literally the next step in libertarian philosophy, you fucking dumb fuck.
Are you retarded?
So why don't you let the adults talk?
Do you understand
Let the adults who have read a book
you've literally just made up words, then put them in my mouth and said I said them. That's not how English works.
Okay, then repeat yourself. Maybe I didn't hear you the first time. Go ahead and repeat yourself. I'll listen because I'm not retarded.
Listen, here's what you should do. You should take your finger, clean out that earwax, and understand some English. I never said.
Shut the fuck up.
Well, it's absolutely a point. I definitely advocated for a strong military so we can take other people's.
I'm going to pull a Brianna Wu. Can we mute him because we're literally not going to get anywhere. Yeah.
Well, it was Rob Norris' point.
Yeah, we call that Poseidon.
No, it's not because I literally haven't even gotten through.
You're just lying.
Yet.
Well, stop lying.
Okay. All right. Anyway,
I went to the bathroom, and I have to fully admit I have no clue what the original point was.
Cuckoo Points has been misrepresenting everything I said and just made up stuff I said, and then he's been arguing with himself and this made up Trump. I might as well have got the Cowardly Lion and
Gibbs, give me 20 seconds. Give me 20 seconds, Gibbs, for real, because I have no clue. I wasn't here, so I'm not claiming that he misrepresented. I don't know, but give me 20 seconds on what you were saying. You're basically saying that you're defining conservatism. That's what was happening.
I didn't say I'm defining conservatism. I'll tell you what I am doing is I'm defining what conservatism is not, and that's okay. He's over here saying I'm a libertarian when I absolutely am not a libertarian because and then describe policy I've never once advocated for with a giant military to go take other people's shit. Like, Gibbs, I mean, what? Like,
let me ask you this, Gibbs. Do you think Trump's a conservative based on your definition of the term?
Absolutely not. He's a 90s Democrat.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say to Jebtan. That's the point I was going to make. Like, listen, I'm not going to bullshit you. There are fucking incredibly annoying people that are Trump cultists. It absolutely is fucking true. I don't think it's the bulk of the people that vote for Donald Trump or even talk favorably of Trump. But there are certainly those that would come out one day and say, yep, ban bump stocks. And then 3 days later, when Trump changed his mind, would say, no, don't ban bump stocks. And I think that's a terrible way to go through the world. I don't believe in a cult of personality. I support Donald Trump, but I criticize him all the time. The idea that you can't be conservative and hate Donald Trump is bullshit, because there is an easy argument to make that if Trump won the primary, he took your party in a less conservative direction. I think that Jebtan's absolutely right that there were candidates that were more conservative. However, I'm not a good person to give this message. Why? Because I don't consider myself as a forefront to be a conservative. I consider myself to be a populist. I didn't vote for Donald Trump in 2016, 20, or in 2024 because of his conservative values. I voted for him for one reason, which I've been clear about the entire time, because I believe that our institutions are so corrupt that our voices don't matter. And the mere fact that Donald Trump was seen by the people in charge as a potential outsider would do two things. One, it would force them to out themselves as blatantly corrupt, which we see more every day. And second, hopefully Trump could do something about that, which he failed, which is why I supported Vivek and DeSantis over Trump. Not because DeSantis is more conservative, which he is more conservative than Trump. I supported DeSantis because I thought he had a better chance of dealing with this corruption than Trump. However, what I can't understand, and this is what makes this debate weird for me, is I'm not making the criticism to Tiberius Jebber Connor like, fuck you, you're not voting for Trump, you're not conservative. I'm making the criticism of, what the fuck are you thinking? But a vote against Trump at this point is a vote for the continuing and exponentially increasing corruption of our federal government.
Well, I would like to answer that directly, please, because I never even got into a fucking
Absolutely.
Point. Cool. All right, so let's just I'll skip the first two because those might not be able to be consumed by some people here. So other people have different definitions for conservatism. I go to the founding father of conservatism. His name was Edmund Burke, who was basically horrified by the progressive destruction of the French nation. And what he saw was traditionalists were holding on to rigid fucking institutions that were falling apart because they were brittle, because they've been held on to for so long, they could no longer justify themselves in modern society. As a result of the traditionalists doing what they did, the progressive seized power and turned France into a fucking catastrophe, a disaster zone that murdered tens of thousands, if not fucking millions of people, and resulted in one of the most authoritarian and brutal fucking emperors, Napoleon fucking Bonaparte, right? So in order to try to avoid this disaster, he said, how do we progress as a society while not jumping the fucking bandwagon? And his general idea was that you needle progressive ideas. When somebody comes up with, they're like, hey, I got a brand new idea, you try to shred it. And you shred all the stupid fucking ideas, and then you keep the ones that are good. That's what he advocated for. That's the foundation of conservatism. When you're talking about modern American conservatives, there's multiple camps. We've talked about, I think Rob mentioned libertarian populist, Republican or conservative. That's what he cares about the most, which actually fits his value set and fits what he's trying to accomplish for America. I am just trying to do something else in an inverted direction. Because while I will agree with him that the federal government has run away from its own mandate in many ways that are not representative of the American people, I am not trying to burn the entire fucking system down, which is what I think Trump represents. What I am trying to do is curtail the power through incremental intelligent change, which is why I think that it's philosophically conservative.
Okay, real quick, if people don't mind me responding to that specifically. So the problem in the French, I know we're going to get a little semantic here. The problem in the French Revolution was holding on to brittle ideas in government by the progressives. I thank you for that history lesson. Progressive victory points, working for Progressive Victory PAC.
No,
It feels
hold on.
very. I know you're going to say they're different.
Traditionalists. No, hold on. Real quick rebuttal, because I just want to modify your thing a little bit. The monarchists, the kings, were the brittle institution. The progressives were trying to destroy that institution. As a result of destroying that institution, they made the country worse.
Okay, so the point I'm going to try to make, we could wax philosophically, and I could make the argument why Jeptan Tiberius and Connor should vote not for Donald Trump, but against the Democratic Party, is the argument that I try to make to people that don't like Trump, which I think is a fair argument. There's plenty of reasons to dislike Trump. That's fine. I'm not getting into that. However, let's talk about specific argumentation that we made that takes this, to me, in a more interesting direction, but we'll see where other people
before we move on, let me respond to what you said initially, because I was going to do that.
But okay, fine.
Sure. So and primarily on that point of you got to vote against the Democrats, and that means for Trump. Otherwise, there's a conservatism principle missing. And most of what you said I agreed with, but it goes back to the issue I said at the beginning, which was you're saying all the right things, and then outside of this platform, I've been called a fake conservative by all the pro-Trumpers here but Lactoid. Because solely because
he hasn't had a chance yet.
Hold on. I don't give a chance.
solely because I'm not voting for Trump. My issue is voting for Trump has nothing to do with conservatism because he's not conservative, and you don't always have to vote for the presidency to be a conservative. I'm not voting for Biden. I'm not Connor. I'm not working with Progressive Victory or voting for Biden the way you're saying Connor is. But you guys both just admitted Trump is a 90s Democrat. So I don't know why you're throwing stones at Connor for working with Democrats when you're admittedly voting for one. That's my problem is I'm voting for president. Hold on. Give me a second. This is my final point and why it has nothing to do with conservatism. This has more to do with electoral philosophy and what we have built the foundation of America on, which is that it is not my job to represent politicians. It is politicians' job to represent me. So I'm not going to vote for Trump just because he is more conservative than the Democrat when he hasn't earned my vote because he also is a Democrat. So he needs to represent me before I'm going to vote for him. I'm not going to go out to the ballot box and represent him by voting for him a third time when he has failed on every single promise, almost every single promise that he made. He did an okay job with deregulation. Other than that,
so to respond to that, and then I'll get back to Connor here because it intertwines, right?
Yeah, I figured it would. That's why I wanted to do that.
Okay, so the argument is I've certainly called you probably a rhino and a fake conservative, which I'll stand by those as placeholders for telling you to fuck off, that you're like basically when I say rhino, like here's the thing, like in the heat of an argument, oftentimes you use simple words that are easy to get to, right? It's an easy insult to call someone a rhino. Is that overused? Yes. Is it true that people say you're not a real conservative and that's overused? Of course. What I mean by that, and what I'm saying is, there is a wing of the Republican Party who I think still controls the party, the Mitt Romneys, the Mitch McConnells, etc., that fucking hate Trump. Because to me, and this is why I'm not the best person for this debate, I'm not looking at it through a conservative, progressive lens. I'm looking at it through a populist lens. I see corrupt, entrenched institutions, and I want those dealt with. That's what I see. I don't want to burn it all down. I just think accountability needs to happen in a significant way. That might mean getting rid of institutions like the FBI, but that's not burning the entire country down. Just let me finish real quick, Con. So when I say you're a rhino, what I'm saying is, to me, the rhinos, what they represent is, first and foremost, entrenched power. They do not want someone coming up from within their own party that they don't have control over. And so when you're saying, like, I'm not going to vote for Trump, I'm calling you a rhino because you share that belief with Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger. Now, does that mean that maybe you could make the argument, actually, they're more Republican than Trump? That's fine. I don't give a shit about the semantic of it. So that's my explanation for why I called you that. To talk to Connor specifically, right? Now, I know this isn't the best form, so I'll ask just in generalities. I swear to God, I'm not going to make fun of anyone's family appearance and shit like that. But does anyone mind if I bring up conversations we had in our private Discord chat? Is that something that'll piss anyone off? Okay. So when Connor talks about the problem with... Okay, great. I knew it. So when Connor talks about entrenched corruption or entrenched brittle ideas that are leading to then progressives, and so then he falls, I'm guessing that's what you're saying, you fall somewhere in the middle. The conservatives were like, no, we don't throw out the baby at the bathwater, but you're right, there are problems with the entrenched. When I bring up on our Discord chat the obvious problems with this Bragg case, right? And the fact that the last time I talked to Connor about it, he made the following argument. Clearly, you can't use campaign money to pay off a porn star. And I told him it's the exact opposite, actually. They're saying he had to do that. That's what they're saying, that he had. And then we talked later, and he said, yeah, I guess you're right. If he didn't use campaign money, maybe you would have an argument. So once he's convicted and we're in the Discord chatting like the next day, this was his argument to me when I said, Connor, remember when you were wrong about that? He said, right, Rob, because we're going to believe you, and I'm quoting now, not the entire legal system. Now, this is such a fallacious and stupid fucking argument that speaks to the exact opposite of what I think Burkean conservatism would be, which is he is saying that we have to trust that this trial was done fairly, that the charges were legitimate, that it wasn't a political prosecution, that there aren't grounds for appeals, because we must trust the establishment. We must hold on to the brittle institutions. And so the reason I bring this up in the context of it is, you could see that he's not a conservative in my mind, at least not first and foremost. He might be a conservative. He shares a characteristic with the most progressive left-wing people I debate, which is his fucking ideology is Orange Man bad. And that's what lets him to make such a fucking stupid comment like that.
Connor?
Okay. Yeah, I need to respond, and I need to respond uninterrupted. So we're let's just go with the Trump case. Fuck it. So, Rob, somebody actually one comment before we get into the Trump case. So somebody pointed out in my chat, and I think that they are correct, that you are saying that part of the problem is corruption, entrenched interest, people taking advantage of the American people, et cetera, et cetera. What they said, and what I agree with, is that Trump is worse in almost every fucking degree possible when it comes to nepotism, cronyism, promoting incompetent people, trying to get people who are his sycophants into positions of power. He is cronyism and nepotism and not giving a fuck about the Republic on steroids. And I think that this is evidenced by his behavior, and it's evidenced by his promises in this election cycle. So the thing that you want to fight, I think Trump is worse in that value set. All right. So that's the first point. Now, when it comes to the Trump trial, my presumption during our first conversation was that it was something to do with campaign election finance issues. So my presumption based off of stereotypes was that he took money from the campaign, not his own money, and then funneled it to a porn star in order to cover up a story. And as a result of that, that's why he got into trouble, because he used money inappropriately. Since that time, I have actually looked at the statutes. I have looked at the case. I have posted a video in our group chat that breaks down the statutes that he violated. And the only argument that could be made about like campaign finance is whether or not Michael Cohen made an undeclared contribution to the Trump campaign. That is it. It actually has very little to do with Trump's conduct. So when you're trying to argue with a 2-month-old version of me, your information is not updated. The video that I posted actually walks through meticulously how the Trump campaign and Trump specifically violated falsifying a business record. And then they also walk through meticulously New York State Statute 17-152, which was the extension that made it a felony. Now, to come your way a little bit, I think it's fucky. Now, fucky, not illegal, but I do think it's fucky that the statute does not specify whether or not it's a federal election or a state election, and this is now a state election enforcing law in reference to a federal election. I think that's fucking weird. Now, that being said, the falsification of the business records is almost inarguable, and I am happy to hear your arguments against them.
Okay, two things.
We literally
First, to
just came from
address
this
your
debate.
Right. First, to address your first point, and then we'll get into the second. To address your first point that Trump's worse.
Thank you.
Right. To get to that point, right? We had. I remember 2016 to 2020. I remember when Trump was there and he weaponized his FBI to go after parents of his opposition at school boards. I remember that. I remember when Trump was there and he locked up his political opponent and his DOJ charged them with felony after felony after felony. I remember that, right? I remember when he brazenly flaunted the Supreme Court that said that he couldn't refund student loans and he did it. I remember when the members of the What the point I'm trying to make is this. The point
I want to respond after this.
Biden is bad because he violates the spirit of the law. Awesome. Trump's still a massive fucking piece of shit, and I think he's worse.
Right. The argument isn't that Trump's a piece of shit or not.
And then Lactoid and then Gibson.
Okay.
Sure. Yeah. Is that now or is that later?
No, I'm saying after Rob finishes.
After Rob.
I want Rob to continue.
Okay.
I'm just making the point that I understand that he's saying these are all the bad things that Democrats and Biden has done. Oh, wait, it's not Trump. It's really Biden and the Democrats. I was there 10 seconds into the argument.
Okay. The point is then everyone can see that you're clearly full of shit because it wasn't even close. In fact, the argument that Trump's going to weaponize the government, the guy couldn't even pull out of Syria because his fucking generals lied to him. Everyone in his fucking team was constantly stabbing him in the back. He had the FBI.
Incompetence?
It has nothing to do with incompetence. Your argument was like, I'm talking specifically about the weaponization.
What's the rule of somebody who governs?
Did you not ask
hold on,
me interrupted when you fucking talked?
Let him finish and I want to jump in because I'm going to say a lot of this similar stuff.
I don't know why you're jumping in. I want Rob to answer. Is it not the role of an executive to get people to do your government bidding?
Sure.
To build consensus.
Now listen,
policy.
I'm sorry.
Build coalitions.
Listen. I want to apologize. I was getting your name. I mean, listen, Progressive Victory Points. We'll get to this, right? What you're trying to do is conflate. We'll try about the 1,000th time. But what you're trying to do is you're conflating issues. You're saying Trump appointed incompetent people. Trump was nepotistic. He appointed people. That's not what my criticism is. My criticism is corruption and the weaponization of government. And all of these people that talk about, what if Trump gets in office and does what Democrats do? Okay, well, we saw him for 4 years. What did he do? Was he locking up political opponents? No, he wasn't. And you could say maybe he wanted to. Maybe, here we go, interrupting again. Like a good little progressive, interrupting because he can't handle facts. So he has to live in his fucking fake world.
I'm just making.
He gets a lot when I interrupt him.
I was going to jump in right after this.
Oh, you're fine. I was just
listen happily.
There's not a bitch.
Fine. The point is, he came in and the institutions that are entrenched in power were weaponized almost immediately against him in ways that I could talk to you about for 8 hours if you like, but you know it. And the argument that you're making, let's assume that you're even right, that Trump would have tried to do the same or worse, but he can't. Because those same institutional controls are out to get him and did everything possible to fucking sabotage him in corrupt ways and protect his opponents. Okay, then your argument is he's incompetent, not that he's led to a practically more corrupt government if he was elected than the Democrats right now. It's not true. We've seen 4 years of Trump. The answer to your argument is because every institution, the FBI, the IRS, the EPA, the State Department, the mainstream media, fucking every institution in this country is going to go knives out for him, including members of his own fucking party are going to go knives out, that he will not be able to engage in the corruption that we've seen routinely when it comes to this administration and prior administrations. And the fact that you don't understand that is more indicative. You're literally trying to make the argument that Trump in 2016 to 20 was as corrupt and did as much shit to violate our norms and to as far as general corruption of taking away
thing I care about.
Yeah.
Anyway,
so
wait, January 6th, we know you cried. We got it.
All right.
Little Adam Kinzinger.
Jeb, go ahead because you've been waiting, but I would like to respond.
Sure. It'll be quick. One thing that I love that Rob Noor just did was he did what I also try to do, which is I'm like, guys, if you look at the conservative Supreme Court, the conservative representatives that aren't MGT and all that, they're great. Rob made my point while kind of arguing against his point. He kept talking about all these times Trump tried to weaponize the government the same way that Biden did.
I said,
and his people, you did. You said... You said that everybody in the party was protecting his political opponents, which is implying that he was attacking his political opponents with that power. And again, doesn't matter if you said it. He said it. Lock her up, lock her up. He wanted Barr to go after his political opponents. He wanted Barr to find fraud in the election. But here's the problem. You're endorsing the establishment GOP because they stopped him from doing that.
That's not true. That's
Attorney General. Hey, I'm not done. You went for a long time.
You got to let him make it.
Attorney General Bill Barr didn't find fraud in the election and said I didn't find fraud in the election. Attorney General Bill Barr and the Benghazi, the special counsel on Benghazi and all, they couldn't find sufficient evidence to prosecute, and so they didn't. The conservative structures in the government are awesome. And finally, the only time that Trump got his way when he tried to weaponize systems or weaponize groups of people was when there were no other conservatives standing in the way, and that was January 6th, because even Mike Pence standing in the way and saying, I don't have this power, this is not something I can do, and it's not something we should try to do. Trump got his own fucking sycophants to chant that he should be hanged, to march on the Capitol. And again, I think it was a riot. I don't think it was a coup. I don't think it was a crazy coup, but he still tried to weaponize them to the extent that he could. And the conservative establishment stopped him. So while I agree that Trump would be less damaging than Biden, because it does seem like Biden's organization is lockstep in attacking political opponents and abusing the systems of government, that's an endorsement of the idea that we just need to get the fuck rid of Trump so the conservatives can come back in and protect the fucking republic.
That's an endorsement of the idea that you accept the weaponization of government against Trump and all of the illegal things that's been done to him.
You know I don't.
No. I support the restriction of Trump's ability to weaponize the systems of government against his political opponents.
Everyone goes off. Lactoid has something he's been trying to get in for a minute. So
couple quick points. Firstly, there's a lot more to that case. We're not going to get into it here, but there's a lot more to that case, Connor, that we should talk about.
He saw video. He knows.
Yeah. You can watch you can watch the debate we just did on it, or I can explain it to you. There's more that you're missing there. It's not as clear as you're saying. I guess have two things. Jeb, one for you. You bring up the Supreme Court and how much you like that institution, which I do too. And in fact, if I do endorse Trump and vote for him, it would be specifically because of the Supreme Court. And I think that when people talk about like conservative presidents and they say Trump's not all that conservative, I can see why you can say this is almost kind of like a meta discussion, because maybe in his personal beliefs he's not all that conservative, but the impact he had as a president, I think, was more conservative than George Bush. And what I mean by that is the justices, right? Maybe, and you can say you can say that's an accident, right? But here's the reality, Jeb. If Trump gets elected, he's picking the Supreme Court justices off the Federalist Society shortlist. That Federalist Society organization is an incredibly trust me, I know, is an incredibly principled, a lot of integrity. It's a fantastic organization that selects very good justices, and this is one of the best Supreme Courts we've ever had. Now, if Biden gets elected, he's going to pick more justices like Justice Jackson, right? Now, in terms of actually, if you actually value, and maybe you don't, but if you actually value conservatism, you have to understand that if Biden wins, even if Trump's not fully there as a conservative, like just that alone, the Supreme Court alone will do more damage to your version of conservatism than Trump winning, for sure.
Sure. 20-second thing. I'm not supporting Biden. I think any other conservative, the issue is Trump. Yes, Trump's outcome was really conservative in terms of the Supreme Court, disproportionately to George W. Bush. George W. Bush didn't get to fill, 2 or 3 seats in the Supreme Court. He just didn't have that opportunity. I think Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley both would pick conservative justices to fill vacant seats.
And I voted for Ron. I voted for Ron in the primary.
Me too.
This is the reality like that I think you have to deal with, which is there's a value judgment occurring, right? The value judge do you value conservatism in terms of practical application, or do you like hate this idea of Trump representing like a non-conservative kind of image, and then him being the front runner of the Republican Party and him taking power? But I guess my argument would be, if you actually did care about conservative values, then like the practical like application of conservatism through the justices specifically and other people that Trump would appoint, but specifically the Supreme Court, because that's the most important one. I don't see, honestly, how, at least in terms of practical terms, how you can be an effective conservative unless you're voting for Trump.
Sure. So let me quickly. So it is about impact. Here's the thing. One, if we're going to look at practical impact, I'm actually going to calculate that. The likelihood that I think in order for the Supreme Court to lose the conservative majority, we'd have to lose 2 justices to make it 4-5.
Clarence Thomas is sick.
Sure, Clarence Thomas is sick. That's one. I don't see the imminent likelihood that we're going to lose 2 Supreme Court justices. It seems like a really low likelihood. It seems like a really high likelihood that Trump continuing to have a stranglehold in the party is going to move the whole party more progressive. And I think that is a higher likelihood than, but here's my thing. I still think Trump becoming president would be a better outcome politically for me, policy-wise in the United States. But he hasn't earned my vote, and because the likelihood of a Supreme Court crisis coming to account during the Biden presidency is so low, I don't mind forcing the GOP to I don't mind if I were to have all the power in the world to move the Republican vote, telling them not to vote for Trump and forcing the GOP to put somebody out there who earns conservative votes, because the likelihood is low. And I think one more, dude, if we've all been here, here's something that most of us can agree on, maybe not Connor and Tybe. I think a Biden presidency for another 4 years guarantees a Republican presidency after. This has sucked. This has fucking sucked.
Well, wait. Hold on. That is not guaranteed, and that's an important. That's important.
Not guaranteed.
It's not guaranteed.
Let me ask you.
Let me get one last thing.
It makes it more likely than 2 conservative Supreme Court justices dying or retiring.
No. Hold on, real quick.
I want to ask you a question.
To get this in order, it was Connor, then Gibbs.
I have one follow-up on what he said, though, in response to me, which is that it's not guaranteed. I think that you can't predict that, and we can't predict how justices are going to die. They can surprise you. But I actually think that even your goal here, the best way to make sure Trump can't run again is to get his second term out of the way. Because if he wins, if he loses this election, you know what he's going to do next time? He's going to run. He's going to run, and he's going to run, and he's going to run, and he's going to run until he wins one more. If he wins this one, then he can't run anymore. And now Trump is effectively out of the party. Like, he can't.
Somebody else vote for him then. I mean, you guys make that happen. I don't want to put that vote out there because, again, it is not my job. This is a conservative principle. It is not my job to represent my representatives. It is the representative's job to represent me.
So you don't think that, I just want to be quick. I'll be very quick. So you're saying you're taking more of a deontological perspective, that your principle is more important than the practical values of what would actually happen. That's what you're saying.
I think principle leads to better practical values over time. But it's like gambling.
It would be worse.
Sure, it's like gambling. Any given hand, right? You can play the positive EV hand every time, and for 3-4 years or 3-4 election cycles, lose every time. But as you go longer, if we consistently rely on principle, I think over the long term, principle will settle you toward goals that align with those principles. Because if Trump wasn't here, we wouldn't be relying on big strongman populist politics to lead the GOP to a win. We might actually have established a precedent for strategic and effective GOP policymaking like Ron DeSantis has been doing in Florida. But we didn't. We leaned on populism and big strongman politics against our principles, and look at the mess we're in now. So over the long term, we need to rely on principle. Right. Because again, we can't guess the likelihood of 2 justices dying and flipping liberal in the next 4 years is as low as a Democrat being elected after Biden, if not lower, because Biden fucking sucks.
We need to get back to Bill Barr covering up corruption at the FBI to go after Trump. That's what we need to. That's the principal conservative.
Sure, Bill Barr, not a conservative. Sure.
So, I didn't say that, did I?
Yeah. Okay. So there's this analogy that I told Stardust right before this panel, and I think it applies. And I really want you to ruminate. I want you to marinate on it. Okay. So if you wake up and you bump into one asshole, okay, you bumped into an asshole. If you bump in to 2 assholes, it's a bad day. If you bump in to a whole bunch of people and everyone's a fucking asshole, you're the asshole. Okay. So when you're talking about Trump, Bill Barr's an asshole.
Yes.
Mike Pence is an asshole.
Didn't say
Cohen's an asshole.
Yes.
Bill Hicks is an asshole. James Mattis is an asshole. Ivanka Trump's an asshole.
For Trump, these
Jared
people are
Kushner's an asshole. Melania Trump, his own fucking wife, is a fucking
asshole. Who said that? Who the fuck are you arguing against?
I'm not arguing against shit. I'm saying
who said that? Who said Melania's an asshole? Tell me specifically. Melania's an asshole. You're saying Melania's an asshole.
She's probably got a nice ass.
No. I'm saying Trump thinks his own wife is an asshole for not supporting him while he was fucking banging other whores behind his back.
Did you see? Where's that quote?
Sounds like a Giga
what, the
Chad to
asshole
me, but-
quote? I mean, I just
Yeah,
told
where's
you.
him saying my wife's an asshole? I missed that.
Man, you got a wife that looks like that,
All right,
and you can
anyways,
bang other
so
bitches.
you're
Sounds like a
missing the
god.
point. You're missing the forest for the trees because you guys aren't tracking. That's totally fine. But
Mm.
anyways, I didn't realize that this conversation wasn't a debate about like the values or the philosophy of conservatism or republicanism. It's a Trump fucking dick sucking contest.
That's ironic.
Y'all can say fucking cuck points or progressive points or whatever, but literally Trump's fucking dick is so fucking jammed down your guys' throats that you might as well be sucking his balls and taint as well. It's fucking amazing.
Look at the projection. You want him to rail you so hard. You want him to hate fuck you so hard, don't you, Connor?
Shit on the fucking
Yeah,
planet.
you would love
And by
that.
the
You
way,
would love it.
Sorry, I want you to rail me?
No, I said you want Trump to.
4 and 230 pounds. How fucking tall are you, bud? I don't think I'd feel you.
Well, that's
Are you
good
in
that
yet?
you didn't say that. I said you want
Oh, this
Trump
is
to
what we're
fuck
doing
you,
now.
and he's taller than you, isn't he?
I wouldn't
You're
feel
saying you would
Trump
take
either.
it dry. You'd take it dry, wouldn't you, Connor?
All right,
See, all
anyway.
these fucking progressives
big
like
fan.
Connor.
I get it. You're a big
Finish
fan.
it.
You're a big fan of.
I didn't say that at all.
politics.
Didn't say that at
I
all.
don't want to talk about that anymore. I would like to talk about values. I would like to
Wait,
conserve.
Connor.
I would like to talk about the things
I would
people
like
are
to conserve.
actually
I don't wanna
talking
get
about.
distracted with
That's
the
what I
subject.
would like.
Second thing, I was just calling them gay. It's a joke.
Connor,
I
if
get it,
you're
Gay for Trump.
Connor,
That's
if
the
your
joke. If you
position,
didn't get it, the joke is that Rob and Gibbs are gay.
okay,
And
wait,
that's
wait,
like
real quick, Connor, if your position is one of like,
Get it?
if your position is one of like genuine and principled like anti-Trumpism,
Sure.
I have to call you out on
I
this a
was
little
just
bit.
about to
Like,
get into that.
why are you affiliated with an organization? Like, instead of affiliating with an organization that's pro-Republican and anti-Trump, why are you affiliated with an organization that its expressed purpose is to make Democrats more left? This would seem to be anti-conservative at the very
And win
least.
down ballot.
So I'll answer your question first, but I would like the ability to finish the rest of my points after that. Okay.
Isn't that nice
So,
when people don't
number
interrupt you?
one-
You demand that of people, huh? That's nice. We'll give you the treatment you've treated others with.
He
How's that
asked
sound?
very politely.
I'm listening.
Oh, that is true. He did. He did ask
mean,
politely.
If you guys want to keep going off about how Trump is amazing, you can keep going. If you
No,
want,
I
I'll
didn't
listen.
say that at all, did I? You had to fucking
All right,
imply
you're done
it.
with
Okay. Okay.
I'm waiting.
All right, we're done with the gay simping. Okay, cool. So, anyways,
You'll keep doing
it. To answer your question directly, Lactoid.
Yep.
So they asked, okay, I'm not friends with any Republican PACs. I'm not friends with any liberal Democrat PACs. I'm not friends with anybody like that. Somebody was a part of this PAC. They said, hey, I see your skill set. I think you could contribute to this project. We want to get Biden in office. I know that you prefer Biden over Trump. Do you want to help us do this? And I said yes. And they also paid me, and that's fucking great.
And he,
Now,
and you have the
reason
audacity.
why-
Hold on.
when
You
you're
have the
talking
audacity to say that.
hold
we
on,
suck
when you're
somebody's
talking
dick?
about, when you're talking about, moving people further left, okay, which is a stated goal of progressive victory. I don't share that goal. I don't share that in meetings. I'm not. So, for instance, Jamal Bowman is running up in New York or New Jersey. If I had gone, I would have only acted in a logistical capacity. I would not have canvassed for Jamal Bowman. And basically, like, I'm going to work with people to achieve a political result that I think is beneficial to the nation. And when they say things that I don't like, I'm going to plug my nose. So kind of the way that Rob does when he's sucking Trump.
That you just criticized. That's his whole argument. His whole argument is, how could you be a principled conservative and vote for Donald Trump? That's sort of like selling out your values.
Rob,
at least
hold
I
on.
didn't get
Rob, let me
paid.
jump in.
Rob, I'd like to
Rob,
answer
let me
that
jump in here,
specific
Rob.
point.
No,
I
I'm jumping in.
would like to answer
Shut the
that
fuck up. I
specific
don't give a
point. I
fuck
would
what you
like
like.
to answer that
I'm
specific
jumping in
point.
now, Papa. I don't care. I don't care.
I would like to
I
answer
don't
that
care.
specific point.
Okay, you can bitch some more. You know what? Go ahead.
let
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
Counterpoints. You're up next, Gibbs. Promise.
That's fine. That's fine.
So because I read books that have
I read
philosophy
books,
and
philosophy.
ideology and words that are
Yeah,
more than 4
words.
letters long in them.
Yes, and I got my degree from DeVry. My name's Counterfact because I took everything Gibbs said earlier and then said the
Don't let him
opposite
finish.
of what
Don't
he
let him
said.
finish.
Said it was him.
Let him
Well, that's
finish,
good.
Gibbs.
Valencia, Fugazi, for whatever it doesn't mean shit, bro. Like
He
you're
cringed
fucking
to
sitting
attack
here
the
acting-
specifics of his
you're-
education when you
Okay,
wouldn't
hold
give
on.
the specifics of your pay, dude.
Hold on, I will
Now
give the
I just
specifics restrictions to my education. I'll give restrictions to my education, though. I don't. Hold on. I will cry. You over here sat here and talked for the last 20 minutes, making the most bitch-ass comments about, oh, these guys are gay, they're such a... Whenever you have a hate boner so hard for Trump that, like, you're going to cry. I didn't even like Trump. I've never even been a huge Trump guy.
No, all of you say that, but you defend him to the ends of your fucking breath. I don't buy it. It's a lie. You love Trump.
It's fine, Jeb Tan. That's fine. Let me listen. I sit here. I voted for Lizard Man, fucking DeSantis. I can't help that he can't smile and didn't get elected. Then I wanted to vote for Vivek. Well, guess what? Vivek ended up being a psycho and quit out too. So guess what? Who are we left with? Well, it's between Nikki Haley, the Democrat plant, or Donald Trump, at least the guy that's going to try to do something better. Hold on. I just listened to you bitch for a minute. The Biden crime family over here. You're like, oh, which one am I going to choose? And then you have the audacity after you just sat here in your opening. I said a whole spiel, and then you literally said the opposite of what I said, and then tried to say, oh, that's what Gibbs's values are. That's how dishonest you are. Just like you're being dishonest about all of this bullshit. You're totally fucking sitting here trying to pigeonhole, say we're all dick sucking Trump, when it's more of, holy shit, you're literally advocating for progressive socialism run by a fucking mafia family, and you're like, hey, you know what? Guess what? Not only am I advocating for that, but I'm taking it up the ass from them, from Brianna Wu, and getting paid in Wu bucks. Let's go! How big's that strap on, bitch?
You said nothing of value, so I'm just.
Oh, good, you haven't said nothing of value in your whole life. So now you know how I feel every time I listen to you.
You said nothing of value, so I'm just going to call you gay and move on.
Well, that's good. That's good. Anyways, amazing. Amazing. Gay and move on. That's so original from fucking the guy that just taken it up the ass from the progressives. You haven't said anything ever. You said nothing ever. So good for you. You're doing so good. You're winning.
Moderator talking. Moderator talking.
So, did you want to respond to that, Connor? And then
he's definitely winning, guys.
You get done, Tiberius.
That's what called winning looks like, guys. That's what it looks like. You saw it here first.
Just respect the moderator, dude.
Who's going, Connor or Tiberius?
Hey, listen, Jeb. I waited.
If Gibbs could shut up and let.
Hold on, Jeb. I waited for 20 minutes while I listened to all that. Then you're not going to sit here and tell me.
He was going to send it to you if you let him talk.
Okay.
Well, he was lying again. I'm sorry.
So I listened to Gibbs's rant. I got almost no value out of it. I called him.
Good. We never get anything value out of you, so it's okay.
So, anyways, talking about philosophical conservatism, the thing that we're allegedly here for, the thing where you try to preserve institutions that you believe are functioning or almost functioning, and then trying to not throw the baby out with the bathwater, so you cause anarchy to the point that millions of people die. So, I think that American global hegemony. I can agree with Rob that from a historical perspective, it was never voted on. The American people did not consent to being the world police. It's a role that they grew into after World War II. I still think that if you look at the material benefits to the globe and the United States as a whole, American global hegemony is a good thing and worthy of maintaining. When it comes to American military tech dominance, I know a lot of people are critical of the military-industrial complex. I fucking love the military-industrial complex. I think it's fucking based. I love F-35s. I love F-22s. I love A-10 Warthogs. I love close air support. I love radios. I love stealth. I love B-2 stealth bombers. I love B-21 Spirits. If I could suck anyone off, it would be the CEO of Lockheed Martin, okay? Now, American dominance of global trade. If you look at the GDP of the world, it's roughly $100 trillion of economic output. The United States and its allies is $70 trillion of that $100 trillion. The people who are outside of this hegemonic network are places like Iran, Russia, North Korea, and China. And when I look at those societies, I think of them as authoritarian, dystopian, and evil on scales of which that make American corruption look cute and quaint by comparison. Mixed economy capitalism is my jam. But the problem for Trump is the fact that Biden also is cool with mixed economy capitalism. He's not a socialist. He's not a leftist. He's not a communist. He likes the free market. Y'all can call him a fucking commie, but he's fucking not. I think that if we do elect Trump, that Democrats will be so anti-Trump that they will run in the opposite direction of a border bill. Whereas, since Biden is actually showing some progress on the fucking becoming hawkish on the border, there's actually a strong chance of passing a bipartisan bill. Finally,
keep going. Yeah, keep going.
Yep.
Yeah,
You do good, man.
I
You
got
do
another
good.
point.
Okay. All these books, yeah.
Yeah.
Great. Go.
Yeah, good.
She
I
read
read-
big
I read-
books, the leather-bound books, big books.
I read-
By the way, did you notice how we
Big
sat here for like
books,
6
so
minutes and let you
small.
go on without interrupting until finally you were droning on so long that it's just going to be the Connor show apparently from now on, as opposed to you who wants to fucking misrepresent and interrupt every 10 seconds? Go ahead, finish. By all means, we got all night. Go for it. Go for it.
Well,
Oh no, I would like Tiberius has been waiting patiently. Be nice to hear from him, I guess, even though he's shit, but why not?
Appreciate that, Rob.
Okay,
No, Gibbs, I just had
good.
Gibbs, I just had a question because, like, I actually don't understand the consistency here. Like, Haley is a big, business, big defense conservative. Like, it seems like you would agree on pretty much everything. What was her problem?
Hey, listen, I'll tell you what her problem was. She was a fucking Democratic plant with no fucking actual values that flip-flopped
She was a
everything.
Trump appointee.
So what? She was dog shit. She was a dog shit candidate. Every time she opened
So
her mouth-
dog shit.
Oh,
She
hey,
took 20% of a primary when she
hey,
wasn't even running
was
anymore.
fine.
Listen,
Gibbs, come on.
hey, listen, hold on. Every time she opened her mouth, the screech
Wasn't
of
even
1,000
running.
the screech of
20%.
the screech of 1,000 angry harpies that sound like counterpoints here rose
Yes,
from
we
the
get
ashes
it. She
and
was a
fucking
woman, and
looked
you
like,
didn't want to
"Oh,
vote for her because
she was
she's a
just
woman.
shitty
We
as fuck,
understand.
bro. I mean,
guys
she was
are
about
progressive.
she was about as worthless as Connor's big books degree from ITT
Sure,
Tech.
Gibbs,
that
tell
she
me
has
one
right here.
policy you didn't
big
like.
books. She's got big books, bro. He's so smart.
Gibbs,
I've never
one
seen anything
policy.
more.
One policy you didn't like from
All of
Haley.
them. She was dog shit. I would have rather. I don't care what her policies were. I would have rather
Just
voted
name
for.
one then.
I would have literally. I would have literally have voted.
Hey, wait, you
for
pointed at
fucking,
me.
I would have literally voted for
Retarded, and you
fucking.
make this panel worse.
No, it's not. Oh, go good. Listen, that comes from the guy that
One
doesn't know the
policy. I'm waiting.
Like,
I'm waiting.
Wait,
for
wait,
one
wait, hold on,
policy
wait.
Nikki Haley was bad on.
You would have voted for Nikki Haley over Biden, though, right, Gibbs?
Absolutely.
See, there you go.
Yeah.
Why not over Trump?
He
She's
has
more
that.
conservative.
No, but he has that on you guys, right? He does have that on you, which
No,
is that.
he doesn't.
No,
because Nikki Haley is actually conservative. Trump's
She was
not.
taking more money from Progressive Victory than Connor was. Like,
Wait, Jeff. The reason why he's got you on that is when push comes to shove, in a general, like when the conservative practicalities are going to come forward, he just said he would vote for Nikki Haley over Biden.
I'm actually morally consistent.
Yeah, but
like
here's
these
the
sellout, washout.
Yeah,
bitches like that.
I'm very
advocate that I'm gay.
morally
When they're taking it up the ass from fucking Brianna Wu and the progressives. Like, it's fucking outrageous.
You don't have it on me. You're not morally consistent.
I've never
'cause
seen
you
a
just
bigger
called her
strap on than what y'all are shouting out.
Excuse me. You just called her a Democrat plant and then said you would still vote for her as long as she beat Trump because you're not morally consistent.
Because she's still better than the Biden crime family. Holy fuck. Like, I mean, do you want socialist crime as your literal elected?
I want
That's what we have.
I want representatives to represent me.
All socialism
That is
should be
what
a
I
crime.
want.
Please. No one talk until I hear from Gibbs. I desperately want to hear your definition of socialism.
Oh, yeah, I'll give you one example. How about the infrastructure bill? Socialism.
That's your definition?
Give me another. Hold on. Give me another.
Whoa, you don't think that's socialism? Does that follow?
That's
the
actually
socialist
in
category?
the Communist Manifesto. I have a copy right
Yeah, I mean, I'm so. But hold on, Connor. He reads Vic Wallenstein books. He would know that. You know, he would know how much of a. He would know that. But no one he reads those big books.
You're serious.
DeVry University taught him real well.
Let him go. I want to hear another example of socialism.
Another example of social. I mean, why do I need to give you another example after I just gave you the fucking biggest one that's been passed in recent history? Holy shit. Look at this cope. I gave you the literal prime example passed by the Biden. I don't need to give you
the student loan stuff. That was.
I mean, that's another one, but that's not the point. The infrastructure bill was such a. Can you? I mean, listen. You bitch about everybody else talking when you talk, and then I talk, and oh god,
you hear from you.
Oh, good. I'm trying to answer, but you're sitting here being bad faith in every aspect. I don't know why I'm surprised. Listen,
fuck all of you. Exclusively. I only want to hear you talk. I want you to say the word socialism, and then I want you to define it.
Okay, I'm going to do that with an example, and the example is the infrastructure bill. Do you follow along? Wow, that's like using. Hold on, that's like me going. Let me give you an example of addition. 2 + 2 = 4. I think you learned that in school. That you might want to read a book.
That doesn't define.
It literally is absolutely an example of socialism.
I'm going to jump in
an
here.
example, but not a definition.
I'm going to jump in here so we're not here all night. Connor, I read books as well.
Do it for 10 more seconds.
Okay, go ahead, Connor.
Define it. Define
the
it.
infrastructure
You
bill.
don't
Infrastructure
know
bill.
what a definition
10
is.
seconds.
because you're
Thanks.
a
Wait. I'm going to back up Gibbs. I'm going to back up Gibbs a little bit. I'm going to back up Gibbs a little bit. Hold on. It's
He
not.
doesn't want to deal with that as a real thing.
Hold on. It's not actually fair to say like what's the definition of socialism, because oftentimes definitions that we use here are going to be based on the contemporary context in which we use them. So national socialism, despite the fact these two words are it's just national and it's just socialism. It's socialism for the nation. No, that actually means something very different. Democratic Republic. Well, what's a democratic republic? Where are the democratic republics? North Korea, for example. It's obviously not a democratic republic, but they call themselves a democratic republic. What are the Wait, hold on, real quick. What are the socialists? Wait, hold on, real quick. What are the socialists in America advocate for today? They advocate for the shit that Gibbs is talking about: the infrastructure bill, student loan forgiveness, universal health care. While I agree with you that, like, under the old definitions, like Marxist definitions, this wouldn't be socialism. But now it's all the shit the socialists push, which I mean, for all intents and purposes, is socialism.
I mean, we can keep going. Hold on. We can keep going. We can keep going with this. We can go with food stamps, any other welfare. We can go all sorts of these programs.
Yeah.
I keep listening. These are all examples. And here's what's so bad faith about this. The fact that I give him an example and he goes, I want a definition. When there's been about 50 definitions of socialism throughout history, 50 definitions of communism. If you go give me an example of communism, hold on. If you give me an example, I say give you an example of communism and you start talking about Chairman Mao, that's a lot different than Stalinism, Leninism. That's different from the socialist republics. Well, I know it's not, because that's too highbrow and intelligent from you, even though you want to take this fucking I can't be done ranting when you keep interrupting me like you just bitched about. But after you just asked for definitions, I give you examples, more examples, which you can take those as definitions. This is how bad faith he is. But he read a lot of books, and the Communist Manifesto, that's one of them you should probably read. But since you got your degree from ITT Tech, I understand why you're confused about that.
Okay, I would like to summarize the scenario and the point I was trying to illustrate.
Oh, good. Please do. Be more bad.
Typically, when you're trying to categorize things, you try to understand the definitions of words so you know whether or not those things fit the definition. So when you give me examples and you are unable to give me one definition,
I'll just give you about 50.
Lactoid has to come and bail you out.
We had to come help me out. No, because you didn't want to accept my answer.
Man of your retarded rambling. It proves to anyone with a fucking IQ over 80
that's what's happening,
that you shouldn't even be in this conversation.
Your
wealth is a mistake of luck. Because you're too fucking stupid to know what a definition is.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Except
even after that, I gave you 50 more, and you still haven't given. You still couldn't even give me my own values. Hold on, hold on. I just gave you about 5. I literally gave you 5. I literally gave you 5. Oh yeah, I literally gave you
one definition.
I just gave you. Okay, cool. How about we go with North Korea? That's the definition.
Get the fuck out of here. Are we going to do this for the next 2 hours?
Well, I just want him to stop being fat. Rob, I will turn it over to you right now as soon as I'm done. Listen, it's going to be real quick. I'm done. I just gave you 5 examples of communism. I'll give you 5 more examples.
Definition.
Listen, I don't have to. Is Maoism a definition of communism? It absolutely is. I don't need to sit here.
One variant of
it's one, which is exactly what I said. It was. Oh wow, I can't describe Mao, bro. You just literally are being so bad. Can you shut the fuck up? I literally just gave you an example of a socialist bill. Can you shut the fuck up? Once again, every time I try. So once again, I gave you an example of an exact. Oh look! Shut the fuck up. So I gave you an exact example of. Shut the fuck up.
Someone text me when we get back.
Yeah,
I'm fucking done with this.
I would like to let me just finish.
It's rot, right? So
I just want him to let me finish my sentence.
Go ahead and wrap it up, Gibbs.
Yeah. So I literally gave. This is how bad faith Connor is. Like I said in the opening, he took everything I said and then inverted it and then said that's what I stood for. Same thing now. I just gave him an example. That wasn't good enough. Lactoid spoke. Then I gave him 5 more examples.
You can't define Maoism.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Connor was bad faith. You've been attacking him on nothing that includes his arguments this entire time.
I'm literally 15 seconds from being done. And listen, I give him another 5 definitions, and he sits here and goes, "Oh, those aren't good enough." You know what this is called? This is called cope and bitch assness and bad faith. And he wants to sit here and act like I'm retarded. You're retarded because you can't even understand. Go ahead, Rob.
What's the definition of Maoism?
Rob, go ahead.
Sorry, Rob, you're back. Go ahead.
Rob,
We got Jimmy
Holy
from the Ringer over here, guys. He's a genius.
Rob with the Steel City T-shirt. Hello.
Yeah, how about that?
What's
Nice.
up?
Like, I get it. I get the point. You guys go back and forth, no problem. But it's like when it's the same thing over and over, like, okay, it's been 10 minutes. We get it. All right. So let's go to some things that we're saying. Now, I could get into a specific conversation about how if pragmatism is what we're looking at, the stance of Connor and Jeb are absurd. I'll get to Jeb specifically on this. I could talk about how the corruption that they're talking about being saved by noble people like who Adam Kissinger, Bill Barr. It's ironic because like one of the things he said, Connor said, was talking about like preventing him from going after political opponents, which Connor has agreed in previous statements deserve to be gone after. Like, for example, Connor, do you think the people that illegally spied on a president for the first time in history through a FISA warrant deserve to be held to criminal account?
Yeah, the one.
Thank God, Prince.
I was just going to do a minor qualification.
Okay.
Which is the people who broke procedure in order to do the spying should they should basically be in prison.
Right. So thank God principal conservatives like Bill Barr stepped in and made sure that didn't occur. For example, we had a grand jury that actually recommended charges against James Comey for taking evidence that he wasn't supposed to and intentionally sending it to a journalist. But your principal conservative, Bill Barr, stepped in and said, nah, we ain't going to do that. And that's the problem. It's not principal conservatism. I don't give a fuck about conservatism in the sense that that's not the central issue that I'm looking at. I think it's something that I am conservative and I respect conservatives. But to me, the central issue is the corruption we're seeing. And you could say, notice how Connor did this shell game where he's like, well, Trump was inept. Trump was incompetent. Trump wanted to do bad things, but practically he was unable to. We have an institution that has been, now, for fuck's sakes, like, we just listened to you talk for quite some time. I'd like to go on. I read books. I read books too, so I'd like to have my piece, if that's okay. So I could go on and on examples of the corruption we see. For example, the Hunter Biden stuff that we saw attacking whistleblowers, et cetera, et cetera. The institutional corruption is immense and getting worse. And the fact they went after Trump and were successful with it and continue to be so is going to mean it's going to get more blatant and worse and worse and worse. We're going to see more censorship from these institutions on places like social media. A couple things. We can see that both Jeb and Connor, they may not be progressive, though I think if you work for progressives, you're progressive, but they're certainly acting like it. For example, the Trump derangement syndrome is so bad in Connor. Did you ever notice this? Did you ever see people that talk about race all the time? Like the people that are just like, everything's systemic racist. They always assume when you take an action that you have race forefront in your mind, and that's because they do. So if you view everything through the lens of race, no, right? Like then you also think everyone else views it through the lens of race. Connor and Jeb, at least Connor, views everything through the lens of anyone that disagrees with me must love Trump because I hate Trump. So everything's about Trump. Now, he said repeatedly that I was sucking up to Trump and saying how great Trump was. Where was that in here? In fact, I seem to remember quite the opposite. I seem to say he wasn't a real conservative. He had ineptitude. He appointed bad people. And yet Connor represents that as Rob sucking Trump's dick. And the reason he says this is because just like all the lefties that say Hunter Biden's laptop, you're just concerned about Hunter's cock. The truth is that Connor argues just like them, and he is the one that wishes that he was being deeply, deeply penetrated by Donald Trump's orange cock. That's what he wants. That's what his focus is. He focuses everything on Trump and assumes anyone that's defending against the corruption that's being levied against Trump must be supporting Trump and think he's great. That's not true. Then you have Jeb. I want to
respond to that. That's very specific.
You'll have your chance, won't you? I read books. Please be quiet. Then you have Jeb. Then you have Jeb, right, who comes out and argues like a good little lefty or progressive as well when he says, oh, Gibbs, you don't like Nikki Haley because she's a woman. That's where he goes right out of the gate. Congratulations, Gibbs. You guys are nailing it, man. You guys are nailing it.
He literally said, when I hear Nikki Haley talk, I hear the crying of 1,000 leftist women.
So what?
That's why. And he couldn't name a single policy. He couldn't name a single policy he disagreed with. The only criticism he had was the imaginary idea that she's a Democrat plant, which has no evidence, and then his own perception that when he hears her talk, he hears the complaints of other women. So yes, he has given me evidence to come to the conclusion that he didn't vote for her because she was a woman.
He hates women. Anyways, Jeb, I read books, so shut up. I read books, so shut up. The last thing I'll say, right, because he reads books too. Anyways, the last thing I'll say on this is, like, you can see that, like, sort of the absurdity of this, where, like, Connor talks about, like, how intelligent he is. He's going vis-a-vis Gibbs. That's fine. He can have that opinion. I'll say that, well, he's making a point that Gibbs is uneducated and doesn't know what the fuck he talks about, and Connor does.
Hold on, what's ironic,
he couldn't give a definition when asked for one.
Hold on, what's ironic, though, is I'm the only one with a presidential library studied at the school I
Cool,
went to
great.
with a poli-sci degree in that.
Okay,
And Connor over here has got a degree.
probably
from
gonna
DeVry.
finish-
That's amazing.
I'm gonna finish this
Amazing.
point real
Buy the
quick.
picture books.
I've got
JC Whitwood
two-
for your cash settlement. I'm
I got
proud of
two
you.
real
No, you're
points
going to
to
finish
That's
your
going
list
on.
of 30 points, not your
Yeah.
1
That's
point.
right.
Stop
That's
pretending like we're
your
interrupting
point.
individual points.
Set-
We're interrupting diatribes.
I let you interrupt, not Connor, because Connor's been interrupting the whole time and talked a lot. When you started to interrupt, I politely let you. That's why I didn't leave Connor and I let you. It's my own little protest. So two more points
sure.
real quick. First point is Connor's so smart he reads books, but when it comes to the Bragg case, I saw a YouTube video. Fuck you, you hack. And the last thing I'll say is on both Connor and Jeb, they can't defend the actions that they're taking when it comes to pragmatism. Well, Connor will try. When it comes to
I
pragmatism,
literally
Jeb
did.
can't. No, you can't. You argued that pragmatically, it is true that Trump would make things more conservative and be more to your case. So you make
But
this
then I
principled
argued that
argument-
long-term principle would lead us
you
to
make
more
this
conservatism in the
principled
long
argument-
run.
You make this principled argument, and when it comes to the principle argument,
No,
I think it's
principle
dog
as
shit.
it relates to pragmatism.
I understand what you're saying. Pragmatically, things will get worse if we vote for Joe Biden. Anyways, last thing I'm saying is Connor is trying to be clever and try to make these arguments about how we're sucking Trump's dick and all this and that. What he wants to do is ignore from the fact that when it comes to pragmatism, we were better under Trump. And when it comes to principles, you can say whatever the fuck you want. It's all a clever deflection from the fact that you claim to care about conservative values and such, and you work for a fucking progressive organization. You took money from them because you're a fucking hack. That's why you did it, because you
love
want to be
money. I'm a
Destiny's Bunny.
capitalist.
That's right. You like money more than your
hate women.
principles.
I'm racist.
You read
I'm
books.
a
You need to buy those
capitalist.
books,
They're
right? Buy those
about
books.
me.
Buy those
I'm
books,
a
right? You need that
straight
money.
White male who hates women and blacks. They got me. Okay, so I
Joe
would
would
like
like
to
to cover.
respond because that was very long. So, Rob, you're right. Okay, you have not
Longer
been
than the books he's
sycophant
read.
for Trump. So metaphorically, you have not been sucking dick. Gibbs is the one who's been sucking dick.
Yeah, that's true.
You're
Yeah,
the
that's what I
person
do.
in the corner guarding the door and watching. So,
Yeah.
if anything, Gibbs is the alpha Chad male
Well, that's true.
following fucking Trump, and you're the fucking cuckold in the fucking corner watching.
I'm glad we got
Then,
that clear.
I would like to point out that the reason that you're not sucking Trump's dick is largely due to incompetence because you take a really long time to get to the point. And if that's an analogy for your diatribes, then I think you would take too long to make Trump come. Anyway,
Maybe it's an analogy for
so
the bedroom.
you
It'd be a good
said
thing.
that the deep state has undermined Trump, and that is a bad thing and is evident of the corruption of the deep state. I would like to address this because while I agree with you that the deep state undermined Trump, I would like to use an example where I thought it was good to undermine Trump. So Trump wanted to do a childish withdrawal from Syria where he would just literally take the troops and leave. This was while we had cooperative agreements with people on the ground. This is while we were in active combat operations. This is while we had special forces doing work to undermine Russia, a geopolitical ally. And so what the people did is that they used TAD, which temporarily assigned duty, in order to keep troops on the ground, in order to guarantee our security commitments that we had made to our allies. And then eventually they withdrew. They did what Trump wanted, but they extended the timeline.
They've withdrawn.
And they did it. Hold on. So anyways, so the reason why I think that is a good thing is because a hasty withdrawal is what Trump committed Biden to with Afghanistan. And we saw how big of a fucking disaster that was, where when you just pull up stakes and dip out, it not only kills, foreign-born people, which obviously I don't care about because I'm racist, but it also kills Americans. So that would be an example of Trump signing up Joe Biden for something that he wanted to do so he could give him a black eye, and it killed 13 Americans. So if Trump is a nepotistic, toddler-like fucking retard who, unfortunately for me, Gibbs is better read than Trump, then I would prefer to have Gibbs as fucking president than Donald fucking Trump.
So I'll just summarize what Connor said there. I'm okay with the subversion. I'm okay with the subversion and lying of the president, who's the executive over these agencies. I'm okay with the right. Fuck you. Right. That's the answer. And the truth is, at least he said that is the stance of Nikki Haley. That is the stance of Bill Barr. They're okay with subverting the Constitution if it means stopping Donald Trump because Orange Man bad. So because it's Connor's opinion, what if I had the opinion?
If you have a retarded incompetent in the office, you should undermine him. Yes.
But you're not there, Connor. It was Donald Trump. And so let me just ask your opinion on this. So that would mean, like, let's say that I hypothetically think that it's fucking retarded and incompetent to keep sending Ukraine weapons, and I'm in the Biden administration. I'm one of the people tasked with sending it. And so I just unilaterally decide, or maybe with some people in these institutions with me, fuck it, we're going to subvert Biden's orders. That's fine. That's the system you want. That's conservatism, right?
I mean,
subverting the orders that you're given.
Have done.
Like, give me examples.
Yeah, basically.
Give me an example.
Yes, the delayed funding for Ukraine was caused by the MAGA wing of the Republicans.
That's Congress voting, you fucking idiot. That's a vote. That's the way our system works. Our system's not supposed to work because unelected bureaucrats in the State Department and in the military decide we're going to subvert the will of the people and their vote because we think the guy in charge is incompetent, so we're going to do whatever we want. That's not conservatism. Where's Burke talk about that? Can you explain it?
Yeah, I can explain it. So the military, people who are responsible for the lives and deaths of tens of thousands, if not millions of people, should follow the people's will when it comes to execution. So for instance, if Donald Trump says, I think our foreign entanglements are too large, therefore, I would like to begin withdrawals from the Middle East and North Africa, specifically Afghanistan and Syria. And then he should go to his military commanders, the people who have served, the people who didn't dodge the draft so they could fuck porn stars behind their wife's back. And he should trust them to come up with a competent plan that will minimize the deaths of foreign civilians, which again, I don't care about because I'm racist, or American service members, which I care about because I'm racist. And then they should follow that game plan, and that should be the execution. But if you have a retarded, toddler-like chimpanzee fucking ass-eating dipshit in the fucking office and he says, I want troops out of Syria tomorrow because I didn't read a book.
Is that what he said?
I don't know how to pronounce anarchist.
Is that what he said?
Yeah, they should ignore that fucking law. I almost guarantee you, if you talk to
you don't fucking know. You don't know
exactly.
You don't fucking know what. I bet if you did you watch it on YouTube video or did you read it in a book? Which one was it, Connor?
Yeah, I do know.
The entire legal system agrees. Fuck you.
Do you know why?
But I mean, Trump literally did do that though. He abandoned the Kurds in Syria.
Let him finish his sentence, and then
how do you know?
Tell
me how you know.
The selling point of the Trump presidency for me after he won was the fact that he was going to appoint General James Mattis.
Yes, sir. The warrior monk motherfucker.
Mattis done a lot of big moves. This is actually really funny. So James Mattis, you're making fucking memes. James Mattis has been celebrated as one of the most successful warrior poets of the past century.
Warrior poet?
Sure.
Oh, man. What? Yes. No shit. Yes. He should subvert orders and
killed people.
Yeah, subvert orders. Warrior poet.
Rob, stop.
And he should run for president.
Rob, this is important. So I want you to actually listen, and I want your audience to listen.
Okay,
James Mattis is one of the most intelligent people who has dropped bodies on the face of the fucking planet. And so when James Mattis leaves the Trump administration, effectively saying that Trump is such a fucking retard that he can no longer work for him anymore, yes, I read his letter, I watched his interviews, and I changed my opinion based off of somebody I respect. You know who I don't respect? A man who dodged the draft, talks shit about the military, cheats on his wife,
did you vote for Bush?
On his taxes, and does fraudulent business.
Hold on, did you vote for George W. Bush?
Wait, hold on. I want to address that specifically because I think.
Did you vote for George W. Bush?
Of course he did.
In a million years.
Of course he did.
Well, if he did, Bush
I'm sure, but like I think this is actually
Bush actually served in the Air
this is
National Guard. He did a little bit. Trump.
Come on,
I think
like your pussy ass fucking boyfriend.
Brother.
I don't know. Shouldn't finish that sentence.
I think this actually what was just said really like underlines I think the like one of the besides getting paid like the motivation for being for being.
Thought we were capitalists here.
Hey,
What the fuck?
Orange man bad.
Which is
also a
wait, hold
lawyer.
on. When Rob says orange man bad, like that's one way of putting
Orange
it.
man's actually bad.
But I do think that, like, when the reasons that come to mind when you're angry about this man is you talk about the fact that he dodged the draft, you talk about the fact that he cheated on his wife. What an asshole. While I am saying, like, and the people who are in support of me here are saying, what about the Supreme Court? What about the laws that are going to get passed? What about this policy? What about the people that are going to be put into power? But he cheated on his wife, though.
Yeah,
Right.
like
Is it the policies? Is it the policies, or is it the fact that he's an asshole?
No, Lactoid, that's because the rest
talking about policy.
Yeah, the rest of your group does not accept the reality that Trump was a more progressive policymaker than anybody in the history of the GOP.
Wait, that's not true.
He executively declared more gun policy than Obama and Biden have ever passed, dude. They don't, like, you guys can say you accept it in name, but you will still fight for this man.
But hold on, wait. I know you don't believe this, though, or in the sense of I was gonna ask you.
Believe it.
I was gonna ask you, do you really think that Trump is less conservative, less conservative than Biden? But I know you don't believe that.
No,
you do think that
he's not less conservative. The issue is, in very big ticket fucking issues, he is dangerous. He is a Trojan horse. He is a populist Trojan horse. And we all had this idea. He promised all of us conservative policy is what is hiding inside of this horse. Conservative policy is what is hiding inside of this horse. Let me push this Trojan horse to independence.
Jeb, hold on. What are the big like lasting things from the Trump presidency? Roe v. Wade got overturned. Right?
No,
affirmative action got limited.
Lactoid. If any other Republican, I am saying support other Republicans. If any other Republican was in office, they would have done that.
I voted for Ron DeSantis. I voted for Ron DeSantis in the primary.
Yes,
okay?
But again, Lactoid, I am not going to vote for Trump for things I can get from any other Republican if other Republicans are better in every other way. That's the problem.
They're not in the ballot. They're not in the fucking
ballot. The issue is we have so many Trump dick sucker fucking jerk-offs who will worship him and defend him no matter what he does. So in a fucking election,
no, that's not what's happening.
No, stop it. No, shut the fuck up, you retard. During the elections, every single thing about Hillary Clinton's character was of material value. But when it comes to primary elections, you only don't like Trump because he cheats on his wife. You only don't like Trump because he defrauded with his charity organization. You only don't like Trump because he's a disgusting fuck. Why was it relevant when Hillary was a disgusting fuck? Why was it relevant when Hillary was a cardboard fucking box to talk to? Why was it relevant when she was pandering to
I wasn't doing that.
Matters, but I understand.
It doesn't matter, Lactoid.
Lactoid, you just want
someone else.
When Donald Trump is in the when Donald Trump is in the primary, we're supposed to only focus on policy. Except we're supposed to only focus on the policy that any other Republican candidate would have passed. Then why do we even have Trump there? If the only good things about him could be accomplished by somebody else,
blatantly
why do we need him here?
Because he has the nomination. When Gibbs said before that if he was like the candidate running against Biden, like maybe we should vote for him. I'm sort of there almost, right? Because at least he's going to be picking the justices off the Federalist Society list. At least he's going to be selecting like the cabinet. Like here, do you guys really think that Biden's ruling as opposed to the people that he chooses? These presidents are the reason they're important is because the people they select to surround them. That's why they're important, right? Because
the issue is every person that Trump selected to be around him, other than the Supreme Court, which he can't remove, fucking despises him. So here's my problem, and you're making my argument for why living and voting on principle is the best thing long term for conservatism, is because if we did that this whole time, Trump wouldn't be the only nominee available to do all of these things that every other Republican would have done. We would have Republicans that would also pass national anti-squatter laws. We would have Republicans who would also allow parents more individual influence on their school boards.
Jeb. Wait, Jeb. One last response, and then the people who've been talking for a long time can talk again. The one thing I want to say is, look, I really empathize with, look, as somebody who voted for the Libertarian Party the past two elections, I really empathize with your position in the sense of, fuck these guys, I'm going to do what's right, I'm going to vote for the good candidate. And if you're not in a swing state, do that. Vote for the third party. Vote for the better candidate. That's great. But we've lost every time. And Trump went to the Libertarian Convention and told them straight to their faces. Libertarians! We fucking lost!
Republicans are more concerned. Wait, you retards. Right, they're not in the ballot anymore, you fucking idiot.
They're not on the ballot because of people like you who will make infinite excuses for the worst candidate. For the worst candidate. Joe Biden won because Trump was running.
No, the reason that Donald Trump's on the ballot is because of you.
They just hated Trump.
I just keep shaking my hand. I'll be right. He's on the ballot because you and Connor. That's why he's on the ballot. You want to know why?
He's not. He won because Trump is the easiest Republican opponent to beat. That's why.
Jeb, if I was a fucking wanting Trump to fuck me up the ass because I just focus about him nonstop because Orange Man bad, I'd want to interrupt as well when someone more intelligent than you that's probably read more books and doesn't get his case law just from a YouTube video is talking. So the reason people like you are responsible is this. The reason...
Why are you talking to me with your Connor dish?
Legal ego is a little bit... Legal ego is biased, by the way.
So people been waiting to get in. So Gibbs has been waiting to get in. Rob pretty much already did his thing. So.
I did not I didn't get to say shit. I just got to make fun of Jeb. Leave Gibbs go, and then I'll go after him. Then.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty ironic that Richard Spencer's Down syndrome brother is going to sit here and try to call any of us retarded whenever he's going to sit here and go, oh, hey, bro, I'm going to vote for a guy that's sitting here going to put all the progressive policies in there. Yeah, I get it. Trump's a 90s New York
Google a definition for socialism yet?
I'm talking.
I'll wait.
Yeah, you can wait. Hey, listen, Papa. I was good. I waited my turn, and now. All right, you just wait. You can come roast me afterwards. We'll get to you in a minute. Listen, I after Richard Spencer's brother, and that's never been going anywhere with his life. This guy is upset. Clearly, he's with his Trump derangement fears. Trump's so bad, but then he's going to turn around and vote for a literal fucking mafia family that fucking allegedly diddles kids. We've seen him smell them. We've seen his fucking son smoke crack, have guns, and suck dick, and that's okay while having access to classified documents. But hey, Trump.
We're talking about him, right?
Hey, shh. Wait,
I was making sure who you're talking to. I'm not voting for Biden.
Listen,
I'm not voting for Biden.
Well, thank God.
I've said that like 30 times. Can you not listen to what other people are saying?
That's fine. That's fine. You're wasting your vote on a third party. I get it. That's okay. Listen, you're slightly.
No, I'm not voting for president. Something that'll piss you off even more. I'm voting for the props and my local reps.
That's fine. At least you're. I can't. Well, I can't because y'all keep talking. Listen, at least you're more principled than homie over here from DeVry trying to fucking sell us on progressive victory. Yeah, whatever. Either way, that's the point that I'm making here is this guy's going to sit here and say, oh, none of our principles, well, whatever, and then have the audacity with the Trump derangement syndrome to sit here and say, oh, anything Biden's going on. All right, he might not be fighting for Biden, but Connor Counterpoints and Tiberius Tankery over here are. They're over here sitting, getting on the bandwagon, going, choo-choo, Biden to victory. Not only are they helping Biden get the victory, they're pulling a wolves in sheep's clothing thing, saying they're Republicans, saying, look, we are
republicanism.
We are modern Republicans who are fed of Trump. We're going to go and jump sides. And not only are we going to jump sides,
sounds like Trump can't win undecided voters.
Hold on. We're going to jump into the progressive camp and we're going to sell our souls down the river for the next Nazi government. That's okay. We're fine with that. But hey, you know what? What we're going to do is we're going to say all these things and ask for definitions because we're going to cry because I read big books and all this bullshit. The point is that I'm making, y'all are not principled at all. And it's very apparent that by all these bad faith arguments that y'all make, that y'all are clearly just suffering from Trump derangement syndrome by the fact that y'all are going to sit here and bitch about him fucking around on somebody when this other guy has a kid who's sucking dick and smoking crack and then having the same kid sell secrets to Ukraine. But hey, don't worry about that. No big deal. Hey, the Trump trial's fair, but don't worry about the Biden shit. That needs to be suppressed. Don't worry about it. No, what we call that is a double standard and bad faith. And guess what? That's what you are.
Okay. So I'm going to make
May I go really quick? So I would like to say that so I actually do believe in conservative principles. Like I think that I'm not a Democrat because the root word of Democrat, because I can define it, is demos. the people. I don't trust people. And so what I would do is I would make the voting requirement the ability to read Baba Black Sheep. And the good news is that fucking Rob would pass and Gibbs would fail. So, sorry, Rob, continue.
Okay, so the point I'm going to try to make is I don't think Connor and Jeb Tan are fucking debating me or Lactoid or even Gibbs. I don't think they are, because they keep saying shit. All you people do is defend Trump. You defend his character. Everything's about
Jeb was saying sweeping, guarding the door.
The truth is this, right? I'll be brief about this, right? The reason that Trump is there again is you. It's you two, and it's people like you. Yes, it is the Orange Man Bad TDS people. You want to know why? Because if you weren't Orange Man Bad TDS, you would have supported the obvious prosecution, investigation, and disclosure to the entire American public about the authoritarianism of unelected bureaucrats that attacked Donald Trump his entire presidency.
And that would have turned him in an election?
Please.
That would have gotten him not to run again?
Please, let me finish, Jeb. I know it's tough when you're such on a fucking,
Just remember, your point was the reason he's running this year is because we didn't attack the people attacking him. That's the reason he's running this year.
Also, I'm pretty sure you'll find content, at least for me and maybe for Jeb Tan, talking specifically about Crossfire Hurricane and talking specifically about how Hunter Biden is getting a fucking pass. And on top of that, we were gaslit for a fucking year by Democrats.
I'm officially interrupting you fuckers.
Sweeping for fucking Hunter? Go fuck yourself.
All right, so I'm officially interrupting you two every time you talk the rest of the night. Seems to be the norm, so we'll go with that now. So have fun with what's about to occur. I can talk louder and faster. I can talk louder and faster, and I'm smarter than both you combined, so we'll fucking deal with it. The reason is this, because you say that, you're like, well, we're against Crossfire Hurricane, and yet you defend and I'm quoting, principled conservatives that were there as a bulwark against Trump. Right, those principled conservatives that made sure that no one was held accountable. Want to know why Trump didn't win in 2020? There you go. You have to. It's okay. I'll just talk over you. I literally can talk the rest of the night. Right. What? Okay. What did I say? It was wrong. Go ahead. Go ahead. What was?
There was.
What did I say? It was wrong.
There was the person who got caught forging the fucking email, and they caught it. I'm pretty sure they caught a fucking felony, and they had like deferred judgment on it, and they're no longer working for the FBI. So while I think that's a slap on the wrist, I would like more to happen. That you just said nothing happened.
Right. Kevin Kleinsmith getting a slap on the wrist, having to pay a fine, and only losing his license to practice law for a year, and then being put back in where he can make cushy jobs at a cushy job at a lobbying firm. Right. I don't consider that holding to accountable almost everyone at the top level of the FBI and other. Go ahead, keep interrupting. Go ahead. I'm just not going to stop. I think you've been a good moderator, but I assure you, I'm going to talk rapid speed now, nonstop until the rest of the debate. You're going to have to mute me because fucking Connor and Jeb Tan can't stop. So I'll begin to talk now as rapid stop, and you won't be able to stop. I'm just going to talk over them. I can be louder. It's no problem. So the point I'm trying to make is because these people continually supported people that they claim are the bulwark of these institutions that were good to stop Trump, instead of pointing out that these people should have been aggressively prosecuting the weaponized system against them. That's why Trump lost in 2020, why he's running again in 2024. And that's also why Trump is so popular. That's why it was difficult in the primary when I was arguing to people like, listen, I actually think Ron DeSantis would do more against the corruption. I think you should probably support Ron DeSantis. You want to know what the big argument was from people back to that? Fuck that. I'm not going to leave the system that went after Trump and is now going to label him and investigate him as a felon over and over again. I'm not going to let them tell me I can't vote for this man just because they hate them. And Connor's going to sit here and pretend that he didn't just say my entire fucking argument, which was he's fucking Orange Man bad. He's literally supporting the subversion of the Constitution as long as in his belief Trump did something stupid, so it's okay. I can't think of a fucking analogy that I could make about Connor that's more evident than that. He fucking hates Trump. The same argument could be said. They could say, why wouldn't Connor support Crossfire Hurricane then? They knew how fucking stupid Trump was, so they had to stop him at all costs. Fuck you too. You have Trump derangement syndrome. You're perfectly fine with the fact that this weaponization occurred against him and is continuing to weaponize. And that's why Trump and his people are going to continue to win these nominations. Because people like you cheer for the corruption, just like you are with this Bragg case. You cheer for obvious corruption against them, which means that his supporters are going to double down over and over and over again. Whereas if you would have supported actual investigations and criminal accountability, then the reason to vote for Trump would have no longer been there, and we could be talking about someone running against him that was more principally conservative. But you fucking TDS dick worshippers that dream about Trump plowing you in the fucking ass nonstop, so much so you're for generals subverting him. You hate him so much, you can't let it go. You can't. Oh, it's all justified. It's okay. I didn't like Crossfire Hurricane, but hey, there was accountability. Kevin Kleinsmith got a slap on the wrist.
Rob,
fuck you fucking idiot.
I would like to ask
for you, Kai, I'll stop.
How much do you
How many
hate Trump?
books has he read? That's what I want to know.
How much do I hate Trump? On a scale of 1 to 10, probably like a 7.5. So, all right. So anyway, so I wrote down a few questions and points for Rob's rant. So I would like to ask 2 questions and then I would like to make 3 points. So I'll make a point, 2 questions, 2 points. So we have established, I know that we're all playing out our various homosexual fantasies together in this role-playing debate. I did do it, but it's mostly because I wanted to see Gibbs' reaction when I called him gay. So anyways, so we have established that you are not sucking Trump's dick, and you are not fucking Trump, and you are not being fucked by Trump. Okay.
Got it.
You are the sweeper. You're in the corner. You're guarding the door to make sure nobody comes in. Okay. In this metaphor and a homosexual analogy.
The fluffer.
I'm not.
Okay. That's the first point. Okay.
Yeah, the fluffer.
Now the 2 questions and then 2 points. Okay. Question. So what part of the Constitution was violated? My answer, presuming your answer, would be the spirit of the 4th Amendment was violated, but I would like to hear your answer. Then the second question is, what should have happened to whom and what consequences should they suffer? So I would like to hear answers to those 2 questions. If you want to write them down or if you want me to say them again, I can. Now, one of the most annoying and gay and retarded things that fucking happens with Trump sycophants is they always use TDS and Orange Man Bad as a talking point. I think that Trump sycophants have TCS, which is Trump Cope Syndrome. It means that no matter what the fuck he does, they always have an excuse for why he's an incompetent, retarded fucking buffoon, but actually he's a 4D chess playing fucking genius who deserves to be in office again instead of a fucking toddler who needs some colorful blocks to play with. Last point, and then I'll shut up. Doubling down on a retarded bet doesn't make you an awesome contrarian. It makes you a fucking retard.
Also, hey, by the way, you really missed an easy layup there on the insult. You could have gone with Trump cock syndrome instead of whatever you just said. You just epic failed. Don't try roasting again. Maybe next time when you go check out online to write
those books off of your shelf and you read the whole page.
Big books.
All right,
we're gonna do that. Like, which one would you want? Do you want the end of the death? Would you like an end of the death? What do you want? You want a 40K one?
A screenshot of the page first, and
then
sure. Let's you do it.
Let's you know what? I'm gonna take 30 seconds and I'm gonna pick a really good passage. No. And I'll read it to you.
What we'll do is we can do this post-recorded. You can snapshot the screen. You can send us a video or audio recording, and I will send you some Brianna.
I'll just read it now in a minute.
Cool.
Wow.
Okay? Hey, that's awesome. I like that. I mean,
all right. I'll answer the questions in order. Right? First question was, what part of the Constitution's violated? Now, I'll admit to having to search the specific section, but the general thesis that the president is the chief commander of the military. So the section, I would say, after looking it up, I didn't know this, I did look up the specific section. Article 2, Section 2, Clause 1. The president shall be commander-in-chief of the Army and Navy of the United States and the militia of the several states when called into actual service of the United States. It is clear that the thrust of what the Founding Fathers entailed was the president was the commander.
On that? Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so no, you might be answering it, so I want you to finish.
Okay, so it's clear that the thrust of that is the president is the commander-in-chief. And that means unless he gives an unlawful order, He is ultimate. It would be like violating a general's order. Like a private in the army doesn't get to say.
Crossfire Hurricane, or are we talking about Syria? What are we talking about?
We were talking about Syria. Specifically, when I said he's the commander-in-chief of the military, you asked me, I thought, what says that he has that power? So what I'm saying is, it would be that he is the top. He's like the general's general. So if a private in the military says, I think this general's answer or argument is stupid or his plan is stupid, I'm going to go against it. What do you think happens?
Can I give you? No, well, I mean, I was actually in the military, so I can answer your question.
Right.
So one of the things, this is going to be a little bit of a rant. I'm sorry, I'm apologizing in advance. In the Marine Corps, in particular, our culture pushes autonomy down to the individual. That means that corporals and lance corporals and the people who are closest to the ground are often the people making the decisions. The reason why is because commanders-in-chief, generals, majors, lieutenants, colonels, all those people who are not on the ground, oftentimes they have retarded expectations about what's possible. And when they give a fucking order, they can get people killed. So oftentimes, what military commanders, because they didn't dodge the draft, what they know to do is they know to give orders, but then they know to let their subordinates do best how to execute those orders. So, answering your question, if the commander-in-chief says, I want to withdraw from Syria as quickly as possible, and the generals say, sir, your timetable of 2 weeks or a month is not possible without fucking over our allies and killing some of our soldiers and men, I expect those generals to undermine that decision if the commander-in-chief comes back and says, I don't give a fuck if you kill a bunch of people on the ground. I don't give a fuck if you fuck over our allies. Withdraw anyways. I don't give two flying fucks about an evil, incompetent leader.
Right, and so that's based on your feeling of who's competent and who's not. That is, it is.
My training
and
experience and reading various books.
Well, it's based on your feeling on those generals having the competence and like, for example, I could make a credible case that the invasion of Syria and the fact that troops were there helped lead to the conflict we're seeing now with Russia. This is the part. Just so we're real, since he went in a little rant about his expertise being in the Marines, let me tell you what Connor's saying so self-evidentiary true. That we had to stay in Syria, and it was incompetence of the highest magnitude for Trump to pull out, so it was okay that the generals disobeyed his order and lied to him. Here's what's going on. See, we're told Trump criticizes NATO. Now, I'm assuming Connor likes NATO. We're told NATO's real good, and we have to be there. And we're also told that we have to be in Syria, and the reason we're in Syria is because we have to fight ISIS. That means that we have to ally with al-Nusra, who's a terrorist group, an Islamic terrorist group that we've allied with. It also means that we're allied with the Kurds, and we're allied with anti-Assad fighters. Now, Assad is also fighting ISIS, but we're against him because we think he's a bad dude, so we're fighting him too. Meanwhile, our NATO ally that's on the border, the Turks, where we've stationed nuclear weapons, the reason we're told when you heard Connor say we couldn't just leave the Kurds there, it's not because he's worried or we were told that they're worried about ISIS killing the Kurds. It's not because we're worried about Assad killing the Kurds. The reason we're worried about who's going to kill the Kurds, it's fucking Turkey. The country that we've stationed nuclear weapons, because the argument is our allies, the Turks, that were alliance bound to defend if they're invaded, they'll commit genocide against our ally, the Kurds. And so now we have to stay in Syria in perpetuity, not to fight back against Russia, not to fight Assad, but because if we leave, our allies, the Kurds, will have genocide committed to them against our allies, the Turks. And Connor's argument, now, when you tried to tell people like Connor why this expansionism and having troops on the border of Russia and other hostile nations was going to escalate the situation, no. It's good that we're there. It's
Rob,
good. He says
you said something wrong, and I would like to address it.
I will wrap it up at my own leisure. I've read books, so we'll allow you to address it.
I've read books too.
Yeah, so I don't believe it. You watched the YouTube video.
I have also read books, just to be clear.
I don't believe it either. Only I. But go ahead. You can answer whatever. I forget where I was going now.
He's educated.
Not only do I think the Turks are duplicitous fucks because of their history, I also think they're duplicitous fucks because I'm racist. Okay, so that's number one. Let's get that out of the way. Number two. The protection of the Kurds is not exclusively the only goal of special forces in the area. That's fucking stupid.
Your argument was the Kurds would die.
Hold on. What's that?
Your argument was it was bad because we left our ally, the Kurds. That's what your argument was.
Yeah, because they fought alongside us in order to achieve geopolitical aims that we agreed.
That's fair. You can say that, but you saying it's not just.
Okay. So the Kurds. If I had a Kurdish friend, if I had a cell phone in order to call the Kurds, I would say, don't trust the United States of America. We've fucked you over twice already, so for us to fuck you a third time. That's what I would tell my Kurdish friends, okay? However, if
but you don't have any Kurdish friends.
You're right, because I'm racist. Anyways, so special forces on the ground were operating in eastern Syria in order to take out ISIS cells and also to undermine the government of Bashir al-Assad. Now, you're saying that we had to work with al-Nusra, which is a cousin to al-Qaeda, and we had to fucking work with the Kurds, and we had to do this, and we had to do that. Here's the thing. You can want multiple people to lose who have contradictory interest. So you might support one faction to fight another faction because both factions will become weaker as a result. That is something that you can do if you're a CIA case fucking officer. A book that I read, The Art of Intelligence by Henry Crumpton, a book actually references how you can undermine factions by making them weaker by playing against each other. So you saying, hey, Connor, it doesn't make any sense. We should want one faction to win. That's an ahistorical, apolitical, militaristic fucking take.
Okay, I'll respond to it. It's not. What it illustrates is Connor's argument that this is so self-evident is bullshit. Now, the argument he gave why it would be so bad, you didn't explain it. The argument he made that it was so self-evident that we couldn't pull out and it was justified that the generals disobeying a direct order was because the Kurds would be killed. And I made the same argument that Trump, the same general. That's what you said. You want to go back to the tape? You said abandoning our allies
over your allies is a bad idea. Yeah.
Who are you? You said he wanted to abandon our allies.
Had the Please, Syria army, illiterate fuck.
You
Tiberius, what do you think, Tiberius?
I'm finishing this point. I'm going to finish the point.
Tiberius, you got thoughts?
I'm going to finish my point. I'm going to finish my point. Okay, I'm just going to I'll just talk all of you. I don't give a fuck. I can talk over you the whole time. So what we're going to talk about is the argument that he seems to be making here. I'm making the point that the argument.
That's what I want to hear. Take Gibbs.
Please. Yeah. You can give up your time to speak when you want Tiberius.
Yeah, but you've been bad. Listen, Papa, you're on my side. You're right. You're 100% right. But I got to tell you something. It's been more effective just to say books than fucking yell the 30 minutes that you've been yelling.
Has it? Do you think a lot of people have come your way since saying books?
Yeah, I mean, I've got like 30 followers. I've got some bunch of subs.
Gibbs,
clearly, I'm winning.
Gibbs, if you want, fuck, we'll have a little this side on this side violence. You've been a detriment in the past panel and this one. Not just
I'm going to be honest with you, Rob. I have dominated this panel. I'm sorry.
Define socialism, Gibbs. Define socialism.
I'm going to do the same thing I did earlier.
Well, okay,
so Jesus Christ.
I want to let Tiberius get in here for a second.
It's a civil war within a civil war. It's crazy.
Ty literally said nothing.
Right, Rob, you're absolutely right.
He's having way too much fun. So Tiberius,
wait, why am I having too much fun? This is great. Like, what are you talking about? All right. I don't even know on what vector to actually attack this. I am like the polar opposite of Rob. We have very good reasons not to like agree with each other or like each other. I'm like the most pro-institutionalist person on this panel. He's the most anti-institutionalist. We're not going to agree on shit. Like, if he's the kind of guy that's like, hey, look, you're not a Republican. I feel the same way about him. I don't want him in the party. He doesn't want me. His side's winning right now, right? They're winning the votes to get the nominations. So I either got to fucking sit here and just not vote or pound sand and go vote for somebody else. Well, it's so bad, I just want to go vote for somebody else. The question is, Rob, do you have enough people on your side to get across that finish line? If you do, great. If you don't, well, then you got to come back to me in 2025 and say, okay, dude, what can I do to get you on the team?
Okay, well, I'll respond to this real quick, then I'm going to answer Connor's point. Do you think there are more diehard MAGA voters in the Republican Party voting or more diehard anti-MAGA voters voting in the Republican Party?
Oh, pro-MAGA. Split. Yeah, if it's split 70-30, you still need the 30 to win the general.
Right, well, you'll still need the 70 to win the general next time for you, won't you?
No,
so
wait, no. You only need the 70 to win the nomination in the primary, right?
That's right. And so your argument you're making is true, but like you're literally defending things like, well, not you specifically, but your side's defending things like Trump's an incompetent fucking moron and all of his people are just dick suckers, and even people like me on here that are saying like, I'm not even defending Trump. I would have voted for Vivek and DeSantis over Trump. A bunch of just defending Trump. You're holding the broom, sweeping up the corruption. So you're going to lose too, Tiberius. You're going to lose over and over.
Corner.
Okay, anyways, the point then to answer Connor's point. So his argument now, I was just making the simple point that it is not self-evident that the withdrawal from Syria was a bad thing. I think there are plenty of arguments why being in Syria and being in many other countries around the world militaristically is leading to bad outcomes. He says, no, sometimes when I talk about our allies NATO, which by the way, Trump criticized NATO, but the same generals tell us how important that is too, this military alliance. So when he criticized,
wait. Those criticisms, wait. The criticisms of NATO were one of the, I think, most fair foreign policy commentary that Trump has made. Like, it is absolutely true that you have these other countries that are not taking up their share that they agreed to. Yeah, and so like you guys remember when he did that though?
NATO itself is great.
Trump, yeah, I understand, sure, and what I get that, but when Trump criticized them, saying, "Hey guys, like you got dirt poor ass fucking countries like Greece that are pulling more than their weight, right? And then you have very wealthy countries like Germany that are not anywhere close to what they've agreed to. This is kind of ridiculous. You guys should be, pulling more of your weight." The response to that from like the media was, he hates NATO. This is ridiculous. Of course we should be paying more.
But the issue is his own supporters were also having the same response and saying, "You NATO-loving fucking cucks, loving NATO and all that."
No. So who are you debating?
His defenders, Trump supporters supported Trump's comments on NATO. Any reasonable person should support his comments on NATO, but I feel as though a lot of people couldn't support his comments on NATO because of the person who was making those comments on NATO. Because it was Trump.
I agree with his
and he dodged the draft, and he cheated on his wife. So obviously he must be wrong about NATO too.
Hold on.
I agree with his criticisms on NATO, but among his followers, after he made those criticisms, support for NATO as an institution dropped.
We do it, so we'll
his own supporters don't actually care what Trump has to say.
Support for NATO should drop until they pay their fair share.
Connor and Jim treat me when I try to talk, so I'll just talk
about it. On the panel, Rob.
I don't think that's true. I think Connor probably is. So what? I'm not interrupting people like you guys are.
You necessarily have to be worth interrupting or interrupting other people if you're talking more than everybody else.
It's not true.
Tiberius was trying to
that is true.
Something, and then Gibbs, and then Rob, if you have something to add, and we're about to be over time, so we'll get an overview. Ty, what were you going to say?
So like I actually approved of this. It's one of the reasons I voted for Trump in 2020 was the fact that he was very critical on NATO in a way that I wanted to see, that no one had fucking said, right? It's like, hey, look, NATO really is a bunch of free riders. Context matters, though. That was on purpose. We literally told them have low defense spending all the way up until like 2012, and then we actually gave them a demand. The 2% was never a mandate.
No,
it never was actually a formal mandate of the treaty.
Wait. No.
Contractual obligation.
It was a contractual obligation. It was a mandate. There just wasn't any teeth behind it. There wasn't anything that would punish these countries who didn't comply with it. But they agreed to it. And a lot of countries, even poor as fuck countries like Greece, who has been under how many fucking financial crises now? Like they're totally fucking terrible with money. That whole country. But they're still meeting their obligation. The UK is meeting its obligation. But then you have these incredibly wealthy countries like Austria, Germany, Italy. Like they're not trying. They don't care.
Yeah, I agree. It definitely was a mandate. It just was no enforcement mechanism. And Trump was trying to apply an enforcement mechanism. The issue is Trump's supporters engage less accurately than his detractors do with what he says. They care about looking the part of a Trump supporter. So when they read Trump says NATO bad, they say NATO bad. They don't give a fuck. They're not looking to see if Germany is promising to up their contributions to the 2% of their GDP. They're looking for when is Trump going to say that other countries are doing
I think I see the problem, Jeb. I agree with you that we are all everybody here is perfectly valid and probably should criticize specific people who are like cultish sycophants for politicians, and they absolutely do exist for Trump. I'm not going to deny that. That is not the same thing saying, "Hey, look at these fucking crazies." That's not the same thing as saying, "Well, I'm just not going to vote for him because he's not, because he's not conservative, or because I've waited and he's so much of an asshole." At the end of the day, it does seem to me like you guys are valuing.
It is also sound and valid. It is also sound and valid to say. But
it seems to me. Hold on, real quick. It seems to me that you guys value like his assholery more than you value the actual practical policy applications.
That's right.
And I'm a policy nerd, right? Like I'm always thinking about policy. These people are fucking figureheads who put people around them that actually get shit done. I that's my position on this. But like you guys can't get over the fact that he's like fucking weird and he says stupid shit.
I can get over it. My issue is I am not thinking of politics and pragmatism as just the next 4 fucking years. I am thinking about the fact that we are looking down the pipeline of a possibility of another Biden presidency that would likely elicit a response vote toward an actual conservative. And the long-term effects that are pretty irrefutable in every part of life. And this is also a conservative principle, which is that if you act and vote and whatever out of principle over time, you will move the people around you closer toward those principles than if you take short-term wins at the cost of the long term. Trump is a short-term win in this election at the cost of the long term because you are banking almost your entire point so far on the idea that a Supreme Court justice dies and he replaces him instead of Biden.
That's the main one. There's other appointments as well. There's other appointments as well.
But here's the issue: is Trump, in terms of lasting policy, does very little relative to most other conservative policy makers. And so when I look at Ron DeSantis absolutely fucking killing it in legislation, I would rather increase the odds of another Republican getting elected through people having to suffer under another Biden presidency than I would have Trump come in and be exactly what he's always been, which is a lie. Hold on, which is a liar.
Who's winning the primary in 2028? Trump versus DeSantis. Who's winning the primary in 2028? DeSantis or Trump?
I think DeSantis, after Trump loses to Biden twice in a row. Yeah.
No, that's not what happens. What happens is Trump doesn't win. Biden wins. 2028. I don't know for sure. Maybe Trump. Maybe you're right. Yeah. Maybe Trump dies. But if Trump lives,
banked his reputation on being a winner, and if he loses twice in a row to the worst Democrat candidate possible, he will not be able to bank.
No, because if he loses, it's the deep state. It's part of the narrative.
He went 60-40 with Nikki Haley this election, dude. If he loses again to Biden, he's fucked. He went 60-40 with Haley this election.
Hey, wait, hold on, real quick. Jeb, if you're wrong on this, let's say Biden does win, and then let's say by one vote in your fucking swing state or whatever the fuck, and it turns out that
I'm in California, so I'm not a swing state.
Then why am I trying to convince? Never mind. Jesus Christ.
You know I live in California. We talked about this.
4 years from now, he'd eat shit. He wouldn't admit his mistake. He wouldn't. If
I
Trump
absolutely would.
loses
I'm
and
the
he
most principled person here. I'm getting shit on for my principles. Like, I'm the most principled person here.
Outros. Is that what you want to say in your outro?
4 years.
Sure, yeah. What order are we doing outros in?
So I guess I'll
do.
Yeah, just in order. All right, I'm going to combine what I was going to say with my outro. So, Rob, you can choose to engage with this in your outro if you want to. I think you're going to disagree at first and then agree. So, I think we disagree on how the military should be used. I think we disagree on, like, maybe the fundamental ideas of, like, how we should be using our military. Like I'm a big fan of the superpower. I want to take other people's shit. You would seem to, like, want to, like, bring people back. That's fine. I know we disagree. But you know what you and I haven't done? You and I both recognize that we're different forms of conservatism, but we're still actual conservatisms on the points that matter. We can find some kind of compromise that works for ourselves. The difference between that and what's happening here is we have people like Counterfacts and Take Curious D who are sit here and pretend to be Republicans, and then they turn out to be Richard Spencer's Down syndrome little brother husband, like a homie over here, that want to advocate for policies that are absolutely idiotic while calling everybody else retarded and saying that they're Trump derangement syndrome, fearing people that just want to suck his dick. But that's not true. We're just fed up and we want to find something that's not progressive leftism. And listen, the answer to that progressive leftism is Papa Gibbs. That's your answer right now. Absolute capitalism all the time. We're going to make money. We're going to take other countries' shit. If you like what you've heard today, come find me. Twitch.tv/Admiral Gibbs. Thanks for everybody for having me. It's been real fun. It's been interesting. And if you ever want to come try to do roast battles, we also host roast battles on some nights on my channels. And I think y'all might perform slightly better than y'all performed tonight because it was fucking terrible with all y'all's big book reading, learning, and shit. It was awful. All right. Anyway, go on. Y'all have a good night.
Connor.
Okay, Gibbs, I rescind my reading a page argument because I realize that it's not about the reading that I'm worried about. It's more about comprehension.
Got it. Nah, I already beat you to it.
So I need you to define socialism for me. So if you do that, I'll give you $50. Okay. So anyways, so criticizing NATO, just putting this as a part of my outro, is based. Getting your allies to carry their weight within an alliance is based. What is not based is simping for the fucking opposition. Okay? What's not based is making excuses for authoritarian regimes. What's not based is saying that you wish you could have the love and all the bullshit that fucking authoritarian leaders have, because basically it makes you sound like a fucking narcissistic, psychopathic, fucking asshole retard. And I know that Lactoid's counterpoint was that, oh, you just don't like his character. You don't like that he cheated on his wife. You don't like that he has unethical business practices. You don't like that he's an asshole. You don't like that he's abrasive. No. The criticisms of his personality are indications of how he's going to govern. What is his character? And when you look at the 4 years of Trump, he wasn't able to build consensus. He wasn't able to win people or influence them. He wasn't able to execute as the executive branch effectively. And on top of that, all of his allies, the people who were working with him, the people who sweep for Trump and the people who are sycophants for Trump, everyone else is the problem except for Trump. But I'm telling you, if you look at the decades of his personal history, he is the consistent variable in the fuck-ups. So just look at that very simply. If his last name wasn't Trump, if there wasn't a cult of personality built around him, you would not make this many excuses for this man. Then what I would say is that specifically, since he can't legislate, that means that he has to act with executive force in order to try to achieve his goals. As a result, he's weakening the fabric of the republic. I care about conserving the republic. And since this motherfucker is not only retarded and a piece of shit and incompetent and an asshole and he can't govern, I don't want him as the executive of my state. Finally, if you like science fiction, check me out. If you like politics and debates and essays, check me out. Counterpoints.
And Warhammer.
And Warhammer.
Warhammer is based.
Hey, by the way, I'm going to read you Sanguinius' speech later from Echo's Attorney, all right?
Excellent. I'll pay for that.
Someone gonna go?
Yes.
I don't know. Is it me? Okay.
Jeff.
So yeah, I mean, yada 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 with the political bullshit. At the end of the day, principle over short-term wins. If you look at the groups over time throughout history who lived off principle versus short-term wins, they last the longest. They're the most successful over the long term. It's irrefutable. So vote through principle. That's not important. The Trump shit is whatever. Everybody here who was watching or in it who was going to vote for Trump is going to, everyone who wasn't, isn't going to. I'm going to make my closing statement about Connor, and he's going to hate this as much as everybody who's been shitting on him. Because I've been hearing like endless fucking shitting on him through this panel from the left, who he's helping despite his previous political affiliations, from the right, who are pissed that he's taking money from Progressive Victory. And I'm kind of tired of hearing it. I get having an issue with the Progressive Victory thing. I wouldn't do it. I don't know that I would consider myself a conservative if I was working for Progressive Victory. But Connor doesn't advertise himself as a conservative. He advertises himself as a centrist. And the idea that people consistently attack him on his character because of it is starting to really get to me. Because I've seen Connor take his family and his community, which are the things that conservatives say they care about the most. And that's the end goal. That's what we're trying to protect through policy. And that's what we give a fuck about the most. And I've seen Connor put his family first before everything else. And I've seen him after massive storms came through his community out there clearing trees and helping people out. I've watched him do that. And I've seen nobody else in this sphere who's criticized him doing shit like that. So I'm not like genuinely outraged at anybody, but for all the arguments against Connor's character that we've heard thus far in this panel, I just feel like there has to be some level of railing back that he's one of the most individually principled people I've ever met in this sphere. And he stands by those principles. And to act like he's anything other than someone who generally voted conservative, who feels lost because the person representing his party doesn't represent him anymore, is ridiculous. He's not out of principle. He's not some agent trying to act against the values of everybody he used to know and loved. He's someone who looks out for his family and his community first. He doesn't think Trump does that. And so he's taking some money to help his family while serving an organization that he feels will help them in the long run in this current situation better. That's it.
Right. Lactoid.
Okay, so maybe I'm maybe Tiberius. No, never mind. I think you're all pretty cool. I like you guys. I understand that you guys might not like each other, but I don't know. I think everybody here was entertaining and contributed, and I thought that was great. And yeah, I had a lot of fun. Jeb, I know I push back against you a lot when we're talking about the voting being a principle thing, but the reality is, like, I'm really empathetic. Like I said, I'm really empathetic to the position of being somebody who voted libertarian consistently, where, yeah, I don't give a fuck if I lose. Like, I'm going to do what's right. This is something that I'm just unfortunate, maybe fortunately, maybe unfortunately, depending on your perspective, I've been sort of evolving on, which is I think voting might just be a pragmatic thing in of itself. Because when you vote, what you're doing is you're saying, I'm exercising power over you. It's not a neutral thing. You are influencing the world around you. And the question is, well, there's going to be no candidate that you agree with completely, not even libertarians, like, or not even third parties that maybe you think you agree with, but then you find out, oh shit, like, this is a ridiculous policy. What you do is you try to vote for the person who's closest to you. And now I'm kind of coming to the idea to vote for the person who might actually have a chance of winning. If you live in a swing state, I would highly advise at this point that you take this into consideration. If you're not in a swing state, vote third party unquestionably. Super easy. Who gives a fuck? Your vote doesn't matter anyway. As to a little bit of the Connor glazing that just happened, like, I like you, Counterpoints. I do think it's fair though that you have to expect some flack if you're going to be taking money from an organization that is contrary to what you would define yourself as. It would be like if I'm out here talking about gun rights, and then we find out under my financial disclosures that I'm getting a bunch of money from an anti-gun group. I think people would reasonably question what the motives for what I've been saying are, and if they can trust anything I've been saying, because there is at least the impression upon the viewer there of impropriety or paid for language. So just throwing that out, you know, I like I said, I don't think you're a bad person, but that's probably why you got a lot of the shit this panel. So
quick note. The head of PV and Brianna Wu both DM'd me during this thing, and they told me to call Rob and Gibbs gay. That's why I did it.
Fair enough. I'm going
to be honest, for the record. Brianna Wu's been a very nice person every time I interact with her.
I wasn't doing it to be funny.
Okay,
I did it for money.
So, but then the plug.
Hey, make your money.
Then the plug. If you liked what I had to say, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. It's been a blast. Thanks, guys.
Hey, at least I was the alpha gamer.
Rob, I'm going to need you to start selling energy drinks more.
Thank you. Yeah.
Please.
I didn't even eat dinner today. I went straight from physical therapy to 2 panels. But I'm fat, so I won't eat tonight because I know it's not good. Blah, blah, blah. All right. Where to even go with this? I just want to say real quick on the idea of, like, we always have to trust the generals. Yeah, we trust them in Libya. How'd that go? We trust them in Iraq. How'd that go? The idea that we have to pay one insurgency to fight another. Yeah, that's why we're in Afghanistan, Connor, because we trusted the generals. They all thought it was a good idea to arm the Mujahideen, so we got to go back. I'm fucking sick and tired of this. It's just more, Connor is making the military equivalent of trust the science. Oh, you can't have questions. You know, you just got to trust. And if the scientists in Trump's orbit, you know, didn't trust Trump, they should have subverted him and went behind his back. Total, absolute horseshit. Mad Dog Mattis, for example, he's so cool. He's a warrior poet. Want to know what he said about Trump's response to the George Floyd riots? They were too militarized. That's what Tough Guy Mattis was saying, the warrior poet. That's what he said about Trump's response to left-wingers burning this fucking country down. But that's cool because Connor works for those groups
preserve
now.
the Republic, Rob. You
there we
want
go.
to shit like that in a
You
fucking
can't even.
outro? Are you retarded?
I mean, you can't even follow decorum.
Where you paid domestic fucking soil, you fucking asshole? Are you serious?
Allow me to repeat what I said, you fucking low IQ pretend book reading motherfucker.
Because Trump wanted to use the fucking military, you dipstick.
Mattis said, let's find the direct quote. Warning against militarizing our response. Mattis said that Trump's the first president who, let me see. Criticisms Trump, George Floyd, accusing the president of dividing the nation. And warning against militarizing our response. Can you tell me specifically what Trump said, since you're going to interrupt? Can you tell me what Mattis is responding to? Specifically, he said militarize our response. Go ahead. What was the policy that Trump advocated for?
Outros, so I don't want to get this into you, but hold on. This is an important point.
You interrupted.
Open is coming up soon.
Hold up. I want to make my point, and then I want to let you finish your outro. The fact that we're talking about republicanism and conservatism, and you're criticizing a military member who doesn't want a military response to domestic unrest almost proves my entire fucking point. So if you want to have a conversation at a future fucking date specifically about that incident, I am happy to.
Mm-hmm.
I would prefer to let you finish your outro and then we'll both get food because I'm hangry.
I'm not eating. And again, notice he made fun of Gibbs.
And I'm hungry. So
he made fun of Gibbs for not being able to give an answer to socialism. Yet he can't tell me what the policy that Mattis was criticizing that Trump suggested that said it would be dividing the nation. Maybe you shouldn't interrupt in the outro with your fucking bullshit if you're unprepared to answer.
Fucking wild shit.
Oh, what was so wild? That I said that Mattis, who said that Trump was dividing the nation and military.
Schedule another debate.
Right. Then don't interrupt in the fucking outro, you sack of shit.
Say we should use the fucking military on domestic shit, you fucking asshole.
All right, I'm going to pause.
What Mattis was objecting to.
I'm going to pause, and I want Connor to go look at the video, find a timestamp when I said we should use the military on domestic people.
That's what Mattis was saying about Trump.
When did Trump say that? Give me an example. What did Trump say that Mattis was saying?
Mattis, who was in the fucking meeting with him.
So you don't know.
Are you
do you also trust? Do you also trust that Trump was too dividing the nation over the George Floyd? You trust that too?
Yeah, I trust James Mattis.
Did you
Trump?
Okay, so let's talk. So here we go. So Connor wants to interrupt, and he clearly doesn't have to. I just trust something was there. If Mattis
you
said
asked him to talk during your closing.
No, I didn't. He interrupted during my closing, and then I asked a question. Can't you pay attention either? It's evident from the debate you can't.
I mean, I did. Then you told him, Connor, please tell me blank.
That's right, and he was unable to. Instead, which is what I'm criticizing.
Right. Outro. You know what an outro is for? It's for summarizing your arguments and then telling people where they can find you, not bringing up a brand new fucking topic of debate.
I thought outros for interrupting the people with bullshit that are trying to give their outro. Oh, no, that's what you thought it was. So anyways, I'll finish my point come hell or high water. So you can't give an example of that. Connor also can't tell you, for example, Trump was suggesting reluctantly to use the National Guard because Democrat governors and mayors were purposefully allowing these riots to get out of control, while Mad Dog Mattis was talking about Trump being too divisive. I wonder if Mad Dog Mattis spoke up after January 6th to the deploying of the National Guard. I wonder if he spoke up about subways in New York right now that are deploying the National Guard. Militarization? Oh my God. I bet it didn't even hear Connor talking about that though. That's weird that all of our generals were silent. Once with Trump hypothetically deploying the National Guard, that was beyond the pale. But when Democrats actually do it, the same generals that Connor seems to be worshiping, all of a sudden they're silent and Connor's perfectly fine with it because they're principled. Trust them, they're principled.
Okay, no,
here we go. I'm going to finish. I'm going to finish, you fucking idiot. No, you want to interrupt?
You know what the difference is? It's the demands of the states for National Guard, you stupid fuck, not the executive branch.
It's so ridiculous. So now his arguments, it's okay.
So I can't listen. I literally have to.
Then get the fuck out, man. Go.
Anti-American bullshit.
Listen to this guy. Listen to this guy.
Goddamn outro.
Listen to this guy. You're fucking like. Of course you have to interrupt. Again, this is what Progressive Victory PAC teaches you, I guess, right? He's the most unprincipled person here, pretending to care for these values and yet sticking up for and getting paid by groups that are specifically antithetical. I don't even have to argue the points more specifically than everyone who watched this could see that Connor has such Trump derangement syndrome. He's literally cheering for the Constitution to be subverted and for generals to overrule him. He would have the same if scientists went against Trump.
Deploy the National Guard against the wish of the government.
Again, interrupting. Every time you interrupt, I'm going to talk another 3 minutes.
Shit.
I don't. Ty, are you okay with this?
Show me one time. Show me one time where I said that we should deploy. What did I say that? I said, what did specifically Trump advocate for that Mattis was? You don't have an answer.
Stop talking about this. Talk about republicanism.
I'm going to talk about whatever I want. I'll talk about. Did you tell?
If you're going to talk about National Guard deployment, then you're
a fucking idiot. Get out. I don't give a fuck. I'm going to give my closing statement. I didn't tell you what to say in your closing statement. I know you think you're some big shit just because Brianna Wu tapped you on the shoulder. No one gives a fuck, dude. No one cares. You've made a name for yourself trying to be.
Let's wrap this up. We gotta open.
All right, now I'll finish my opening statement then, or my closing statement then, right? If I can not get interrupted. So the idea that it was ridiculous that this was allowed to occur. Mattis didn't speak up about the Democrats allowing this to occur. This point I'm trying to make. Connor specifically is someone who will, orange man bad, will cheer for the subversion of our country. The last thing I have to say about him before I get to Jeb Tan is he said he just wants to preserve the public. Laugh out fucking loud. He's working for, getting paid by, and voting for a dude that is literally tearing the fabric of the republic apart right now. That's what he's doing. He's voting for the party that was all for the FISA warrants and wiretaps against Trump. He's voting for the weaponization of government against parents at school board meetings. He's voting for the weaponization of government and pushing for censorship of conservatives online. That's what he's voting for, saying it's all about preserving the public. It is self-evidently true. He's full of shit. The last thing I have to say, and I can't believe I have to do this, is Jeb Tan, you really are a fucking lefty progressive, aren't you? My feelings are hurt that you made fun of Connor, and I don't like what I'm saying.
I literally said my feelings aren't hurt.
Interrupting again.
But I said there's so much anti-Connor, there's got to be some counter-argument.
There we go. What a fucking crybaby. What an absolute fucking worthless statement. There's too much pushback on Connor, and I didn't like what I heard. What the fuck ever. It's so ridiculous. I'm tired of you whiners. It's clear what's going on. Right? Jeb Tan makes this argument. He admits pragmatically in the short term Trump would be better, right? But then it's just his feels that if Trump wins it. You done?
Okay. No, I mean, I can keep going if you want to give me the time. I'll take it.
I'm not done. My outro is going
the biggest pussies on the planet get mad when somebody gives one counter argument to something they've been arguing against the entire panel. So when you get pissy that I'm arguing in favor of Connor's principle, that's you getting emotional about it because I am simply giving some level of representation to the counter argument. So if that bugs you that much, it's likely because most of your arguments cannot stand when opposition is present.
No, it's not that it bugged me that much. It's the point that we have to take in the idea that, well, we have to look at, like, I don't like this because Connor's a good person and he donated to this and that. It's fucking bullshit. It's lefty bullshit.
No, it's just that you're wrong. I didn't say I don't like it. You're just wrong.
Did anybody else? Did we interrupt you? Did we interrupt Connor with the stupid shit you were saying? I sat here and listened to you go on that stupid diatribe without interrupting you.
You literally argued for the National Guard to be deployed against the will of governors, you fucking idiot.
There we go. Once more with Connor interrupting, can't help himself. Again, all right. So the last thing I'll say is, where was I here? Let's see. How longer can I draw this out with these fuckers interrupting me the whole time? It's clear that Jeb, right, he doesn't have a principle to what he's saying in this sense. He hasn't thought it through because he makes this argument that pragmatically Trump would be better in the short term, ignores all of the excesses of Biden and how things could get more corrupt and more people locked up, more censorship, etc. Ignores the fact that there wouldn't be that high of a chance of a left-wing Supreme Court. But he just asserts without any evidence whatsoever, which Lactoid pushed back against very well, was like, what is your guarantee if Trump doesn't win in 2024, he won't be the nominee again in 2028? He just goes, my feels, because he'll have lost twice in a row.
I just got bits to end your outro, so go ahead and finish up.
Now, if you got money for it, that's fine.
I got paid for it.
I will say, I thought you've been a fine moderator, and if you got bits, that's fine. But you should really stop.
Hold on. I got you. I'm gonna donate. I'm donating money so you finish, baby. Let's go.
It's fine. It's fine.
Go ahead, Rob. No. I just spent money. You finish strong.
I got a hype train so you can finish. So,
yeah, you finish, baby. Let's go.
I'm just saying he hasn't thought through his position, right? He has no guarantee. And so why would you take a known short-term ill for the hope that you just have no factual basis for? Just, well, if Trump loses twice, he won't win again. I don't think there's any factual basis for that. And I think the argumentation is much better. What's going to happen is people will blame correctly the lawfare against Trump and the corruption, and him or whoever he anoints will be the person that wins the nominee in 2028. The best chance to have Trump not be the nominee is to actually have him win, and then maybe you could have someone that could go to the right of him on policy, as opposed to him being a martyr, which is what's occurring now.
I was worth the 250, I think.
Thanks. I'm a little smooth brained. Is it my turn now?
No. Rob has 5 more minutes.
Thank you. Do you need 5 more minutes, Rob?
No, time to go.
Yeah, I'm clearly way too smooth brained for this panel. Like, on one side of this, I know that I don't agree with Lactoid and Jeb Tan about how the future of the party can go, but I can have a generally pretty good conversation
Thank you,
with
Feder.
them. I don't know how to interact with Gibbs when I'm like, hey, why is it that I hear everything that you like that Nikki Haley likes? Like, I don't know any policy position you don't agree on. And then you're like, fuck her. I hate her. I can't do with this. I'm like, I love you, buddy. I really do. You've got an entertaining, like, presence. But I just can't get any consistency out of you at any of this. And maybe I'm just too stupid. Maybe I really am, right? It's just, like, I feel like I can make a deal with Lactoid. I feel like I can make a deal with Jeb Tan. Connor agrees with me on fucking practically everything, so that doesn't need to be a conversation. I can't reach out to you, brother. Like, I'm literally going to, like, iCount Ridge and Lethe Waterkai that are Democrats, and I'm like, I can have a conversation with you. I can make a deal with you. I can actually get legislative change done. But I can't with you, man. And until I can, all right, cool. If you're the future of the Republican Party, have at it. I'm going to the Democrats. I can't fucking do this shit. I fucking cannot.
Jeb nods his head.
We can talk about it.
Well, yeah, because I mean, this is where the principle, like, conservatism is the ideals of personal responsibility. But the last thing you fucks will ever do is look at someone who's not voting for Trump, and instead of blaming them, look inward and think, what is my candidate that I'm supporting doing to push all these people away? It's the last fucking thing you guys will do, claiming that you're for the ideals of personal responsibility. Instead of blaming Connor, instead of blaming Tybe, why don't you blame fucking Trump for once, for why all these people are being pushed away?
I would like to wrap up and leave, so I kind of want to let Lethe say whatever he wants to say.
I was just going to say thank you all for being here. You've been amazing. These are so many different viewpoints coming from pretty much what's supposed to be the same party. And this has been pretty much epic. Oh, very spicy. And thank you for coming through, Connor. I know you need to go get some food in your stomach, and I appreciate you being willing to come on here. Without you, this wouldn't have happened. Same goes for Gibbs for being the impetus for the idea of this. Thank you all for participating. Anybody that needs to dip, by all means, do your thing. We're going to head to open.
All right. Parasocial love. Good night.
What do you mean open?
Question? Open panel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, anybody can come on at that point.
I don't know if Jeb's leaving or not. I don't know if
no,
Jeb's
I'm
leaving
sticking
or
around
not,
for open.
I can only be here a little. But the irony is, for someone who advocates personal responsibility and stuff, it doesn't matter. Like, have you looked at yourself and why that really? So then, I think that I make a valid criticism that you don't answer, that your sort of defense or ignoring of the people, particularly in the Republican Party, that allowed the lawfare for 6, 7, 8 years to go against Donald Trump is one of the reasons that Trump is so popular within the base, because they correctly view the establishment Republicans as doing nothing at all to stop it. And people like you that advocated for that, why haven't you looked at yourself and said, maybe I should have spoke up more?
No, I have looked at it, and I spoke up where there was genuine bias against Trump, but I think there are a lot of examples where you would say lawfare was performed against Trump and it wasn't. And on the other hand, when it comes to my personal vote, I don't think I look at what my individual responsibility is versus Trump's, and that's where I come up with my argument that I told you already, which is that it is not my responsibility to represent Trump. It is Trump's responsibility to represent me.
Of course, no
I'm looking at our individual responsibilities. It's not my responsibility to vote for Trump. It's Trump's responsibility to make me vote for him.
That's fine. You could adopt that. But if your argument is that you're going via pragmatism, then I think the arguments that say pragmatically, your decision will lead worse. And what you have to factor in is your near certitude that pragmatically Trump will be better than Biden in the short term. But you're vague sort of, but trust me, if it's vague. It's vague. I know. And I understand that vague isn't convenient. But if you look at all of history, more principled movements last longer and get more done. So I lead with principle, knowing that that's the case. It's not more principled to allow something that's even more Are you saying it's an unprincipled decision as a conservative to vote for Trump right now in the general?
Yes. Yeah. No, 100%. Yeah.
I disagree completely.
Because I don't think voting for whatever, but I'll let Razor jump in. And Rob, I'm totally down. I know you offered me the invitation, but I will take it as my obligation to come on your show sometime and have a longer conversation about that.
That's fine.
Go ahead, Razor. Sorry.
I think you're muted.
You mute yourself, Kai.
Oh, my bad. Ty had something he wanted to say, then Razor, you go ahead.
Yeah, like there's two conversations kind of come to my head. Obviously, like I think the institutions are pretty fucking awesome. However, like I have issues with the people that are in charge. I'm not like, oh god, they're absolutely terrible and loaded and whatnot. So I'm obviously just going to have the complete different take that Rob is, and I can't bridge that gap.
I have to go. I'm so sorry. I got something downstairs. Sorry about that.
You're fine. Take care. Yeah. All right. So like, I'm gonna pick on Gibbs a little bit because like we love Gibbs, right?
I want to yell at Rob.
You're not a right winger. Shut the fuck up.
I know. I want
but Gibbs is here.
I don't care. I don't care. Like
I'm gonna be here a while.
I'm gonna be like right now. As far as I'm concerned, left wingers aren't fucking welcome. Shut the fuck up. All right. When it comes to Gibbs, right? I want to have this chat with you, right? It's like every time I have a conversation with you about like where we disagree, like give me some qualifiers here, man. Like I can't get an actual fucking answer. Okay, like the infrastructure
Okay, I'll
deal.
give you an example. All right. So
okay, go ahead.
So what was all right? I'm gonna be honest. It's been a long few days. So bear with me. So I'm gonna paraphrase, but I think it was maybe last panel, the panel before last. We were on there, and what the exact words, and then I might once again paraphrase a little bit, was, "Oh, the people that have been left behind, and y'all want to cut these social programs. Well, those people are gonna say fuck you, and I hope y'all get smacked." That's a leftist position. Like that's.
All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and raid on out into Lethe real quick so you guys can continue the content right where you left off. If you liked what you saw today, please consider giving me a follow. To those of you who gave bits and subs, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Yeah, we're going to raid on out. Catch you guys later. Thanks for the viewership, guys. I mean, it was we did, I think, 2 really exciting streams, and it was some good shit. So as always, really appreciate it. Thanks.